Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate everybody for checking with me. Right now, you already know what it is, man. It's the end of the line. It's the end of the road. We got the Boston Celtics facing off against the Golden State Warriors for the Larry O'Brien Trophy. I'm telling you, man, this trophy right here is so historic, ladies and gentlemen. This trophy make grown men cry. This is what it's all about, man. This is what people, just think about as a kid, all them hard hours, them hard nights, the bus trips, the road, or everywhere, the flights, believe it or not, these guys been playing and traveling like professionally since they were young men, you understand? So being at this is the pinnacle of their success right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finals. This is for all the marbles, man. This is where it matters. This is where it lives forever. You do something nice, in the first round of the playoffs, yeah, people remember it for a month or two, and then they forget about it. You do something in the conference finals. It was just a memorable performance. We seen Paul George. He electrified the Eastern Conference Finals. It was a lot of people who annihilated up in the conference finals. What happened? It maybe it lasts for a year or two, but then it's over. You do something in the finals, ladies and gentlemen, it lasts forever. It's stamped for eternity. You understand? So this is what this is all about, y'all. Shout out Basil Carpenter Jr. He said, at the end of the road, LOL, you're right, Flight. We need a Raven to sing that, LOL. Yeah, Raven gonna bring his high notes and all of that good shit on tonight. But nonetheless, man, we got ourselves a star-studded performance, man, tonight. You got Steph Curry. Look at the star power that's on the floor for 1 second. You got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, counterparts to them. You got Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and my man Marcus Smart. Jaylen Brown is emerging into a top-notch threat out here as a star. In my humble opinion, Jaylen Brown is the truth and a half. And I think Jaylen Brown is going to be able to really exhibit what he can do best, in this NBA Finals, because I felt like he didn't get much credit, for a lot of the things and success that happened with the Boston Celtics this year and in the playoffs. A lot of the success is going to Jason Tatum, which is deservedly need be. But let's not forget about Jaylen Brown. I'm telling you now, the matchup that I'm looking forward to the most, and it's going to be the most pivotal and the most key, is going to be the Jason Tatum, Klay Thompson matchup. I believe whoever could win that matchup will win this series. You know why? Because I feel like Klay Thompson is a little banged up. I don't think he's fully Klay Thompson just yet. Is he going to ramp it up? Is he going to push it? Absolutely. Jaylen Brown, he ain't never been here before. And that's where the Golden State Warriors is going to have his most success, that experience. They've been here before. When things get tight and crucial, they've been here. But only a couple of them have been here. They do have some other guys who, some of them, dare I say, coming off the streets. It is a lot of guys that, haven't been in this moment. This is long away from the gold standard. I don't see Sean Livingston and all them dudes flying off that bench. You understand? I think it's a different cast of characters. If the Boston Celtics could somehow neutralize some key people on this Golden State Warriors team and this roster, I think it could be much to their success and delighting, but nonetheless, this is going to be a crucial matchup. The defense is going to have to be stout for the Boston Celtics. Anything less is going to suffer a defeat. The Golden State Warriors, what they dishing out. They rolling out a high power offense, y'all. Steph Curry will be coming to electrify the building. Let's see the matchups that they're gonna do with him. I'm interested to see where Marcus Smart is deployed. Is he gonna be on Steph Curry for most of the night? Are they gonna split? How are they gonna do this? You understand? That's why I'm gonna be interested to see. Are they gonna double Curry? Are they gonna allow Marcus Smart to just play him straight up? I mean, this is the possibilities on the defensive end is going to be endless. I think the defensive end could be just as key as the offensive end, in my humble opinion. So just be on the lookout. It's definitely going to be something to behold tonight. Star-studded NBA Finals. Shout out Zay Blaze, shout out Josh and his bag, shout out Basil. Salute to y'all. Y'all already know we got a star-studded chat, we got a star-studded panel. Salute to all y'all that's in the building. We appreciate y'all tonight. Last night was electrying, and today is the NBA Finals. I see all y'all putting y'all picks in. People got Boston in 7. People, obviously, we believe that we're going to be here for a long time. We shouldn't be no sweep or no gentleman's sweep here. It should be an old-fashioned slugfest between two juggernauts of teams. The Boston Celtics, give them credit, man, because they had no business even, getting to this point. Nobody's seen Boston up in the finals. Boston had a resurgence. They surged all season long, and then out of nowhere, they end up in the finals. That let me know the East was wide open this year. All it took, and that's not a knock to the Boston Celtics. What I mean by that is anybody who really took their game up a notch could have got to this level. That's why I look at the teams like the Chicago Bulls. I feel like they could have been there with health, and if they could have took their game and elevated it to that level, like Boston did. Boston, everything came on at the right time. They didn't start the season like they finished the season. We got to remember that. So they definitely picked it up. And I'm telling you, you give Jason Tatum a ring. A lot of people out east thinking they doing something. You look at the Nets, look at even the Bulls. There's a lot of teams. If you let Jason Tatum break through and get this ring, Jason Tatum is going to be hell to deal with in the Eastern Conference for years to come. He's already going to be hell. But give this guy a championship, he already think he Kobe. Damn, he get the ring, it's going to be all she wrote. Teams is going to be, they're not even going to be able to squeak through the East. I'm telling you, this dude is going to have it locked down and key. Give credit to the Boston Celtics, man. That's a well-run organization. And I'm like, obviously, that the Celtics, that's like the epitome of organizations. Look what they did. They didn't fire my man Stevens. Brad Stevens was was a head coach. They removed Stevens from the head coach, bring his ass to the front office. You understand? Once they move him to the front office, they insert Ime Udoka. You understand? Look how they just transferred over the power. You understand? That's why you didn't hear no rumblings or no bickering going on between Brad Stevens and the Boston Celtics. No, it was just a peaceful transition to power. He wasn't fired. He wasn't let go. He went to the front office and somebody else came in as the coach. And as you can see, with them winning the Eastern Conference, it was all hugs and everything. You've seen Brad Stevens out there. Brad Stevens is a hell of a coach, and he's obviously proven as being a great executive, too, in the front office. Shout out Mac in the building. Shout out Josh Jackson. You already know Basil says, I'd be surprised if this series is over in 4 or 5. It's 6 or 7. My opinion, either way, Warriors or Boston wins. I don't get that one. But I get what you're coming from in terms of the long series. It's definitely going to be a slugfest. Ain't nobody going to just walk up out of here, in terms of a sweep. Basil says Boston 105, Warriors 100 tonight. Defensive game. That's facts. You got Boston 100. That's a defensive game. But definitely sounds like they're going to run it up. Boston could definitely score with the Golden State Warriors. At home, you got to keep the crowd in check. Boston, now don't be surprised if they win this game. This is going to be a filling out process. We all know game ones. I tell you what, Golden State, they could be at their most vulnerable this game. So Boston, look for Boston to try to strike early. It wouldn't be surprising if they struck early in this series, and took game one. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. I think this is Boston's game to win. You want to put Golden State on the heels early. You don't want them feeling with all this momentum they get this game. Somebody said Warriors going to sweep. I tell you what, if they win tonight, especially if they blow them out, those conversations are gonna be had, but I don't see no sweep. No, I can't picture no sweep. I think that's way out the realm of possibility. I'm with pretty much universal with everybody in the chat with this series. It's going to be a hell of a series. It's the finals. Are we going to be in store for an epic series? This series, can you see this series going down in history? Are we going to have any moments? You understand? Look at some of the great finals moments. We obviously know Jordan has had some, LeBron, Wade, Shaq, the list goes on, Dirk. Who's gonna have that finals moment? How many moments do you think we're gonna have in this series? And who do you think is gonna have the biggest moment? Is it gonna be Curry? Securing his finals MVP. There's a lot on the line for the Golden State Warriors. A lot of people are just so looked up at the Warriors that they just high on their high horse. They come in with a little ambition as well. Curry has never won finals MVP. Don't think that this guy's not eyeballing that award and wants that for himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if Steph Curry is on the prowl this series and trying to secure that. You understand? Who the hell else is going to win it? I think if somebody else was to win finals MVP, I think they would be either playing with him or Curry, something ain't right, because you don't want all these chips and never won finals MVP. That's obviously going to hurt him in the history books. That's not going to look good 10, 15 years down the line. You understand? So, I think you got to get this one, so look for the Warriors to come with some further too. I'm expecting an epic battle. The Warriors want to win. Klay Thompson been banged up, hurt. Draymond, he's been up and down. They lost Kevin Durant. He left and thought he was going to greener pastures. This is a way how he can stick it. They can stick it to all of them, and validate all of their claims to let them know they're a dynasty with Kevin Durant, without him, before him, after him. Is no stopping the Golden State Warriors. And I think Golden State will prove that this evening. Shout out Basil Carpenter Jr. He says, Mac, are you serious? Sweet Warriors didn't sweep Denver or Memphis or Mavs, but you think they're sweeping Boston better than all three of them teams? I don't know. Boston definitely is a top team. Definitely better than, you got a great point there, Basil. But nonetheless, man, they're here. There's only one way to settle this, and it's on the floor. The Boston Celtics versus the Golden State Warriors is only one way. We are minutes away from tip-off this evening. This is going to be an epic battle, man. I'm expecting some fireworks. Are we going to see fireworks this evening? Are we going to see a lot of altercations? You got a lot of major players, man. And I want to hear some dark horses. Who do you see, that could surprise some people, that people are not really talking about? Is it Pritchard? Is it some of these other guys that's on the Golden State Warriors? We all looking at the stars and the star power and the names. Who's going to be the guy? Is it going to be Horford? Who is going to be these guys that's going to close that gap and secure it for that team? Because you're going to need that this series. You're going to need the other guys, because at some point they're going to neutralize the guys. Don't be surprised if Tatum get held in check somehow to this series. They implement some. Steve Kerr and them are very shrewd, so they're going to come up with some system to slow this guy down. Maybe the system is for Jaylen Brown to beat him. They're going to take, you don't know what the hell. That's why it's going to be very interesting to see the way Golden State play them, and the way Boston Celtics, the way they play the Golden State Warriors. I'm really looking at this matchup tonight. This is going to be very key. Game one, is very important. We all know that. Game one is a fill-out game. Shout out Basil. Grant Williams going to come up big. See somebody talking about Grant Williams. Give me some other names that y'all feel is going to pay dividends. Because like I said, I think Golden State, not Golden State. Who do you think has the better supporting cast? We all know the stars. The stars that's on the board right now. Who else? Horford, you got Pritchard, you got Williams, you got who else is out there? You even got my man White, Derek White, and he just had a baby too. I think, usually when the NBA players have their baby, their mind is clear. They start opening up the game and shit start coming more fluent for them. So don't be surprised if Derek White make a major impact this series. Somebody says Warriors dead ass finna sweep. Nah, I don't know how you see a sweep. Celtics struggle to get there. Well, I mean, the Celtics played some tough teams. You know, you got to put that into consideration. Look who the Golden State Warriors played and look who Boston played. You know, that's something to think about. You know, I feel what you're saying though, but you kind of tripping. You know, the Celtics, look at their matchups. Miami Heat alone was worse than all them teams they faced. Miami is better than the Memphis Grizzlies with Ja Morant. You know, also, who the hell did they play? I forgot, but they're better than the goddamn they had a tougher road to the NBA Finals. So don't let that deceive you, man, that you think they have such a tough road. You know, if they play some hurt and wounded teams, they would look a lot easy too. Josh in his bag. It won't be a sweep. This going 6 or 7. I think that's what everybody universally thinks. You know, it's going to be pivotal, man. Game 1 is important. You know, who's going to win tonight? You know, is a major question. Let me ask y'all tonight. I'm going to take Boston tonight. I think Boston got this game out. You know, they know it's at stake, even though it's their first time being here. I think they know they're not going to be. This is the Boston Celtics, man. You know, even though these are some new characters on the roster, this is the pedigree is there. You understand? So they're not going to, they coaching these guys up. They're not going to blink, you know, out there in the finals, like looking like a deer in the headlights. I think they're going to be ready. You know, you already know Tatum is channeling his Mamba mentality, if you will. So it's going to be interesting. Max says Warriors at home. Basil says Josh in his bag. I said same thing. It's 6 or 7. Basil Carpenter Jr. Mac and Memphis won 2 games from Warriors. It's possible. It's possible. You know, the shout out to y'all in the chat. Let me know who's taking this game tonight. Mac is the only one. He got Warriors at home. You know, do you see the Warriors blowing them out tonight and the Boston Celtics got to regroup and get their shit together? You know, how you see this coming? You know, this is going to be pivotal. We got finals matchup in minutes, y'all. We got the NBA finals approaching. Everybody buckle up. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. NBA finals coverage coming up here for you is Flight Sports TV. We got the Boston Celtics versus the Golden State Warriors live from Oakland. You know, the Chase Center, you know, is about to get electrifying in the building tonight. Everybody tune in. Who y'all got? And to be honest with y'all, if you look at the money line says the Golden State Warriors are not gonna lose the series. Actually, I think Boston is looking better at the money for whatever reason. You know, that's crazy. I'd like to know y'all thoughts on that. You know, how Boston is looking like the heavy favorite in this series. That's wild. Somebody says, I look for a very close game. Shout out Basil. I think this game is going to be close too. You know, Celtics by 7 tonight. Yeah, I got Boston winning tonight. I don't know how much. You'd be surprised. Golden State definitely loses a lot of games at home, man. For some reason, people just elevate their game up there. It's almost like, I'm not going to say Madison Square Garden because Madison Square Garden is in a life of its own. But when you're talking about the Golden State Warriors, their arena is always known for people to roll in there and have historical nights, you know, for whatever reason. You know, people just elevate their game at the arena. You know, there's a lot of arenas like that. I'm trying to think of any other arenas out there that just, maybe the Lakers when they go to Staples. So, I mean, there's a couple of arenas. I say New York, Staples, and go up in Golden State. People just elevate their game to another level. So it wouldn't surprise me if Tatum tonight go off for 45 or 50, you know, or something crazy like that because people elevate their game and the stars going to be out. Could you imagine who the hell going to be sitting front row? You know, who the hell they going to have front row tonight? Hove going to be there. Who else? I'm trying to think. Who you think going to be there? Denzel, you know, movie stars, rap stars, models. You know, I mean, everybody going to be there. Actresses, actors. I mean, it's going to be star-studded there, man. So people are going to go crazy. You know, it's going to be a lot of chirping. I'm interested to see this matchup between my man Draymond Green and Marcus Smart. That's going to be a funny-ass matchup right there. You know, I'm telling you, they both are good at going small. This is why this is such a crucial matchup because it ain't going to be much let up on each side. Boston could go small. Golden State, they love to go small. So, I mean, it's just going to be interesting. The Boston Celtics versus the Golden State Warriors, man, it's about to go down. We approximately, I would say, about 10 to 15 minutes away from tip-off. You already know what it is. It's about to go down. The game is on ABC tonight. Channel 2, is going down. Flight Sports TV. Let me know who y'all got tonight. Who gonna win Finals MVP? Is Curry gonna finally emerge as the Finals MVP? Is Klay Thompson gonna magically wake up and we're gonna see the old Klay Thompson? Is he gonna show up tonight? Is we gonna have a throwback Draymond Green and gun out a major performance for his team? How is this gonna go down tonight? Watch out for Al Horford. Look out for big old man Al. That's what people like to call him. Look out for that man tonight, man. I'm telling you, look out for some of these other guys. Look out for them, man, because I think that's how this series is going to be won. I can look for some of these guys to cancel each other out, and I would love to see a duel between Jason Tatum and Steph Curry at some point in this series, or back and forth or something. I'm telling you, Tatum can shoot it. Obviously, he can't shoot it like Curry, but the man got skills, man. So, I mean, it's a lot he bring it to the table, man. So the series could go really either way. The series is a lot closer than a lot of people will imagine. Somebody says, I like it better 2-2, 1-1. Yeah, they changed. I remember I like the old matchup from back in the days. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's a lot of travel, too. I know they travel all the time. It's nothing. But look at the distance. They going from Boston all the way from Oakland, California. That's wild. How them games are going to be, especially on the back end. How they're going to be flying cross country. It's going to be wild. That's crazy, the travel that these dudes do. Nobody put that into consideration with these NBA players. The travel is retarded. Josh Jackson said Dubs in 5. You got the Dubs in 5. I don't know about that. I got Golden State, man. I'm not Golden State. I got the Boston Celtics. And I'm going to say 6 or 7. Definitely a long series. I think we're going to know game by game. Is it going to be 6 or 7? But we ain't getting out of here 4 or 5. The only way that's going to happen is unless Golden State win these next 2 games. I'll tell you what, if Golden State go up 2-0 on them, I'd be concerned, because I think Golden State is a team that is suitable to go to Boston and get one. You understand? That arena is going to be electric. The crowd is going to be into it. And I could see the Golden State Warriors elevating that game to that whole atmosphere out there, so it's gonna be a crucial performance. We got the finals tonight, man. The end of the line, the last series, no other series after this. After this, we got the off season, so y'all be on the lookout. We got C's Pride in the building. What's good? Well, we had a guy in the chat. Shout out CWE Bed-Stuy. He said Sam Jones ritual still on. Damn, what Sam Jones do? That's bad luck now. Basil, bad most all sports shows picking Warriors. But on the money line, I don't know if they changed it. But the last time I checked a few days ago, I heard that Boston was favored to win this finals, and that was, I think, coming from Vegas. But, I mean, a lot of analysts is going to pick the Warriors, obviously, due to their experience. They've been here. They've done that. So I totally understand that. Salute to Jessica. It's Flight Sports. You already know what it is. We got finals coverage tonight. This is where everybody's team wants to be, man. If you're a New Orleans Pelicans fan, you eventually want to be here. I'm a Knicks fan. I would love for the Knicks to get to the finals. I know that's a long shot, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, whatever's your team, you want them in this position. That's just, there's no other way to slice it. Salute to everybody in the chat. We in here, man. Somebody says Kobe will bless Tatum. Yeah, I see Tatum. He texting Kobe. He's definitely getting in his Black Mamba mode. I don't know, man. Is he not Kobe? But I tell you what, he's a lot closer to Kobe Bryant than Devin Booker is, in my humble opinion. Can we agree on that? That's just what I agree with, because people was trying to push the whole Devin Booker situation with Kobe. I like to know your thoughts. Who's Who favors Kobe Bryant more with their game, Jason Tatum or Devin Booker? Y'all let me know that. It says you damn right. Flight. Yeah, that's facts. Tatum is more Kobe than Devin Booker. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's facts. I don't know how in the world these guys thought that my man was gonna. That's crazy. How people was comparing him to Kobe Bryant. That shit was horrifying. No panic was good. It's the finals. We at the end of the line. End of the line. What's the deal?
What going on?
What's
Hey, I
good?
ain't
I
get blocked in the chat.
say what?
I ain't get blocked in the chat.
Did you?
I know I've been
I
typing
don't
for
know
the
if you did.
past 20
I have to
minutes.
fix it. I'm gonna fix it. I don't know why that happened. We got a lot of moderators, so you know how that go. You know I
Yeah.
got you. I'm gonna make sure. We're gonna fix that for you.
But no, that's gonna
Yeah.
be a good. That's gonna be a good finals. I gotta see the first two games before I make my pick though.
So are can you see a historic finals, or we gonna have one of them finals we thinking back years from now, or this gonna be one of them flash in the pans? How you see this?
I gotta see two games because I mean like the Celtics ain't play a motion offense that actually play it good like how the Warriors play it. So I mean when you play an offense like that, it don't matter if you got a defensive player of the year or not because they could be running around all game anyway. So it's like that and the fact that Jason Tatum, as good as he is, he relied too much on the shooting. So if his jumping falling, like he tend to keep going his jumper and then get cold. Jaylen Brown tend to be up and down. So he all about those three players right there: Jalen Tatum, and Marcus Smart defensively.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, so who do you think is gonna have the most electrifying evening tonight? Who you see stealing the show tonight? I know we need to see the first two games, but let me know who you think is gonna wow us tonight. Is it gonna be Tatum? Is it gonna be Brown? Is it gonna be Curry? Or
I
is it
think
gonna
it's
be
gonna
somebody
be.
we're not even thinking of?
I think it's gonna be Clay.
Clay? Oh, because everybody chirping about Clay. People don't believe he got it.
I think Clay gonna go off. I think they gonna underestimate what Clay can bring to the table, and Clay gonna go off. Cause remember the last time he went in the finals, like he tried to play through an injury. Like I think if out of anybody in the Warriors, I know like the last 2 years, everybody been kind of down talking the Warriors, saying like like they ain't gonna be back and this the downfall or whatnot. But I think if anybody in the Warriors that hate that and ain't gonna fuel him tonight, I think he's gonna be clean. Don't get me right. I think Curry gonna do his thing. I think Draymond gonna do his thing. I think the supporting cast, even though like some of them ain't been in the finals yet, I think they still gonna do their thing because I don't think none of the pressure really on them as much as he is on the stars. But I think Clay gonna come out shooting hard.
Clay gonna show some heart.
No, shooting hard. I mean, he always shoot hard now, but like hard. I think he might start the game off like 6 for 8 or something like that. He gonna have one of them quarters.
Yeah, I can see that. You said 6 for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Jason Tatum? I got a question because I did pose this question in the chat. You see Jason Tatum, how do you feel about this whole Kobe Bryant comparison? Do you feel like is suitable for him? Are you offended by this? What's up?
Offended. Highly offended. Like I said earlier, Jason Tatum, he relied too much on his jump and dropping. If his jump ain't dropping, he don't got the tendency like with Kobe. If Kobe ain't getting the shot going, Kobe still can take you to the basket. Kobe still can do other things. Like with Tatum, is like if his jumping ain't falling, it's like what else he gonna do? He turned into just another play on the court, cutting, trying to get a basket. But I say, I
Facts.
mean, I don't think he nowhere near a Kobe type of talent. He don't got that killer instinct because if he did, a lot of these series that they've been like, even one game they've been up by 20 on somebody. Game 6 against that last series he would have closed them out. Things like that. Like I don't think he should even be mentioned in the same breath as Kobe.
Is he closer to Kobe Bryant than Devin Booker? Because you heard that comparison too. Which one is more favorable?
I don't think either one. I think if you look at these styles, like Jason Tatum, maybe because you can see the size, the length, and everything like that with him. But like I say, I don't think either one of them got that killer mentality. I don't think either one of them got that ability to just be like, you know what, this ain't going for me. Well, I'm gonna dominate in this area. Like I think Jason Tatum can get to the basket. I ain't saying he can't, but at the same time, I don't think he can elevate his drive game to the basket at the same level as a shooting game when it's on. Like I say, like with Kobe, if you shutting one thing down with Kobe, you stole something else, you gotta stop. He can go left, right, jump over you, fade away, like post game. Everything you can ask from a singular play in the game, he can give you if you shutting one down. Like if I had to compare anybody, and I ain't talking about as far as style wise in the game, I talking about just as far as somebody who like if one thing ain't going, they can still kill you. I'll say Jimmy Butler more than anybody in the NBA right now. But Devin Booker, no way. Jason Tatum, no way. I think that's a lazy comparison, actually.
No panic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear. You hear me?
Yeah, my bad.
You good?
Yeah, my fault. But yeah, I had some connection issues. But yeah, that's some crazy shit, man, that you said. But nonetheless, man, who you got to win this series? Because I got the Boston Celtics.
Oh, you got the Celtics. Shit, if I just
Yeah, I
gotta
got the
go,
Boston
just gotta make
Celtics
a
in seven. I think we're going. I think it's gonna be a long, long, drawn out series. It's gonna be crazy.
yeah. I know. Like I said, I probably need to see two games, but if I gotta make a decision now, I'll say the Warriors because Jason Tatum got to show me he can play defense. I know he look good when you play in the defensive system, but you got to show me you can play some defense against the Warriors.
On the defensive end, to me, in my opinion, this shit is gonna be even more entertaining as the offensive end. Everybody talking about the defensive end, but forget. I mean, everybody keep talking about the high-powered offense, but not the defense.
So I just look at it like if you look at the teams that Boston played, I mean, just as pretty much most teams in the
Yeah,
NBA.
my fault. Black Mob was good. So my Black Mob said he got Celtics in seven.
So, yeah. See, this offense different. They playing. They ain't playing the offense where they got one star. They
Right.
playing the offense where everybody moving at all times and anybody can kill you.
Yeah, you're right about that. This offense crazy, but I think the Celtics got the defense to slow some of this high-powered offense down. Don't you think?
I mean, they play pretty good defense,
They
but like
ain't
I say,
seen a defense like this before.
I mean, we don't see defense like that before. Most teams in the NBA play defense like them. It's just a lot of teams that like the Bulls, right? The Bulls can play the same type of defense. They's got to switch out the five position, and they got to get a defensive coach that actually because a lot of coaches X's and O's when they come to offense, but they don't be as much X's and O's when they come to defense. He made like that's the type of coach he is. That's why he probably and they coaching instead of Brad Stevens because Brad Stevens can bring you everything on offense, put you in position to thrive. But defensively they've been soft and they already had too much of a defense them years in Boston. But you bring Ime in, like, I mean, he might be one of them geniuses defensively. So at the end of the day, it's like that's cool. But when you play in the offense where Kyrie can kill you, Clay can kill you, Poole can kill you, and they offense ain't getting started from the natural position, which usually the point guard position is getting started from the power forward position. So it's like, I mean, it's kind of like playing Chris Paul, but instead of when you it's like playing Chris Paul, but you adding way more motion to the offense, and
Well, here
everything
we
ain't really
go.
ran from the top.
Guys, we got Black Mob, we got Red. What's the deal? We got Tip off. Email you dope and giving his statement to the team.
It's tip-off time, man. Let's get it.
Most
Come on,
definitely,
Boston.
man.
Yeah.
Boston.
All right, lineups. Y'all, let's go. Let's put y'all picks in right now. What's going down? I don't want to have no misconfusion when the game.
I got Boston in 7. That's my pick.
What's up, man? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel on Fox Sports TV, the hottest in the streets. You already know. Hit that like, hit that sub. You already know what to do, man. Appreciate it. So glad everybody be watching, man. Another day. And fellas, we are here. We are finally here. We have some playoffs, some great playoffs. I think if you watch the playoffs, I think it was pretty well good. Very enjoyable, especially the Boston Celtics, the Miami Heat game. Hope you watched that game as well. That series was very competitive, very fun to watch. But man, we are here. All jokes aside, take away the bullshit. This is where you take out the pacifiers out the mouth. It's just time to wipe your panties because this is it. This is where you make history. This is the finals, what we all been waiting for, what we all been working for. Like I said, you gotta understand the gruesome transition of a long regular season, then the long gruesome of a playoffs, back to back, maybe 1 or 2 days rest at best, and then finals. That's why I be trying to tell y'all the gruesome, the hard work, and they finally.
Yeah, we got tip off right now.
Especially 2 teams, Celtics and the Warriors. So y'all tune
Jason
in.
Tatum for 3.
Let's get it.
Air ball. Not down.
And y'all tune in, hit that like, hit that sub, man.
What's good,
Also,
Black Mob?
please hit that like and cash up.
So
I like how they got the finals logo on the floor. I like that.
I know,
They
yeah,
been
man.
doing that
Yeah,
for
me
years.
too.
I
I'm
like
glad they put. Remember a couple of years, then they had a finals logo.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's
why they take that
crazy.
shit off?
Yeah, Steph Curry just hit a 3. Yeah, that brings it back to the good old days.
Right.
Steph Curry already.
Yeah, there's fireworks already. Curry in the game. Who you got, Black Mom?
I got Boston in 7.
Okay. Why you got Boston? How you think they're gonna? Why you think they're gonna win?
But like that, I think because the defense.
Right. I don't think Golden State's seen a defense like this, right?
Right, but Golden State got good defense too, though.
Right, and they got the ability to break this defense.
Right. And I like Boston size too down low.
Yeah.
Because I don't see
Jaylen Brown mid range. Oh, messing.
Yeah, I don't see Looney getting all them rebounds like he did against Dallas.
Yeah, Looney ain't no slouch either. He ain't no star. He ain't got a big time name, but he do his job.
Hey, and I'm about to say that people sleep on Looney too much. He's a dog.
Yeah, yeah. My TV a little bit faster than y'all, so I ain't gonna tell y'all what's happening.
Hey,
that's cool.
ladies and gentlemen, let us know what y'all eating today. Too.
I got some pizza. I got the Papa John's. 3-3. I got a New York style pizza and some hot wings.
Ooh.
Let me know what y'all eating, man. It's the final.
Fuck you.
Nigga, no, I even made my decision, nigga.
Oh, you working on that?
Oh my God, I haven't made my decision yet, man. I might just wait for like mid finals to go crazy.
Man, that's a shooting
Smart.
night. Ain't a shooting night.
I got a little Arizona. That shit hit hard. You know what I'm saying? I got a little Arizona. Shy, y'all already know about that Arizona.
Clay.
I know.
What about Mark Jackson feel? Knowing that was his team. Yeah, Marcus Smart. Ooh, that boy pulling. Yeah. Hey, Marcus Smart be shooting threes like he's Steph Curry all of a sudden.
What role do you see Marcus Smart playing in the finals?
You said a roll?
Yeah, what role?
I think he's gonna be more of a scorer. Because you already know you already know what you're gonna get from him on the defense, but I think he's gonna be more of a scorer.
They're gonna leave him open behind that 3-point line a lot more often. They know he can't shoot that 3-ball consistently.
Good defense. What? Ah, come on. Yeah, but like you said, they leave Marcus Smart open. He got to take the shot though. He wide open. He got to take him. He gonna make a couple of them. He gonna miss a lot, but he gonna make a couple of them as far as threes.
Shout out to y'all. I see y'all in the chat. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, we got a good game right now. 8-10, 9-10 actually. Who you got in this series, Ray?
I got the Warriors.
Y'all see that basket by Clay? That's
Basketball
what I
who?
mean when you play in a motion offense, like everything always moving.
Oh, you talking about Clay hit that three?
No, under the basket. That might be a little later than y'all if you had another three.
Yeah. My TV a little bit faster than y'all's because it's 9-12 on my TV.
Yeah, I behind you. I still at 10-9.
Oh, come on, man.
I got 9-12 right now, 7:53 to go.
Yeah.
What shit going, bro?
Listen. Oh my God! Come on, man. God, they're nervous. Okay, Wig. Ooh, Warford. I Tatum missed both them free throws, man. He nervous. What is y'all doing? Come on, Boston. You can't do that. What is you doing?
Nine, 12. Oh, Wiggins. Yeah, Wiggins is a problem too. Wiggins been wilding.
Yeah, Wiggins stepped his game up last 2 rounds.
Yeah, Wiggins is definitely always a part of what they do. Even though there might be a game where he don't be all in people's faces. Trust me, he always doing something. So, like I said, the Warriors they have firepower, man. They got firepower.
Yeah, Wiggins. I mean, Wiggins is a good player, but he ain't never lived up to the #1 pick, in my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is first quarter, man. 6 minutes to go. This is the finals. As the people got their yellow shirts on. Is that Klay Thompson? Klay Thompson crossing over. Twing, twing, twing. Cross twing. Gives it to Draymond for the three. Brick. 14-17. Marcus Smart crossing over. Tween. Gives the Horford for 3. Brick. Curry. Fast break. Looking. Crossing over. Deep 3. Bang! Bang! 20-14, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
First
that was
quarter.
bad.
5
That
minutes
was
go.
bad
We got
defense.
a timeout. We got a timeout, ladies and gentlemen. As they're going to pause this game as Curry lights everyone on fire, lights the fans on fire with a beautiful 3. Bang!
Yeah, that was bad defense. Can't leave Curry. They didn't let Curry open 2 times. Both his threes. They tripping.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, I got these Warriors winning this, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, I got the Warriors winning this.
And then the thing about it, remember they used to had to
hard.
hide Curry defensively. Now you ain't even gotta hide him, and it ain't because he get better defensively, just some fact that he get bigger.
I ain't get bigger. I mean, that's how you see it because he got bigger. I don't see it that way. I see it.
The only reason you could have.
I mean, that's how you see it. I mean, I'm just saying how I see it. I mean,
because Curry ain't like no 5'9" point guard or nothing like that. He just always been a smaller stature player. But now that he got a little more buffness on him, like you can't just almost take him down and back him down, which a lot of point guards ain't really doing nowadays. But it's like that and adding Andrew Wiggins with his length.
I mean, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm just saying about why I felt like they played better defense because I feel like they play defense now. Like man, because they rotate so well now. They're shuffling their feet very quick, and they always switch. And not only they can switch, they're picking up on everything, picking up on screens, picking up on movement. So I mean, hey, if you feel because he got bigger, hey, that's what's up. That's how you see it. I just see
they playing the same defense they've been playing since.
I just see it as they're doing
KD,
so good, man. They're working as a team. Like they're picking up on screens fast, switching fast. Like they're shuffling their feet. You know, it ain't just one person out there doing it. So that's what's up, man.
You gotta think about it like this: their defense used to consist of Clay being the perimeter defender, one of the best in the league. Now he can't really be that no more. Draymond Green being one of the best switch defenders 1 through 5, but I mean he a little older, so he can't really be all that no more. And they add Andrew Wiggins. I mean, they had KD at first, but KD only been using length defensively. Now you got Andrew Wiggins in there who still kind of young. Like I said, he been playing defense since he come in the league. He just been overshadowed by him not doing what he's supposed to do offensively since he been the number 1 pick. And said with Curry, like used to had a high Curry defensively, so that means even certain things you couldn't really do. You couldn't switch Curry 1 through 3 and nothing like that because when he gets to the 2, he been getting overpowered. Now he can switch to the 2 easily. Not easy like he shut anybody down, but I mean you can't bully him no more.
Well, man, that's what's up, man. Yeah, that's another way to put it.
Think about it. That's the only reason why Curry even had to get bigger because he been getting to the basket with ease. You know what I'm saying? Like, what else reason is to get big if your game ain't consistent with backing down offensively or if you had trouble getting to the basket? I mean, sure, but I mean, defensively he had to get bigger.
Right. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying how they play better defense. So I don't think your reasons was all your opinions and facts. Okay, no argument here. I'm just going by how I see it. They're all working as a unit to move around, make good switches and all that. So, like you said, it was Klay Thompson playing perimeter, Draymond doing the switches, but they're all switching. Jordan Poole calling out. They're pointing each other. I'm looking right as we speak right now. Jordan Poole is helping Klay Thompson on a double team and then backing back to the guard. So they're playing good as a unit. That's how I see it. So that's what's up. Shout out to the Warriors, man. Curry crossing over. Top of the key. Bang! Oh, my God. Oh, man. Warriors going to win this series, boy. I'm trying to tell y'all. Curry with the bang. Top of the key. Jaylen Brown with the ball. Y'all tune in, please, man. Hit that like, hit that sub, man. Fight Sports TV. Hottest in the streets. Y'all tune in. Try to tell y'all. Yes, sir. Let me see. Who's in here tonight, baby? Anyways, who's in the chat? Go look around.
We go. Shout out to everybody that's pulled up in here tonight.
Jessica, we see you. George Garber, longtime fan. We see you, my guy. Joey. Ooh, Basil, I see y'all. Shout out to all of y'all. Sky. David Stan, see all of y'all, man. What's up?
Yeah,
John.
salute to everybody. Put back together. Just walk away from the TV for 1 second. I got Kevon Looney. Again, did he get fouled? Jaylen Brown out here balling. 18-23 right now. 4:26 to go. Steph Curry shaking and baking. Oh, contact. Curry in the mid-range. Oh, good pass to Looney. Oh, Looney fumbled the bag. Damn. Don't get no worse than that, dude. They out here fumbling the bag, y'all. Damn. How you gonna explain this shit? It's the finals. 18-23 right now.
Man, this is a good game, y'all. I see y'all. But hit that like. Y'all pay attention, man. Y'all tune in.
We got Devastated and 4U in the building. What's good?
What's up, man? Price Sports. What's up?
Is this your first time on here?
You ask me that every time I come on.
My fault. Yeah, because of my fault. Because I hardly hear from you like that.
Yeah. My schedule be in and out, man. I've been on the road ever since way back then. This is my first time being home this weekend.
Yeah,
All that time. That's what I'm saying. That was game one of Buck series.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
We happy to have you here tonight, man.
I remember it been so long. I remember.
That's what I'm saying. What's up?
I remember.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been waiting on this game.
Yeah, who you got in this series? Talk to us. Let's talk basketball.
Oh man, it looks everything is pointing in the favor of the Warriors on paper. On paper. Shit on the court though. Shit, I don't know, man.
You gotta make a decision. Who you got?
Make a decision. I supposed to been made a decision. Because the Warriors basically they bulldog their way in there. I don't know, man. Even though it'd be a good story for the Celtics, man, I'm gonna have to just ride with the Warriors on this one, man.
Yeah, I mean that's a safe pick.
They got the better bench. They have more action. Their defense is just right up there, just as good as the Celtics. They're going to be the media favorite. So
I agree with that.
Yeah.
They're definitely gonna be the favorite by the media.
Yeah.
And Curry, man, he need this Finals MVP, man. It would help.
He never had one in the finals.
Oh no.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, somebody was talking about his size coming out of Davidson. I remember that year.
I remember he was in Davidson. He was a problem.
Yeah, he was little than he was bony as me. Shit.
That dude made history in Davidson.
Yeah.
So how many games?
Based on the market, it's not a lot of revenue or profit into sweeps these days. I see.
Yeah.
So, shit. 6 would be a safe situation there.
It devastating, man.
Yeah.
It's been a minute since we had your take on the playoffs.
Yeah.
and it's been some couple games that's been by. How you felt about the playoffs this year? Was it fun? Did you like how it went? Did how you feel about it?
I think it's a combination of coming out of the bubble period. Everybody was waiting on things to snap back to close as possible with the crowd. They was tired of all that, and with the up and coming rising stars, uh, you know, that added to the excitement. Uh, I think overall, we have a better we got a better product basically. We had a couple game sevens, so um, I can't remember anything that was really controversial or lopsided. A
Mm-hmm.
couple upsets, so they pretty much was consistent. If the refs were calling a game one, they pretty much was calling it the same way. I didn't see any switch up. So if you complained about the refs at the end, I mean, you had a problem with them through the whole series. I didn't think it was any variations there. Uh, Overall, though, yeah, I think we got our money's worth basically
No, I
overall
feel you.
in both conferences, in the East and the West.
I feel you, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, we wasn't robbed of any type of entertainment or some major, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have been this if this one small thing would have happened. I don't think we've seen that this year. So overall, yeah, I'll give the nod to the league as long as they keep it kosher during the finals. End it on a good note. Just be fair, whoever come out with it, and just move on to the next season, man. Shit.
Word.
Facts. We got here. We got Rico in the building. What's good, Rico?
Rico,
What up, Flay? What up, Rave?
Yeah.
what's going on?
How y'all liking the game so far?
Man, this shit is crazy, man.
Man.
What about
Hey,
you?
yo. Yeah, I just started. I just tuned in. I want to say like 2-3 minutes ago. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, I want to give a shout out to KNT. My man's hooked me up with the site, bro. It
Shout
came in, be
shout
coming
out
in
KNT.
handy. Shout out KNT.
What site is it?
Oh well, we can't do that, Flay.
Okay.
no
You,
pro,
hey man, I got a site as well, man. Hey,
no,
let's
Yeah,
no,
go.
no running commercials.
I got you. I got you in the chat, Flay.
No, he got you. Yeah, he got you. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. It was pretty hard to do back in the beginning, man. The quality has got a lot better. It's a lot easier now, boy. But back in the old days,
Oh my God, Curry open again. Bang!
I
My
got 22,
apologies, y'all.
26. Yeah, it's
Oh
gonna go
man,
quick.
29-22 first quarter. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Oh my God. Curry came off that screen so beautiful, wide open.
Damn.
White with an ugly shot. That was ugly, bro. Draymond running the ball up the court. Poole crossing over tween, driving, kicks it out, swings it back to Poole. Poole waiting. Poole crossing over. Tween. Oh, Draymond in the corner. Brick.
yeah. Cooled and cooled off though.
Man, you gotta love Draymond, man. Celtics. Uh-oh. Greg Williams kicks it out to White. Bang. Bang. That's a three from the Boston Celtics. 29-25. Okay. Jordan Poole gives the Iguodala. Iguodala gives a Draymond. Draymond drives, gets his shit blocked. Oh, my God. Transition. Jason Tatum driving. Oh, and one. Jason Tatum.
The old Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum with the drive. And one on Andrew Iguodala. Andrew Iguodala is on the ground shaking up. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That might be.
Yeah, Iguodala. Yeah, you are behind, but Iguodala. I ain't seen Iguodala take the floor all playoffs, did he?
That's what I'm saying. Just saying his name is giving me chills and shit,
Yeah,
man.
he just come back.
I remember his rookie year, boy. Shit.
Yo,
Shit.
Iguodala used to be a problem back in the day.
Man, that was the next
What?
Jordan hell.
What? Yes, he was. Oh my god.
He was an all-star.
He was one of the top small forwards.
Bro, he was a dog in 2K. I swear.
Hell yeah. What?
Dude, I
Boy,
seen
he
He was
him
could
an
do
jump
89 in
over a
2K,
Yo,
didn't
motherfucker.
he?
Rudy Gay was a problem back in the
Bro,
days in 2K.
Iguodala
That's
was
a
an
fact.
89 in 2K, bro.
Yeah, I was nasty with Rudy.
Oh,
That shit,
Rudy was
that shit
nasty
didn't go
too.
down in history. I used to be yo.
Rudy's
I was such
nasty
a
as shit.
problem.
I
Do you
used
see
to
Yeah,
use
Lonzo
I
ever
used to
I
in
used
use
to
the
Memphis.
commercial? Nah,
I
he
used
was
to
in the
put him
commercial.
with Paul George.
I didn't see the Lonzo
Uh,
commercial.
Yo, I used to use Memphis when they had OJ Mayo and Rudy Gay, bro. And that team was nice.
I remember that team. I remember Iguodala. He did a dunk. He clipped the dude's ear with the back of his shoe, man. Shit. That's how high he was up off the ground.
Mm. Yeah, I used to whoop niggas' ass on 2K with Paul George. He was on Pacers.
Yo, any athletic wing in 2K was a cheese.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Homeboy on the Magic, Mikhail Pietrus off the bench.
Oh.
Crazy.
Yeah, he was a problem on the court for real though.
Now hold on, but he wasn't. That wasn't better than what's his name off the bench? Damn, don't come off the tone.
Jason Richardson.
No, Jalen
J.R. Smith
Brown.
was crazy.
Yeah, J.R. Smith was a straight cheese.
Yup, J.R. Smith was crazy.
He was nice.
Oh my god. In Denver? Nah.
That J.R. Smith. Not the Knicks J.R. Smith.
Hey, Curry, look, he's trying to go for 60 this game.
Send a message the first
man.
game.
He going off.
Set the tone the first game.
It's a statement game.
Yep.
I'm seeing him drive to the basket more, actually. Well, he was early in the early rounds.
I see a lot of Boston going 1-on-1, trying to penetrate and kick out.
That
But
favors,
Golden State,
that
they're
favors,
doing a lot of stunt. They stunt pretty much. They help and recover.
well, that still favors the Warriors in late in the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Rave, you said that they needed to trade Curry last week. Ali Payne said something crazy.
Ali Payne annoying him. I said after this season. And I said talk about things like that after the season. I didn't say during the season.
I don't even know why y'all even bringing that up.
Yeah, I was paying lame. You lame for that. Yeah, I already spoke on the Warriors.
If you trading Curry up this season, I need your GM card right now.
Nah, I wouldn't. I didn't say trade him this season. I said next season.
Yeah, even next season.
Everybody can look it up. But I would say I did address the
You say he get
Warriors.
benched early.
I know what you mean, Rave, but in a perfect world, like
we already talked about. Please, let's not go over this.
no, I know what you mean. In a perfect world, I would want him to take a pay cut. To be honest, I said
it. I was just talking about for next year. I was not
even
talking
for
about
next year, though. Like if you saying
this year,
like,
they was on a playoff run and they're doing their
saying
thing.
in another universe,
This is a playoff run.
We got Nico, Golden State Warriors' very own. What's good, Nico Savage?
What up, Nico?
Regardless of who's having a good year.
Real quick.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
So I told y'all that Steph Curry was evil and petty.
Right.
and that's
What's
what
your
you're
point?
that's what you're watching tonight. Marcus Smart injured Steph Curry, had him out the last 15 games for the rest of the season. He had not forgot, and that's what you're watching right now.
I forget
So,
about
so,
that.
so you're not pleased at the way they playing?
No, this is solid. No, Steph Curry's having a game. He might hit like 13, 14 threes tonight. He's
Yeah,
petty. This whole series could be this.
Yeah, he's on pace for 34 points right now.
He can go even more than that.
Yeah, I'm low
Steph
balling.
Curry is.
I'm low balling it.
Yeah, like this whole series, if Steph plays like this is a wash. 5 games. But I mean, I thought it could be this way. As I prepped y'all for yesterday, I said this man is petty. He's revengeful. That's all he wants is to get back at Marcus Smart, destroy hopes. He wants to hurt people. It's what it is right now. And
it's also to what I said yesterday. They're coming into this series with a mindset that they heard about the past. When they told Draymond and Kevin Durant, they had that argument talking about they need Kevin Durant. They're going in like, hold up, here you go, Kevin Durant. You don't think Draymond, if he wins this championship, he's gonna be all Twitter fingers on Kevin Durant, letting him know, like we said, we don't need you. They're also going into the mindset of people thought they was kind of slowly deteriorating. Clay was hurt, Draymond getting older, Curry his golf swing is getting better, and then they went up there and used that energy. So also said yesterday, the Celtics. If anybody remembers, the Celtics against the Miami Heat, they were surprised and lost to when Jimmy Butler decided to go off. Jimmy Butler would have 35, 40, and he'd have rebounds, assists, all that. And they were surprised when he went off. Well, this is the Warriors. It ain't just Curry that can go off on you. It's Clay that can go off on you. It's Poole that can go off on you. Even Wiggins can probably hit you with a little oof oof out of nowhere. And Draymond, he ain't much of a scorer, but man, there's one thing I have to just give credit, even though I bash him sometimes. Draymond is showing that he is a leader of this team. He is what the Warriors is capable of, what the Warriors is, and he wills this team as these guys do their jobs. Curry hits his threes and crossing over. Klay Thompson is doing his thing as well. Jordan Poole, young rook, young guy, doing his thing as well, young up and rising. So this is to what I said yesterday, man. Celtics are not just facing no one guy. They're facing multiple guys that can get that bucket, hit that three, come off screens, move around. It's just, man, Iguodala with a splash mid-range. So, I'm telling you, man, I got the words for this series, man. Not by 5, but they don't win this series. Klay Thompson 3. Oh, damn.
Backhanded.
Jason Tatum. Okay, I see you, Jay. Jason Tatum swinging it out. Shoot. Bang. Okay. Theus with a 3. 39-37, man. Celtics. Let me tell y'all a little something, though. Celtics, they most definitely Celtics are right on their ass, man. Celtics ain't gonna give up though.
Yeah, that's all the people want, man. They just want a good game. They don't want no blowouts. They tired of all this one-sided shit. Yeah.
Right.
Shout out Josh Jackson. Shout out Ali Payne. We got game 1 coverage, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that 21 points was Michael Jordan playoff record.
It is? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess in the finals, if they're counting that, playoff finals quarter most points in one finals, Michael Jordan. And now Steph Curry.
Boston can't keep trading 3 for 3.
Yeah, the
Their defense will pick up.
Yeah, Boston can't play the Warriors game. That's not how you beat the Warriors. Can't play their game.
That's why I say that motion offense gonna be a problem. Like that gonna really show if Tatum really can play D or not, instead of just playing in a system defensively like Boston doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I noticed on First Sports TV, we be having a lot of people, and the likes do not match up with the views. So please hit that like. That really does help. We appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like, sub, hit that cash app, hit that super chat. You know, support any way you can. We love y'all.
I don't know. Should the Celtics be completing more threes, or should they be getting more paint points?
No, it ain't really about. It's about what they giving up.
They
Like they giving
shoot
up threes every time they hit a three. They giving up threes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that game ain't gonna last all game because the Warriors can do that damn near all day.
Well,
Now they see what it feels like to where you're not just guarding one person doing his thing. You're trying to chase Clay. You're trying to chase Poole. You're trying to chase Curry. And then the thing is, what makes it stupid about the Celtics is you're letting Curry get open. What the hell? I mean,
if you're looking at what they're trying
I
to
hate to
do,
bring
like
this down,
Robert
you know?
Williams ain't even a factor right now because of that motion.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
all right, what's
y'all
keeping him
seriously
off?
gonna put
What's keeping him
Curry-
out of his
Curry
spot?
open?
A zone.
Say that again.
What is keeping Curry out of his spot to where he can be comfortable without worrying have to adjust his shot? Like from basically what I've been seeing, most of his shots, all he had to do is just catch the motherfucker. It's been like right on, damn near uncontested most of them. Like
Yeah.
That's why I'm
right
saying
on
that's
the
the offense. They running a bunch of motion with multiple people running around screens all game. So him and Clay always gonna have a decent shot every time they catch the ball. And if they don't, they just reset and
damn,
give
that
back
last one
the
was, I mean, damn, like he was in practice or some shit.
Because at this point, you just basically saying it's up to Curry to hit the shot or not. And more times than not, he gonna hit the shot.
Word.
Well, if you try
Game one coverage, y'all. Salute to the chat.
You gotta literally beat up. You gotta literally beat them boy up every play down. Like every play down, they need to feel a body on him. And that's why I say, like, when you playing teams where you know where the offense coming from, like exactly every time down court, it's easy for Tatum to look good defensively. But you see, on defense, they got Tatum playing Draymond Green because he'll get exposed if he try to play perimeter defense.
yeah, he's gonna be responsible to be in too many places at once. If based on that man theory or strategy, that's what I'm saying. I don't see what type of zone can keep Curry out of his spot without having another man wide the fuck open. And like, who
they
else?
got to just pick their poison.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got who else on that roster is not able to hit a wide open shot on the? I'm talking about including the Warriors bench. Everybody on that
Looney and Draymond.
Them about the only two.
That's why you see Looney and Draymond had like Looney done had like 4 wide open threes that he just ain't at take because he can't shoot it.
No contest. I mean, It's so wide
Uh-huh.
open.
Like just like how Rico said earlier about Warriors running stun on defense, like they picking their poison, they letting Marcus Smart shoot that three, they letting certain players catch and shoot. Like Horford had a wide open three, Marcus
Yeah,
Smart had like 2 wide open threes.
I
It's just if
remember
you gonna hit
that.
them or
Yeah.
not. Now why I say they can't keep going 3 for 3 about with Golden State because they can do that all day. And like I said, when that Golden State offense, like you taking Robert Williams out what he do best, like he want to run protect, but how you gonna run protect if you gotta pay attention to what everybody doing at every time? Like you see early in the game, Curry had a wide open screen and he kept the screen down low.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he ain't really even wide open, but he had a good disadvantage under the basket. So that's why I can understand why a lot of people are trying to say Golden State gonna sweep, but I mean you got a
Nah,
coach like
I
Ime,
know.
like he gonna figure it
I
out
don't
at
want.
some point.
Yeah, I could see if the Celtics weren't that good. Like if it was no
Yeah,
way in hell they could grab a game. I mean, both of the teams already won on each other's arena. So, uh,
yeah.
yeah, Celtics. I mean,
Oh my God! Clay Thompson off the screen, bang!
Like I said, to start the game out, this game will come down to. I mean, the series will come down to Clay and Jalen.
um,
Jalen got to
uh,
play consistently.
Jalen has had such an awesome fucking playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been putting up motherfucking Hall of Fame numbers and shit, man. Like
You
straight
got to
up.
have some of them games like
I
Tatum
mean, I
had.
look up, man. That motherfucker would do like 20 and 10 and fucking 7 assists. Fucking, I'm like, man, he's just crushing it.
Yeah. And see, they put more on him defensively than they put on Jason Tatum. So like
Yeah,
expecting to get the same production, get them 35-point games when they need them. It could be harder to get them out Jalen than it is to get them out Tatum. Because Tatum, like he taking a break playing Draymond. All they got to do is keep a body on Draymond. Jalen actually got to play perimeter D, following them boy around, chasing all that. And if they don't chase, they put themselves at a disadvantage because you see a lot of wide open looks for Curry and Clay and Jordan Poole.
Yeah, y'all. NBA Finals coverage. Just had a commercial break. Had the commercial break, y'all. Somebody said Warriors gonna sweep Boston. Yeah, no, they're about to pile it on now.
And remember now, Robert Williams still dealing with that knee injury.
Robert Williams just got hurt, or he been hurt?
No, he been hurt like beginning of the playoffs. I just saying he's still dealing with the effects. He got the same injury Lonzo had outside of the bone bruise. He got the same injury. And he coming back trying to play through him. So he playing damn good with him now, but I mean shit, still tough to deal with.
I want Gary Payton Jr. to come back. Give me one more poster before we go out. Take it on out.
Yeah.
I hate
And see,
getting.
that's another perimeter defender you got coming
Shout
back.
out Ali Payne.
Yeah, man.
So Brown is better than the NBA. What? Brown is better the NBA, just like Drake type. I don't get that.
That's a low blow, man.
Yeah, we got ourselves a good game though.
Yeah, shit. Going down to the damn last possession, shit. And we can get if we can get a playoff game to go to the end of the shot clock. I mean, that's you can't ask for no better than that, man. As long as the calls, you can justify the calls or whatever for the most part. You're gonna have your games.
I remember somebody been saying that they should say Boston what they need to do or what they trying to do rather is they trying to take shots at the end of the shot clock. The angle work against the Warriors. The Warriors getting their shot off in less than 10 seconds on offense. Like they create the points.
Yeah, that coach is in the spotlight right now. He's doing real good. You know, I support him. I mean, shit.
That's like back in the day. They used to try to do the Peyton Manning in the courts. They used to try to run the ball and play defense and try to hold on to the ball. So Peyton got less time. Peyton
Yeah.
come in the game 4 or 5 plays later, touchdown. Yeah, that's a mark of a good team. Like shit, everybody trying to play their game. You can't play nobody else's game. You got to stick with your game plan. You
Yeah,
can't make the Warriors
that's what
play
got you
different.
there. Yeah.
Let me read this down to y'all. We got the Warriors and the Celtics. Very not that far of a game. Yeah, Warriors have a lead, but Celtics can still fight. But y'all hit that like and sub. Robert Williams for the Celtics, 4-1.
Shout out Ali Payne in the Cash App, man. Shout out to you, bro. It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is.
Word facts. Jason Tatum 6-6-2. Jaylen Brown 6-2. Marcus Smart 6-1-1. Al Horford 5-1-2. Mr. White 8-2-1. Greg Williams 0 points but 2 assists and 2 rebounds. Pritchard 3 points and 2. For the Warriors, man, Looney 0 points but 3 rebounds. Klay Thompson 8-2. Green 2, 3, and 4. Stephen Curry 21-3. Andrew Wiggins 6-2. Jordan Poole 2-0, and Jordan Otto Porter Jr. 6-3. Andre Iguodala with 2 points and 2 assists. So that's your stats so far, ladies and gentlemen, of what's going on.
So anybody can still get hot at any time.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
I said Boston just got to play better defense. That's facts. Dallas got a foul at 3-point line.
That was supposed to be a foul.
Yeah.
I was looking. I got it on mute. I got it on mute.
Yeah, I got 43-47.
I'm thinking the whistle went off, and I just don't hear it. I'm like, why are they still playing? That was clearly a foul.
One. Wiggins.
Yeah.
45-47.
And I don't know if y'all see that matchup with Tatum try to back down Curry's now. That's why I mean about Curry's size, improving him being a little bigger pause, as will help their defense a lot. Cause like before, that been an easy bucket. Now it's like you gotta work him back, and by the time you get him to a shot where you want to, it's another defender in your face with him.
Good point.
So you saying he made him take an awkward shot?
No, I don't think Curry made him take the awkward shot, but a couple of years ago, Curry been a lot lighter, and that would have been just 2 dribbles to back him down, and you would have already been in the paint on him. But with him having a little size on him, it take a little more work to get him down there. Give the other defender time to catch up.
Yeah, that should have been a poster dunk.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
the key word should have been
Tatum out of all the motherfuckers. I mean, damn, that's how he came into the league.
Because if you really want to slow down the game, shit, I'll just get the mismatch all day with Tatum and Brown on Curry and just back him down. Force players to try to help out and kick out when he's too late. But, I mean, you can't really do that when you got to take a lot more than 2 or 3 dribbles to get him back down in the paint to a comfortable shot.
Yeah, I don't think Curry can keep up with Brown, though.
No, I mean, I don't think I ain't saying he gonna be some post defender, but I mean, you also ain't gonna Like, you know, you get a smaller defender on you, ain't nothing to back him down, 2 bumps and you there. But when he
Yeah,
a little bigger and a little more stalky and it take a little more to get you down there, by the time you do that, like if you got a clear shot, you gonna try to take him, even if somebody else coming down and help defense, and it's harder to see over a help defender.
yeah,
If you damn near in the paint thinking about the shot, most like damn near think about the shot. So you're like, I mean, that just little small nuance like that kind of helped their defense. I mean, it could be other things too now. Like I said, with Wiggins already being good defensively, he
yeah,
just been not looked at like that because he been on a bad team and he ain't been producing
yeah,
offensively like how a number one pick.
yeah.
They
He was
assume a
a
number one pick should
franchise.
thing or whatever.
Yeah, another franchise player.
Yeah.
Salute to everybody in the chat.
They went on a 10-0 run.
Hey, the Warriors rebounding.
Damn. Yeah, I was just talking about the lead a minute ago. Shit. They rattled out 10 fucking points just like that.
That's crazy how long Draymond went to the league. Draymond, the only thing I see him in did a developer. Well, I mean, he had like a little jump at one time. He had a little backpack jump at one time. I just feel like he should have developed a back down move or something.
Nah, man. Just hey, that's not he. They got plenty of people for that job.
Yeah, that's
If you
true.
if you're looking for a shot, just hey, Draymond is not your guy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that position is filled. We got people signed up for that already.
That shit, if they boy had Wiseman, that'll really open the offense up right there because he could at least shoot the mid range. Maybe
Yeah,
not
if he
super
had something,
consistently, but
yeah, if he was able to, shit.
Yeah, why if Wiseman could work on his game, man, he definitely be a helpful spot for this team. Very helpful.
Steph was happening when KD was there.
say that
For
again.
sure.
Steph was happening when KD was there.
Right. But nobody. I mean, you can only babysit a player for so much, though. You know. So hopefully, Wiseman can do.
What going on with Wiseman? He injured or something, or they just ain't got them playing?
I don't remember. He might have got hurt. But then
You
again,
talking about all these
I
injured
think he
players that
should be
they
able
ain't
to
playing? He
play.
one person that I ain't see
He
playing a
should be
little
able to
minute.
play though. You know what I'm saying? I think he's going to play. I'm not gonna act like I have full information on that. He should be able to play though. I think. Honestly, he
Wiseman
might
one
be
of those
hurt though.
players that come out of high school with good size, and they draft him based off of his potential, what he could be. But when he get there, like he ain't there yet.
Yeah, he ain't that guy when he get there.
That's facts. Salute to everybody in the chat. We got game one coverage is going down. Got to be a hell of a night. Hell of a night for basketball. Yo, we got a tie game right now. We had it in halftime. So can we say the fact that we don't see him, he's a boss? Who you talking about?
Who, Wiseman?
Nah, that's definitely a boss. No, that's not. No, that's a boss. This dude has been absent ever since he's been drafted.
I ain't ready to call him a bust yet. I ain't ready to call him a bust yet. I think a lot of players like sometimes you draft a player first overall, like the normal thinking is he gonna be the franchise player, but I think in this new age of drafting, I think you kind of like a number one overall draft pick and literally be like a very good role player on the team. Like I don't know, I just might just be me, but
But I mean, that's the thing.
It's
I'm
a
That's
agreeing.
why
win-now
I
league.
look at Lonzo like
Here's but here before
everybody
you get
give
to Lonzo
Lonzo
part,
grief because
Dan.
he ain't a franchise score and play and all that. But it's like, what if his role is just to be great in what he do now?
Okay, before we get to change subjects, before Lonzo, I'm trying to get subject. I just want to stick on Wiseman. I wanted to totally agree with you when it comes to um, he definitely people they want them to be franchise players. So I can't agree on that part. I mean, I can't disagree on that part. The only thing I would like to talk about is just that the thing about Wiseman though, even role player, like he hasn't even showed up to be a role player. So, like I said, I'm just praying because hopefully it's not one of those dudes who just can't make it in the big leagues. It's been more than 1 year. It's like, okay, bro, you know what I'm saying? You gotta show a little something. I mean, show us a little something. And he hasn't even showed us a little something. So we'll see. Like I said, he work on his game. Hopefully, after this offseason, he can give us something. But dog, if you can't even give us something another year's, like, bro, maybe the word "beat the bus" has got to come out. Because I mean, you always either injured, you ain't here, you ain't playing. We haven't seen anything.
Yeah, it might be time to have that conversation.
I don't
Yeah,
think I don't see if you've been drafted by a team like I don't
Yeah,
even
this
say
is
Sacramento. If you get
yeah, this,
drafted by a team that been a lowly team in the league, it'll be like, okay, well, to this point, I would just say you're definitely a bust. But I mean, he get drafted by the Warriors, who just been waiting for Clay to come back. And like I said, the only reason why I want to lean and call him a
yeah,
bust, because
but
like even to this day, I mad that they didn't take Lamelo. I don't see Lamelo on the team.
we
yeah,
But
agree
I
with
mean, that
Melo,
might
yeah.
but
just
The
yeah,
might
Warriors,
be
hey,
my
the
bias.
Warriors should have took Lamelo. Who they took? They took Wiseman.
Wiseman.
they took Wiseman.
Cause
Wait,
Wiseman
wait, no,
perfect
no,
for
no,
them
they
now. Don't
took
get me wrong.
No, they took Wiseman. They took
no, they
Wiseman.
Yeah,
took
they took Wiseman.
No, they took Wiseman.
yeah, yeah.
And he perfect for the
But
system
even
they trying to run,
here's
so
the
I
thing.
get it.
Nah, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Yeah, you're right. It is a hard system to play in. It is the Warriors, but it's not like they give him opportunity to play minutes. He got some minutes. He wasn't showing much. People was like, "Bro, is your head in the game?" You know what I'm saying?
I
Maybe it
mean,
was.
but you
But
got to
see,
think, you got to factor in though. He didn't play. How many games he played in college? Wiseman.
like 6, 7,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He didn't even play a lot, but
yeah. And
in
on top of
college,
it, like think about it,
I
the
hear you,
position
but
they want in the
I mean,
players.
that's a,
Like if you look at what Looney
he
doing,
still.
that's what they want him to do,
Yeah,
right?
but listen,
That's not
Wiseman
his
was
game.
dominant. But Wiseman was dominant in college. So,
I mean, not really. They ain't
he
really play
dominant in
nobody.
6 games.
okay, when I say dominant,
They
okay,
ain't
when
really
I
play
say
nobody. I mean, he only played like 6, 7 games, and he happened to Memphis, and they
Can't
ain't really had play nobody.
man,
right
listen, he was not only he was just a top draft pick, man. To me, when I saw him,
What made him a top
he
draft
was
pick?
worth. What I'm saying is he
because
was worth the money. You know what
because
I'm saying?
he had all the hype coming out of high school.
And he got
Oh,
good
Well, he
That's
was
size.
worth
why.
the money, man.
He could have
okay.
moved. Him
Man,
and
That
he
the
was
carried
ball ain't
over
that
that
big.
much? God damn, he that bad?
come on
Man,
now. He
he,
But
was
see,
worth
you
the
gotta think about
money.
it now. When they draft players and they look at them in high school, they project them to the NBA. When they look at Wiseman, they see AD. They see a big man who can move his feet, who can play
yeah.
defense, who agile, who can shoot the mid range. They see all that in high school. And they get in college, they ain't really had a good chance of looking at them in them 6, 7 games. So when they get to the NBA, it's like either you draft the next unicorn or you pass on them and look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like even
Hey,
a risk reward, but high
hey,
risk, low high reward.
this second half about to be hella good. Curry didn't even score in the second quarter. That's crazy.
That's why I said he's on pace for 34. I mean, I didn't know he was gonna go hit
Nah, man, what
a
it is? But
ball.
Boston can't let like weak ass Otto Porter. He made like two or three threes. Like motherfuckers like that, you can't let them get their little 12 to 15 points. That's gonna come back to hurt you in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, they say home
Oh yeah,
games is
I've
when
been seeing him hitting them long motherfucking threes and shit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Boston
and
finally woke their ass up. Yeah, but getting back to Wiseman though, man, Wiseman. But another thing, no, you can't teach that 7 feet, 7 foot. You can't teach that.
King.
You
Yeah,
can't.
this is a win now league thanks to somebody that play on the Lakers, but I think the patience is shorter, so I don't know if he had much rope as if he would have came out years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not. That's why. Listen, that's why I'm with Panic on this one. I don't want to call him a bust yet. I'm not gonna call him a bust, but at the same time, I mean, something's gonna have to happen, bro.
By
You gotta.
all
Well,
time,
I
bro.
mean,
hey,
please. I mean, can we get a mid range shot out of you? Can we get a layup?
hey,
Something?
next
Can we
season
get
gonna
a three? I mean, God
be
damn.
next season gonna be crucial for him for Wiseman because
Bro, that's what I'm
he better
saying. You gotta do
he better at
something, bro.
least he gonna have to at least try to play at least 75 games in the regular
Hey,
season at
man.
least.
So he's never completed an entire season at any level except high school.
Yep.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, you better show something, bro. We're gonna have to start using them words, bust. We're gonna have to start using them words. We
Yeah,
don't
'cause
want
right
to.
Nah,
now, because right now he looking like Greg Oden 2.0.
Oh man, was it a
Nah, Grego was pretty
sad?
bad,
no,
Greg.
Greg Oden more so injury. He still been hooping when
I
he
feel
been
bad for
injuries.
Grego. Grego was kind of different.
But
Just
like I
said,
said, man,
right?
when you playing a Golden State Warrior, like that's a thinking offense when you a big. Like you can't just go in there and be like, well, you big, so go rebound. Like you got to actually think the game offensively and defensively. All these players coming out of high school, they might be like physically gifted, but they ain't mentally as gifted as like a lot of players from the past. Like that's just the truth. A lot of
Yeah,
them
but
don't think the game of basketball. A lot of them don't even watch basketball. They watch highlights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Damn, you always say that about everybody. No, Wiseman. Only reason I don't have sympathy for him is because when he got drafted, he had everything that you can strive on the Warriors. He could spread the floor, but this is from what we brought from him from college. He was a center that was big as hell, tall as shit, long wingspan. You could spread the floor, get the mid range game, be a good role player or starter, whatever, rebounder, whatever you got to do. And for you to not do anything, I mean anything. It's like, bro, all right, bro.
I mean, you gotta think if you
But that
learning the offense, you learning the team how they play offense, how they play defense. You going from high school being the man, you going to college for 6 games being the man, and now you in the NBA and you playing a role equivalent to like the 4th, 5th man in the rotation. Like that's an adjustment. A lot of players can't do that. Like a lot. Like don't get me wrong, I ain't trying to call today's NBA players dumb or nothing like that. All I'm saying is basketball. Like if you don't think like Draymond, he don't got the physical abilities of everybody, but he think the game so good that he can play for years. Chris Paul is saying where he think the game so good that you can't just take nothing away from him mentally. Like he can dictate the flow. But if you playing the 5 for Golden State Warriors, like first of all, you're not about to be a focal point of the offense, and on defense, you got more of a onus on you to rebound and actually be in the spots that you need to be in. Like sometimes, like players just don't mentally, they just not there. Like think about all the reports that have been coming out of Golden State at the beginning, but the reason why he ain't even seeing the flow is because he's still been learning like certain nuances of the game. Golden State ain't got time to like. I mean, they obviously they ain't got time to teach you because did have that one season they ain't had all their players and Kyrie been hurt and this that and third. But at the end of the day, like I mean, you can only see the flow if you work well in the offense and defense. You see
right.
Looney ain't been no top draft pick or nothing like that. Looney ain't no superstar, but shit, Looney know how to do what he need to do to stay on that floor.
Right.
Draymond for years been getting triple singles, but he
That's
on the
why,
floor.
you, bro. You're just proving why I said that man Wiseman got to do something because I he, I know his skill set was supposed to be able to play in the Warriors. So, but showing the fact that he's showing that he can't so far, we'll see. I'm not going. You definitely persuaded me not to use the word bust, and I won't use the word bust. But next year, you know, if you still on that sideline, picking your thumbs, you know what I'm saying, drinking all the damn water, nigga.
I
Nigga,
mean,
bro,
but look at
you're
look
done.
look at
You're
somebody on the
done,
team right
bro.
now.
You're
Look at
done,
Wiggins.
bro.
Wiggins been damn near bust in Minnesota. But now,
Who?
like after this
You
season, you
said
don't think the
who?
team gonna give him a contract?
Wait. Who? You said who?
Andrew Wiggins.
Nah, he wasn't busting with Minnesota. He wasn't.
Man, people been
He
calling him a
wasn't.
bust in
Nah, he wasn't no
Minnesota.
buzz. Not in
Listen,
Minnesota.
remember when Andrew Wiggins the first coming out of coming into the draft? You know what
I
they been
remember. I know.
you know what they been comparing him to?
Yeah, they compared him to some high shit.
Kobe, LeBron, all that. Why?
Yeah, some
Because he
pop
been
shit. Yeah.
long. He been athletic. He been like they say his floor
He wasn't
is
no
going to be the
bust
best
though.
perimeter defender in the league.
Yeah, he wasn't no
They said
bust
that been his
though.
floor. He going to
I
Minnesota and they ain't done none of that. They get
yeah
rid of him like he ain't been
he
nothing.
was hyped. He was hyped, but he wasn't no bust. I don't buy that one.
Right. He and in my
Not
thought,
anymore.
ain't like he ain't been averaging a good amount of points or nothing like that. It's just the fact that he ain't been what he thought he would have been.
Right, but
Like
that's
they
not
be calling him a
that's not
bust.
Yeah,
enough to
that's
say
not.
that.
He's not
But that's not
isolated.
enough to say a bust on the Timberwolves. Nah, because
They calling him a bust.
bro, because he can still do a little something, and he had like moments that was like, okay, oh shit, you get what I'm saying?
Who
Nigga,
you talking
Wiseman,
about?
I didn't see nothing.
I know who you talking
Andrew
about, but they be
Wiggins.
calling him a bust.
Who you
Who
talking
you
about? Oh,
talking about?
Wiseman?
I said,
No, you talking about
about
Andrew
Andrew
Wiggins,
Wiggins.
right?
Wiggins.
Oh,
He
Wiggins.
was
Oh,
nowhere
hey,
near a
well,
bust on Timberwolves. Nowhere
well,
near.
Wiggins, like I said, he still ain't well, I've been saying this for years. He still ain't never lived up to the number one pick. In my eyes,
Exactly. So
That's okay. That's fine, fellas. That's fine. But that's
he a
not
good
enough to
player though.
say. That's
He's a
not a
He
long
ain't
list
no
though. That's a
scrub.
long.
hold
He
up.
That's
not
a
no
That's
long
scrub.
player
right. Okay,
I'm saying
hold
he
up.
not no
Hold
scrub.
up.
I'm just saying he ain't
That.
lived up to the number
But
one
that's
pick.
what he just said. That's what Panic just said. He said he was a bust on the Timberwolves. I'm
though.
trying
Yeah,
to
that's
say
I
a
mean,
that
long
I mean, he
bust.
didn't have
for
no,
Timberwolves.
he
but he
wasn't
didn't
no
have no
bust
help
on
in
the
Listen, just
Minnesota.
because
Timberwolves,
you a
bro.
bust, that don't mean you a bad player.
He
You can be
didn't.
that
He
shit.
didn't
No,
have no help.
bust definitely mean bad player, bro.
But he didn't have no
No,
help
that
in
don't
Bust
mean
is
a
a
Minnesota
big
either
bad
though.
word.
player.
Nah,
He didn't
bust is
have
a
no
big
help
word.
in Minnesota.
Bust is a
He
big
didn't have no
word,
help.
bro. But I don't know how you
Bruh,
think
you
a
can
bust
be a
mean.
bust but
Bust to
still
me
be
a
a
big
decent
word.
player in the
I'm
league.
saying Wiggins didn't have no help in Minnesota
No,
either.
no, sir. I don't
He
know
didn't
where
have no
y'all
help.
how y'all
I mean,
allocate
your
things.
definitions do be different from a lot of people's definitions, but
Nah,
bruh,
a lot of
you
people's
don't.
definition of bust is not good.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
It's not.
And I know we like to bring up Lonzo all the time. Is Lonzo a bust?
Oh man,
He
no,
Lonzo
ain't a
Ball?
bust, right?
no, he's not a bust.
Uh,
No, he's
I'm
not
gonna
a
You see
bust.
what
say
I mean?
Lonzo.
You see
No,
what I
he's not.
mean?
He's
But
not a
he ain't
bust.
live
What
up
do you
to
mean? What
number
I
two.
mean?
No, he not a bust. He not a bust. He
He's not
not.
a
Exact. That's
bust.
why he's saying so. With Wiseman,
He
they been
not.
looking at him as a bust because he had been number one, and they been looking for him to be a franchise changing player.
No, but he
The
wasn't,
Cavaliers
bro.
actually had thoughts of like,
Man, I
damn, do
mean,
we
if you
trade him for
drafted in
Reed?
the
But
top 10,
he not, bro.
if
Wiggins was hyped. Yes, I agree. But he not no bust in the Timberwolves because
He was
in
a
the
bust.
Timberwolves,
Listen to the
he not only
Timberwolves. He was
showing
a
up.
bust.
Oh, he
no,
wasn't.
he wasn't, bro. He didn't have
No,
no
he
help. He can't do it
wasn't.
by himself. He didn't have no help in Minnesota. None.
And he had
He
moments where he
had
was
cat. He had
balling.
big cat. What do you mean he
Sir,
had no
I don't
help?
know, bro. You
Man,
wild.
how many years he
Well,
played with
yeah,
Cat?
they had a squad at Minnesota. They just couldn't put it
Man,
Man,
like
together.
you
they didn't
got.
have
He
no
had Jimmy
squad. What
Butler
squad they
one year.
had?
He had Cat the
What
Nah, you
squad
same
they had?
wild.
Go
Listen,
year.
pull
the
up their
squad had to
roster.
They
develop.
had
Hey,
What if
hold
they
Malik
didn't
on,
trade
hold
for
on, hold
Butler?
on.
They
Beasley.
would have had
Go pull
Levine.
up. Somebody go pull up
Come
Minnesota
on,
roster.
man.
You
They ain't
talking
had
about they
no
had a
team. He
squad?
ain't no
They
help.
had
Pull
That's
up
a
that
squad.
whole
roster.
squad. They
Yeah,
had
he
prime
wild.
Go
Jimmy
That
Butler.
go
squad.
pull up
They could
Minnesota
have
Hey,
made
roster.
it.
When
I
they
got
go
another
pull it up.
question. Would Zach Levine have been that good of a shooter if he didn't tear his ACL? If he didn't tear his
I mean, he's
ACL?
still a
That's
good shooter.
crazy.
Yeah,
Levine's still a good
Man,
shooter.
I'm gonna bring up that roster right now.
Yeah, please, yeah, man. Go
Hold
pull up
on,
Minnesota roster. You talking about they had a squad?
because
I want to hear this squad.
If Jimmy Butler considered no help, if Cat
And
considered
Butler
no
only played
help,
1 year, and he see what he did today. Yes.
but
I don't.
you act like think been in the league for 10, 12 years.
Come on,
Nah,
bro.
bro.
You only stayed there 1 year.
Bro. You're smoking. You're smoking.
Come on, bro.
Panic.
You gotta,
And
man. You
Andrew
gotta.
Wiggins, bro. Listen, everybody, listen, because this is you're smoking. I said this dude's not no bust. On the Minnesota ones, he averaged 16.9 points his rookie year. 2015, 20 points, 20.7. 2016, 23.6, average 23.6 in that Minnesota. 2017, 18 points in Minnesota. And his last season in Minnesota, he averaged 22.4. That's
Yeah,
not a bust.
hell no, he
I
not a
don't know
bust. That's
what the
what I
hell,
said.
Bruh, they
bro.
was
I don't
calling
That's
this
he
know.
not a
man a
bust.
bust for years.
He not a bust,
No,
son.
he's not a
Not a
bust,
bust.
bro. He not.
Not a bust.
He not no
That's
bust.
not a bust.
Like I said, he
What's
didn't
happening,
have no
fellas?
help
What's
but Cat.
happening? What's happening? Y'all talking
No,
about
He didn't
what's
Wiggins?
have no
the
help.
Zen master?
Come
You're
on,
down
bro. You
here
had
talking
Jimmy
crazy.
Butler. You had Jimmy Butler for 1 year,
All right,
and then you got
he
Cat.
had Big
That ain't
Cat,
enough.
he
And
had
that's
Big
it.
Cat, he had Ricky Rubio, he had Todd Gibson, he
Man,
had
Ricky
Ricky
Rubio,
Rubio.
fucking
he had,
garbage. Man,
Did
come
you
on,
say
bro.
Ricky Rubio?
he
Oh,
Rubio
had Jeff
trash.
oh,
Teague.
stop. Oh, stop.
Jeff,
I
yeah,
going
Jeff
to
T was weak
Minnesota.
too.
He had Jamal Crawford.
Jeff Teague when he was
Man,
older?
Jamal
Dunn,
Crawford was
Kevin
Jamal
Martin,
Crawford was at the
Come
end of his
on, come
career. He
on,
Jimmy
gonna
come
knock it
on,
off.
Butler, Kent
come
Bazemore,
on.
No. Go look at Minnesota draft. Hold on.
Come on,
Go look at
Patty.
the
Come
players.
on, Patty.
Go
You just
look at the
Derrick
players who
Rose,
Minnesota.
come on. You pulling shit
Man,
out
Derrick
your
Rose,
ass.
come
Come
on, bro,
on,
knock it
Patty.
off.
Come on,
Thaddeus
dog.
Young,
Go, no, man, you
Patty,
gotta go
come
look at their
on,
draft
dog.
picks. Go look at Minnesota
Patty,
draft
come
picks
on,
after
dog.
Cat. Wiggins cat. Look at their draft picks, bro.
Garnett, but I ain't gonna count that because I'm even older.
Yeah, he made me come out from mute.
Go look at Minnesota.
Aaron
Go look at Minnesota draft
bro.
picks. Go look at Minnesota draft picks.
Come on now. Listen.
Yo.
I don't know why you're arguing this right here with him, brother.
Go look at their draft
Jordan
picks.
Kevin, and this is on real.
Levine.
That man said, listen, that man said an old Teague when he left the Hawks, a rookie Rubio that was clearly averaging like 5 points a game.
And Zach Levine got
Rubio
hurt.
was trash for years.
And Zach Levine
Yeah, they had Mo
ACL.
Williams one time.
No man, look,
Williams
I'm talking
was
about pull up Minnesota
Mo
draft
Williams
picks.
wasn't
Let's look at their draft
Yeah, he
picks, bro.
was.
Come on, bro. Let's
Pull up
No,
Minnesota
you
draft
ain't
picks.
gotta look at no draft picks, bro. I'm trying to tell
But
you.
they can't
It's
draft.
argument
When he
is
been in
over.
Minnesota, they've been
Bro,
calling him a
Kevin
bust. But the
McHale
number one
fucked
Bro,
that
pick,
this
he
team
had
up.
argument
hyped the
is
size
over,
of
bro.
LeBron to be the next
Sir.
LeBron and all that, and he been averaging
Kevin
15 to
McHale fucked
18
that
points
team
a
up.
game. They've been calling him a bust.
Man.
But Wiggins not a bust though. He just read off his averages. I ain't no bust. You crazy?
Yeah,
If somebody draft you number one overall and you giving them boy a career average of like 16, 17 points, you don't think they're gonna be calling you a bust?
Listen.
If they've been comparing you to LeBron,
That was
James,
only
Kobe
1
Bryant,
year.
you don't think they be calling you a bust?
Wait a minute. Let me say this.
Because by y'all logic,
Hold on. Let me hear me out.
Hear
Hear me out. I did read those averages.
Michael B got the trophy, y'all.
I did read those averages, but I will say those averages was ghost, kind of quiet. He wasn't like you said, he was hyped. They were expecting more out of him, but he's not. He was definitely not a bust though.
But y'all gotta understand,
you can't
just
average
because
22
you
points and
consider
call a
a
man a
bust
bust.
player, that's just because of your hype versus what you delivered. That don't mean you a totally bad player.
No, but
I'm
you
pretty
can't.
sure-
Right, but you can't be a bust, bro.
No, he wasn't a
How
bust. He's
not?
not a bust.
If you're
How
averaging
not?
20, he averaged 22. That's not a bust.
One season, you bringing
No,
out
he
one
did that
season,
for
he
3
averaged
seasons.
22.
No. He did that shit like 4 seasons.
Bro, did
You
you,
tripping?
bro, Panic? Did you not
Go look
hear
at his
what I
stats,
said?
bro.
Yeah,
Panic,
go
did
ahead.
you
Read
not
out
hear
the
what I
rest of
said?
it.
Yeah, you tripping.
Okay, Panic.
Don't
Let me read
panic.
it again because I guess you did not hear.
They knocking.
2014, his first season, 16.9. They was on his head because they wanted him to do better. 2015, he averaged 20.7. That's over 20. 2016, he averaged 23.6. 2017, 18 points. 2018, 18 points. He stayed standard. We was on his ass because, like we said, we wanted him to be better, and it was ghost. He had to improve. 2019, he finally went a little higher, 22.4. That was his last season in Minnesota. Like I said,
Right.
He's
Yeah,
a
that's not-
he's
that's not a bust.
he needed to
a
do better.
career.
Bro,
He's a
that's not
career
bro.
19-4
Dude,
and
no,
2
dude,
player.
You cannot argue.
That's
And he was
starting
compared to
Okay,
LeBron
but
coming
that's
out
not
in
that's
high
not a
school.
bust though,
No,
bro.
wait,
You
wait,
tripping?
starting on him.
Hold on,
Every-
Right,
Panic,
listen,
Panic.
y'all ain't gonna sit here and
Panic.
no,
Panic, I know
no.
what you're
Any
saying.
team.
Yes, he was
No,
overhyped.
any team, you're
Hold on,
starting.
hold on,
16 a
bro.
game,
Hold on,
20 a
bro.
game, 23 a game, 17 a game,
Panic,
18
No,
a
Panic.
game,
those numbers
21,
start
22,
any
back
team
down to
Panic,
19,
on
back
any
down to
roster.
18,
Panic, bro.
and back
You're
down to
starting.
17 this year.
Panic.
Never averaged over
Panic.
20 points
In his
combined for his
Okay,
career
but
now.
he's not okay. Panic. He's
But
over.
that's not a bust.
If he's overhyped, yes, I get it.
All right,
He's
so
like
if you
LeBron.
overhype
He
and you
came in
don't
with the
deliver,
super-
if
Yeah,
you
he
overhype
came
and
in
you
with
don't
all the
deliver
hype, yes,
nowhere
he
near
did.
that, no
But he's
playoff
not a
appearances
bust,
on
bro.
your
He's not a
own.
bust.
That's
You're
what I
not gonna
said.
win this. You're not
You
gonna
didn't hear
win
what I
this, bro. He's
said?
not a bust. That's not a bust.
I clearly said.
You're
I
not
said
gonna win this,
Wiggins. I
dog.
said Wiggins had not lived up to being that number one pick, but he's not a bust, bro.
He's not
He's
a
not.
bust.
That's a bust.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not.
What the
You
fuck?
crazy
So
as
what's
hell.
the
You
so
tripping,
how much he need to be averaging to be a bust? What's y'all average to be a bust?
man. A bust.
What
A
the
bust
What
is
Kwame
you
Brown
averaging.
average?
After those numbers,
Yeah, Kwame
after
Brown
those
was a
numbers,
bust. There's a
after
difference,
those
nigga.
numbers, those numbers start.
What grade?
Kwame
What grade
Brown
Golden
averaging damn near
average?
double point scoring, almost 10
Brown was
rebounds a game, and
Yeah,
the league
Kwame
was
Brown
Simmons
was a
really been
bust.
averaging
You want
about
to talk
20.
about a bust
Sam
that went
Bowie,
number one? Oh no,
I
what's
d-
Anthony not Anthony Edwards
Anthony Bennett.
Sam
No,
Bowie.
yeah, Anthony
yeah.
Bennett.
Bring
Now
up
that
these
was a
other
Anthony
bust.
players.
Bennett,
Bring up these other
Cleveland,
players.
Anthony Bennett was a bust.
was
Exactly
a
my
big
point.
bust.
Right.
Hella
Don't
weak.
nobody
He
even
didn't
know
do
who
shit.
he is
You
no
had
more.
a big bust.
Now go look at Anthony Bennett
Joy
career
Taylor
average. That's a
size
bust.
bust.
Bro.
Talking about Wiggins a bust. What you
Like
crazy?
I said, Panic.
Joy Taylor, I love you,
I
baby.
agree.
Pittsburgh in
Like
the
I
house.
said, I agree with you. He was overhyped. He definitely needed to work on his
Utah, you're a
game,
Utah fan, bro.
especially that rookie season where he
Nah, bro,
only
I just
scored.
switch hats every day.
Oh yeah,
Listen,
I feel you.
listen,
I'm the same way. I wear different teams. That's true.
I don't
Depends
think
on what
there
I'm
are any
wearing.
Utah fans outside of Utah, to be
yeah,
honest with you.
Niggas was on niggas was on Wiggins' head, especially that 2 years he averaged 18 points. I remember those seasons where niggas was on
I'll be
his
back.
head
Second half
like
just started.
this dude got to improve, and he was quiet. But he revived his career in the Warriors. So yeah, he came in like the Michael Jordan. I mean, not the Michael Jordans. He came in like the Zions. He came in like the overhyped LeBron
Wiggins for
James,
3.
man. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, this is the next guy. This is him." But
He
that
was
man was nowhere near a bust. Nowhere
no,
near.
he was
Nowhere
putting
near a bust.
together strings of
Nowhere near.
30-point games with
Yeah, he had a couple games. He dropped 30. Yeah,
yeah,
he's not a
like
bust.
37, 38.
He's not a bust.
Robbing a bus.
Bro, you ain't gonna win that one, Panic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, his numbers
He's not a bust.
are starting
You're
on
not winning
Steph
that
would have
one.
mean
You
for
can't
roster in the league.
you can't compare a player to LeBron and Kobe and Michael Jordan come as a rookie. And you telling me 6-7 years down the line in the league, his career average is 19, 4, and 2. I say this all the time. Whenever a player playing for a bad team, they put out points out the ass. If y'all saying he had no help, he should be averaging more than just 20 in it.
That's
those-
not a bust. That's not a bust.
But you can't deny those numbers
That's not a
starting
bust.
on any roster in the league, even today.
Not a bust.
With those
Yeah.
numbers, that you're a starter.
Right.
There
He's
you go,
not a
Smart.
bust.
Take the deuce, baby.
Not really, because
Oh, he went around his back and got the deuce. Marcus Smart, baby.
Name
was
one
cute.
team those numbers won't get you a starting spot.
Miami Heat.
Oh God! Stop it, Panic.
Tyler
Wiggins.
Hero but averaging 20. What you talking
Panic,
about?
you want to
Sweet
win this?
jumper.
You want to win this argument so bad, dude.
I
Stop
saying
it.
a fact. It's not about a
bust.
winning. It's a fact.
Dude,
How much
he's
Tyler
not
Hero
a
averaging?
bust,
You can't get a
man.
starting spot with 19
He's not a
points on the
bust.
Heat.
How much
Dude.
Tyler Hero was averaging? Let's answer that question.
Oh my God, dude! He's
You're
not a
saying
bust, bro.
Was he not averaging 20?
19
Bro, he's
points.
not a bust, man.
That's not good enough to start on the Miami Heat in 2022. That's what you're saying.
Come on, Tatum.
Is Hero even averaging 20
Frustration.
this season? I don't think Hero's
I don't
even
think y'all
averaging
hearing
20 this
yourself.
season.
Okay,
No,
I'm gonna look
he
up
said
Tyler
that.
Hero. I'm gonna look up Tyler Hero's
Yeah,
stats
he
this
tripping.
season.
Wiggins not a bust though, bro. I don't care what you talking
Yeah,
about.
like bro.
Man, please.
Nah, you're not gonna win that one, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah. He's not a
Not a-
superstar. He's not a superstar, and not all first picks are. They're not all superstars, but he ain't a
Right.
bust.
He ain't no bust.
He not no bust. Yeah, exactly. He tripping.
Yeah, look at all the motherfuckers that came out with him. They at the home on the couch looking at him right now.
Yeah.
They came out with him.
He
Their numbers,
extra
some of
medium.
them had better numbers. Some of them did.
He extra medium.
They got bigger. Some of them got bigger contracts.
All right, boom. Listen, I'm about to
Oh,
read off
God.
a 6-man stats.
Dude,
20
come on,
points,
man.
5 rebounds, 4 assists, and he came off the bench.
Who, Otto?
I feel you, but listen, bro.
No, it's not a. I feel you because y'all arguing against a fact.
Bro,
Y'all-
no
I
one's
y'all
going to,
ask
bro.
a question.
I'm not, bro.
No, listen. Let's hold on.
You can say whatever.
Y'all ask a question. Y'all say what team in this league that averaging them points wouldn't be a starting position? I give y'all a team. Y'all say no, that's not. I giving y'all a player on that same team that averaged more points, rebounds, and assists than that, and he doesn't even start.
Dude, the Miami Heat.
It's not a dude.
There's
I was
players on the Heat. Hold on,
talking
players.
because
Hold
y'all
on.
like to read off stats.
Okay, hold on. Cody Martin.
But now that I
Cody
giving y'all
Martin,
a fact, it's like
okay, so
not to
Caleb
be
Martin.
said.
Hold up, bro. Caleb Martin.
Tatum for 3.
Hold on, wait a minute. Caleb
Can't
Martin
convert.
was in the playoffs.
Listen, if
Hold up.
us
Okay.
debating if Andrew Wiggins is a bust or not is all debating of an opinion. When y'all ask a question about who
that's
can
your
average
opinion.
those points
You
and
keep
start,
that to yourself,
that's
bro.
now we talking facts.
Yeah, but you keep that to yourself. Like,
No, and always keep to myself whenever somebody wrong.
No,
Always
just
keep to
that
myself.
one. That one.
Whenever
is bad.
I don't never go by
He's
stats, but
not
whenever y'all bring up a stat and I bring a stat was a fact, and all of a sudden it's I
Dude, that's not true, man. Don't play the victim. That's not true. Don't play the victim.
It's not a being playing a victim.
Don't play the
it's a fact.
victim, dog. I agree with you.
No, listen,
saying
when we
that the
arguing
guy-
about Andrew Wiggins back and forth, that's our opinions if he been a
Dude,
bust
like
or
I
not.
said, no.
When we
but
arguing about what
bro,
team
that's
at
just bro. That is
1942 would be
only
a starter,
your bro.
it's a
I
fact that
get
a
it.
team
I
in
hear
this
you.
league he wouldn't be a
Bro,
starter for.
I hear you, But that is only your opinion. Keep that one to
No, this
yourself.
I'm
Because
telling you a fact, Ray. When you keep saying
you're
my
not a
opinion for?
bust. You can
No,
have
listen.
any
Wiggins
argument.
for
That's
three.
in a debate of an
You can
opinion.
you
Yeah,
can
you're right.
keep
That's
up
an
with any
opinion. But
argument
what
you
I'm talking
want.
about
You're
with
not
Tyler
going to
Hero's a fact.
persuade, bro. You're not going.
Celtics got to
You say
rebound better.
whatever you want. That man is not a bust, bro.
Celtics got to rebound
Rave.
better.
Okay, cool. We
It
off
ain't. It
that.
ain't
We
just.
off that, right?
Sorry, bro.
That's our opinion. My opinion is he was a bust in Minnesota based on his hype.
All right,
Your
man.
opinion is that's not a bust, right?
Okay, all
Right
right.
or wrong? Yeah or no?
If you feel he's a bust, he's a bust.
Yeah,
All right.
no, yeah. We
All right.
get that. That's my opinion. Your opinion. I ain't going.
Bro,
It's nothing about that.
a bust is an absolute joke.
All
He ain't
right,
no joke.
Cool.
bro. It's a
So as
He's an
joke.
y'all
all-star.
okay?
He
Well,
took a
I can
long
talk
time
to
to
Zen.
develop.
Zen,
Can you
it's
admit
your
that he took a long
opinion.
time to develop? Rave, can you say that? He took a long time.
For
Okay.
sure.
And
For
can you say he's
sure.
not a bust? He's an all-star?
Yeah, I said, bro. I said it when I
I'm
read off
saying
his stats. I
I'm
said the
saying to
man.
no panic. Can
No,
you admit he's
Red
not
don't
a
gotta.
bust?
No, listen. Hold on. Because when I having a debate with somebody, I ain't never trying to get you to be like, oh yeah, this person right. Because that's still his opinion. Like I respect his opinion.
Nah, but you
Wait, hold
gotta
on.
give it up. This dude's an all-star.
Hold
Ain't
on.
no
But
bust or
that's my
all-star.
opinion.
Bro, the
When
man
we talking
who's
about
not a
somebody a
boss.
bust or not, that's my opinion. That's his opinion that
Bro.
he ain't the boss.
Okay,
Like I respect
that's
that.
your
But
opinion,
when we
bro.
talking
I
about the
feel you.
fact that
If you
somebody said
expect every number
name
one
a
pick to
team
be
that
LeBron
those numbers
James,
wouldn't be a
your
starter, I
expectations are
gave a
crazy.
fact.
All right, bro. He's not a bust, bro.
If you look at every number one pick, bro, they're not all LeBron James. They're not. You can't expect that. That don't mean they're bust. It just don't. The average career is a great career in the NBA. The average career. Guys like Greg Oden, that's a bust.
But
That's a
see, you
fucking
calling
bust.
Greg Oden a bust when he just had injury history.
Don't matter. We drafted him in Portland. We put all them chips. We passed on Kevin Durant and
your
drafted
standards of a
him.
bust is different.
We
I don't
we
look at
passed
injury
on Kevin
played
Durant and
and say,
draft.
oh, he's a
That is
bust.
the
Yeah, but
definition of
Kwame
a
Brown was a
bust.
bust.
injured
He
all the time.
played.
Yeah.
Kwame Brown was a bust. He played.
Highly touted pick
Okay,
that don't do
cool.
shit.
And
Bust.
that's why I keep saying we not our debate is not facts against facts because whatever y'all decide that's a bust, y'all can decide it. I'm not trying to say, oh yeah, well y'all wrong, and what I'm saying is a factual fact.
You just going too
All
far
I
with your
saying right
language.
now is when it come to y'all asking a simple question of what numbers that Andrew Wiggins got that can be a start that wouldn't be a starter on the team in the NBA. I give y'all a team. Y'all saying that no, that's wrong,
He can
and I'm
play on
telling
it.
y'all
That's
a
not true.
player
He can
that
be on
came
the.
off the bench
He
for the
can't be
Miami
on the
Heat
Heat. What
was
are you talking
averaging
about?
better points.
You
I'm
name
often
one
if he a
person that's
bust or not,
over
'cause that's just an
20.
opinion we going back and forth on.
Okay, so
But you're
name.
not gonna
Okay,
argue a
oh,
fact.
bro, hold on, bro. So name Caleb Martin, who gets time. He got time in the playoffs as well. He gets valuable minutes. And he don't average over 20. His name is Caleb Martin from the Miami. You look him
What that
up.
supposed to mean? Rib, that doesn't
Oh,
have
you just
anything to
said.
do with what I just said.
You just said Miami Heat, and you said he has to average at least over 20. Caleb Martin on the Miami Heat right now gets valuable minutes and not average 20 points. So Wiggins
Okay.
could definitely still be on the Heat. What are you talking about?
Okay. Cool. I understand that. Not debating that. Sometimes you just gotta listen. The question was asked to me, what team in the NBA that 19, 4, and 2 wouldn't be a starter? And
You had
I
a whole
answered the
bunch to pick
question by
from.
saying the Miami Heat. Somebody or you said, no, that's wrong. I pulled up a player that doesn't
Yeah.
start for the Miami Heat who averages 25. Well, let me give exact number because I don't be mistaken on
Let me
this.
go to Heat.
Let
Yeah,
me give it
even he
exact
did
numbers.
average 25.
Let me go to Heat. Let me go to Heat.
You pull it up on
Warriors
the
by
25
7.
and what, 4? So them
but
better
it's not.
numbers than Wiggins.
I'm
He had
gonna go to Heat.
20.7
Yeah, so
points,
I'm gonna
5
go to Heat.
rebounds, and 4
totally
assists.
ignore the
So
starters on
factually,
the
what you
Miami
said
Heat
was
off the
wrong.
bat. Yeah, you automatically do not even acknowledge the Miami Heat
Big Al for
starters.
3. Knocks it
Yeah,
down.
No, sir.
65,
Right here.
64,
PJ Tucker.
68.
Hold on. PJ Tucker starts for the Miami Heat. He doesn't
Reeve,
have
you
a 20.
arguing the wrong points.
What
no,
what
Tucker
the
is a
hell?
star.
You
Tucker
just
is a
said
star.
he's a
Go ahead.
starter. What are you trying to Wiggins?
Rave, listen.
Okay.
No, see, that's why I say sometimes you gotta
I'm listening.
listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's
All right,
an
let me
art
know.
to
No,
listening,
I'm
right?
trying to dude.
The
I'm actually
question
trying.
was
Hold on, Panic. I'm
name
trying
a
to understand. Let me know.
team
I am
in
trying
the
to understand.
NBA that those stats, which would be the 19, 4, and 2,
Uh-huh.
wouldn't be a starter in the NBA. I named the Heats. The reason I named the Heats because they have a player that's not a starter that averages better than that. We don't need to bring up PJ Tucker. We don't
Okay.
need to bring up Caleb Barton.
Okay, I
What
got
Why?
it.
with the
Okay.
They start.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay,
We're
I hear what he's saying. I
comparing
hear what he's saying.
starters to starters.
Side note:
Y'all
this
are
new Thor
trying to
gonna be
say that
fire.
there's a
Okay, I hear what
team
he's saying. I
That
that
hear what he's
there's a
saying.
Wiggins
I
is
hear what
a
he's
player
saying.
that
starter. Why are we
I hear what he's
comparing
saying. I
Wiggins
hear what he's saying.
to a
I hear what
bench
he's saying.
player?
I hear what
and
he's saying.
are y'all
I hear what
listening
he's
to what
saying.
y'all asking me?
No, I heard what he
Or
said.
y'all
I
just
get it.
talking to talk?
I
No,
asked
I heard
you
it. I heard it.
about
Nobody
a
stop always
starting
saying that.
position
Nobody talks
on
to
a
talk. We
roster.
heard it. We heard it.
You picked the
It took me a
bench.
minute, but I got it. I got it.
I don't
No, I
understand
didn't pick
how
the
did you
bench.
how,
I
do- how do
showed
you
you a
how do you
team,
use a
which I
bench
said the
to
Heat,
make your
that
point
has a
about a
player
player
that's
a start
averaging the
not
same or
being
if not
on his
more than what
position?
Wiggins averaging that doesn't starting. So you ask me a question, I give you an answer. My answer doesn't fit your narrative, so it doesn't make sense
No,
to
it's
you.
not
I
my
get it.
narrative. It's the narrative of the question. The
The
question was
question was
a
name a
starting
team
position.
that wouldn't be a
What
starter on. I
starting
said the
position
Heat.
on an NBA team does 19-4-2 not fit? But instead of using a
And
starting
no, you said
position, you used a bench position roster position.
Facts,
How
Thunder.
does that validate not
because
qualifying for a starter?
if you are saying that just by him averaging 19, 4,
Yeah,
and 2 makes him
those
a
numbers.
starter, then Tyler Hero would be a starter by default. That's what I'm keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all are just talking basketball just to talk instead of listening to what y'all actually saying. Y'all trying to be right and not trying to understand.
Dude, you ain't trying to understand either, bro. You still trying to call
Y'all
Wiggins
just
a
say a
bust.
19, 5, and
You
4
trying
be
to
a
call
starter on
Wiggins
any
a bust,
team. I
bro.
give
You're
you a
trying to
team
call
that's
Wiggins a
not a
bust. You
starter
ain't
on.
understanding either.
What's the problem?
Stop trying to call somebody that's not understanding. You can't understand
That's
either.
that's
The
not under
fuck?
Rev. This is not me being
Okay, let's
condescending
just
to
take
nobody.
starting
That's like
I
position.
saying
literally
because
Are
he
asked
is
you
a
answering the
six
saying
man,
question that y'all
therefore
asked
he
me.
could start.
are
Come
you
on, man.
saying
That's
every
that's a
position
bad
in
line of
the
logic.
Nigga,
starting roster on the
Lou
Miami
Williams
Heat
can drop
is
20 and
over
he
20?
fucking
Is
Right.
that what you're
He
okay.
can't
saying?
start.
Listen. Y'all asked a simple question. We ain't
Yeah,
doing hypotheticals. We ain't
starting.
doing
That's it.
nothing, none of that other junk. Y'all asked a simple question.
That's
Y'all
it.
said what team in the NBA
Start.
that wouldn't start 19, 5, and 4. I mean
Start.
19, 4, and 2. And I'm
It's
giving you a team
situational. It
that's not
depends.
starting 20,
It
5, and
depends.
4. What's so
If
hard
that
about that
person
to
has that
understand?
stat line and is a lockdown defender, do they start?
See, now that's called moving the goalposts. That's
Okay.
called moving the
That's what I
goalposts. We're
thought.
not
No,
talking
that
about
ain't
what the
moving the
player does on the
goalpost.
court
That
as
ain't
far
moving
as
the
their
goalpost.
position
You
and
only
role.
judging a player on his offense. Let's talk about
No,
two-way players.
Zen, listen, because you're
No,
getting
no,
caught
no,
up in
no,
the
no, no,
web
no,
of
no, no,
moving the
no. You
Talk to
fucked
him,
goalposts.
now.
Zell.
You fucked
What
now.
y'all saying is the stat line. If we
You done
said
fucked up, right?
if we said what team that the offensive stopper wouldn't foot on, then what you saying would make sense. But y'all just talking about the stat line, which is 19,
What
4,
is
and 2.
Draymond Green's averages?
I all over the place.
I bet he starts too, don't he? Draymond Green, what are his averages?
Y'all all over the place.
No, 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 no.
So you
You
Bro,
flat out
pointed to
saying
offensive
Wiggins is
stats
not
as a
starting
reason
on
for
the
somebody to be a
No,
starter, and
Zane,
then
the
you
how
took
you
an
reason why we
always
talking
anecdote from
about the stats is
Miami
because we
and
talking about
Tyler
what he brings
Hero
to the
and blew
team.
that up to be
The
a fact,
question
and
was
you're
asked,
wrong. You're just fucking wrong. I'm going back to the game. You go ahead to this argument till you're done with it.
what team would somebody with those averages not start on? I named the Heats because there's a player with those averages or better that's not starting.
so
That's
you
simple. That's black and white. There's no argument against that.
Six
The
man of the
only way
year
you
comes from
argue
a
against
different
that is
team
if
every
you
year,
want to
dog.
argue
What are you
against
talking about?
he
Six
started,
man of the year comes from a
Zen.
different team
bro,
every year, bro.
he started a couple
Stop
games,
it.
right? He started like several games before, you know that, right? Like when nobody injured either.
Y'all
Like
moving the
he
so
started
goalposts.
a game.
you're saying
He
Wiggins.
started before.
I should have had my name up here again. It's okay to be wrong.
Hold
Because it
on.
really is okay to be wrong. Y'all ask me a simple question, I give y'all a simple answer, but now y'all trying to
You
move
call
the
that a
goalposts
simple
on everything
answer?
I said.
No,
And going
bullshit.
from who would
Bullshit. You
these
out of
averages
excuses.
would
That's what
start
it
a
is.
team
You
to
got
who
caught
would these
out there.
averages
You
and is
got
a
caught out
lockdown
there with a
defender.
silly
That
ass
don't matter.
argument about a 19-4-4 stat
It
line
is a
when
silly
Draymond
argument
Green
because
is
I
out
give
there
y'all a
starting for the
factual
Golden State
answer.
Warriors right now,
I
and
give
he's
y'all
a
a
Hall of
factual answer. I
Famer.
don't understand why it's
A
being
Hall of
debated.
Famer. So eat your
I
words.
give y'all a factual answer, so why is it being debated? I don't understand that part.
So you're
Bro,
saying
because
Wiggins.
you named a guy
Okay, I'm gonna ask
that's
two
been a
questions. I'm
starter
gonna ask two
before.
questions. I only need one person to answer. How much is Tyler Hero averaging?
20 something, maybe 19, 19.8, something like that.
See,
I'll,
I just
I'll
gave you
look it up.
20.7, 5
I'll look it up.
rebounds, and 4 assists. That's the first question. You
Okay.
couldn't even
And he
answer
can't
that.
defend my dick. He
Second, does
can't
he
defend
start for the
he
Heat?
can't defend
Does he?
nobody.
No,
That's why
Zay,
he
because
don't
that's not the
start,
argument,
dog.
bruh.
He don't start because he can't defend, dog.
That's not
That's
the
why.
argument. But that's
Come on.
not the argument. You keep
No,
trying to go to
the
that, but that's not
argument,
the argument
is to hold up. The real argument is to
it's getting
justify
redundant because I hate when people try
Wiggins
to
blowing
being a
Tyler
bust.
Hero up to
He
be the
is
lead.
not. That's the real argument. To justify Wiggins being a bust.
Somebody asked that question. Somebody asked the question, the original question again, because so Zen can hear it.
No, the original question was actually you talking about him being a bust, Wiggins.
Okay, and that's the difference in opinion, Reed. We off that. My opinion gonna stay the same. Yours gonna stay the same, right?
So you're saying in that
we off
year
that. Now we're talking about the question that was asked: who in the NBA wouldn't have 19, 4, and 2 as a starter? I named the Heats.
Plenty of teams.
And if y'all say no, the Heat, I'm giving y'all a player that actually plays for the Heat that averages that doesn't start. So no matter what metric y'all want to throw in there as being a lockdown defender or being a sniper or having good size, all that don't matter in the scheme of just asking a simple question, answering that simple question. Y'all trying to move the goalpost to be right. I'm not in the game. I'm not on the panel to do that. If y'all got to pick on something cool, we can debate it, but you're not going to debate a fact.
You capping like a motherfucker. You capping like a motherfucker. Ain't nobody letting that shit slide. Stop the fucking cap.
All right, Sam. All right, y'all. We moving on.
We gotta move on. Y'all debate.
All right, we moving on. This argument.
Okay.
Maybe go get my blue hat.
Hey, chat. We appreciate everybody, man. Just a little talk. You know, it is what it is. You know, nice and friendly talk. Y'all tune in, man. We streaming the. God damn, man, my mind is fried because of that
NBA
shit.
Finals.
Listen. Yo, y'all hit that like, hit that sub, man. We got the NBA Finals, Boston Celtics for the Miami Heat, man. Hope y'all join y'all night tonight on Fight Sports TV. Just like the other night and the night before that, man, we always gonna give you great content and always stream for you, man. So y'all hit that like, man. We appreciate everybody, bro.
It's a 9-point game in San Francisco.
Like Tatum.
Yes, sir.
One of the.
Y'all see that score, Warriors and Celtics? Y'all see it?
I saw it at halftime too. Don't get excited. They may very well win. They may very well not. Andrew Wiggins has 16. Steph Curry with 28. He's cooled off considerably.
Right
10
now,
for 17.
Right now.
Say again.
So right now, Wiggins got 16 points.
16 on 7 for 13 shooting.
God damn.
2 for 6 from 3.
You said who?
Andrew Wiggins.
All that time we was arguing about him, he was going.
I said. Wiggins going on.
He been going to work.
Curry cooled off a lot, man.
Tatum having a bad game, 2 for 11. Tatum's 2 for 11. He's got to redeem himself here.
Yeah.
Nobody is starring on offense for Boston. Nobody.
Yeah.
10, 12, 12, 12, 4. Nobody is starring.
Brown, I expect Brown to step up. I feel like I'm looking at.
They were never out of
Brown.
They were never.
I remember in the beginning of the game, Brown wasn't really scoring like that. So I think Brown is going to do his little thing tonight. I think Brown's going to step up a little bit. Tatum must be a little cold. He shook. Once again, these guys.
At the beginning of the game,
listen, this is their first time. Remember,
whenever Tatum jumping on drop, he don't got nothing else to go to. Obviously, he don't got nothing else, but he don't go to nothing else. That one, y'all, y'all, but. That Kobe comparison, that's out the window.
Not yet.
Anyways,
you got to grow into that.
Anyways, yeah, Brown. I was gonna say Brown is gonna do his thing tonight. We also got to put in perspective. We got to put in perspective that
Brown too inconsistent.
Remember, we got perspective. This is the Celtics' first time in the finals. Even their oldest guy, Al Horford, this is even his first time in the finals.
It's true.
So. We got to remember that and put that in perspective. So, Warriors have a lot more experience, a lot more, you know what I'm saying? They kind of know what to do. So, we'll see how this goes. It is the first game. It's still close enough, y'all. It's 64-73. It's not too far off. The Celtics can still battle it out.
Yeah, they're not going to remain at this level of shooting for the rest of the game. Right now they're not doing well from the floor. That's going to change. Brown himself is 5 for 15, so he's not having a hot night either. But this is right about the time when I would expect Udoka to put foot in ass and for them to wake up a little bit, and that's either going to lead to high scoring or high turnovers. That's what I would expect coming out of this break. One or the other. They're about to put their foot on the gas.
This late in the game and still not having the best of games, and you're still in it.
Yeah, by a
Still
little.
right there,
So
man.
salute to the
Still leading.
chat.
Hey, chat, we see y'all, man. Shout out to Thunder Jessica Coffee. We
Shout
see
out
y'all.
Coffee.
On the
Twin, we
road.
see
How
y'all,
you liking
man.
this game so far,
Rap
Zan?
God.
I enjoyed the first half a lot more than I'm enjoying it right now, but it's competitive. That's what we want. We're not seeing the type of blowouts we saw in the conference finals and other rounds. So, I'm expecting the Celtics to win this in 6, which is going to require them to lose 2. If you're going to lose 1, this is probably the game to lose. If you're going to steal 1, this is the game to steal. But I think they're settling in and getting to find out who's who. They let Steph Curry go off in the first quarter. If they wouldn't have done that, they'd be winning right now. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, good point, Zan. Somebody talking about the Warriors going sweep.
And ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, we have noticed that the likes does not match up with the views, and we be seeing we get a lot of views. So please hit that like button.
Likes is free.
It
Tatum
is
with a
free to
roll
hit
in.
that like.
I want to see Tatum more aggressive at the hole, man. I don't know if he needs to hit the gym this summer or what, but it don't seem like he like to go too strong to the hole, and I want to see that change.
Did he just get his shit blocked by the backboard?
Who, Steph? Steph's down and hurt.
Tatum.
Uh-oh.
No, I rolled in, bro.
Oh.
E40 courtside. I seen Jay-Z also. Y'all saw
Yeah,
Hov?
a lot of rappers have been showing up.
Yeah, Hov out there. I'm headed out to the Bay next Saturday.
Oh, man.
Of course, I checked the game schedule before I book my tickets.
Game 6 and shit.
Nah, ain't no game that day, or I wouldn't be going.
Oh, no.
I'd have scheduled around that bitch. I have been in Oakland watching the finals many a time. Sometimes sitting in the airport watching the Warriors play in the finals. That actually has been an experience of mine quite a few times.
Yeah, I was when I was going to the military school in Miramar. I went up to visit my dad in Oakland,
Okay.
and Magic Johnson was in town. We tried to get scalping tickets, but man, they was like $300. Man, it was like not $300, man.
That's
They
my
wouldn't
second
even know
home,
good seats, man.
I've been in and out of the Bay Area since I was 28, so about 27, so about 23 years now I've been in and out of the Bay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, family there now.
He taught school over at Skyline High School.
Ah, the infamous Skyline.
Yeah,
my
they
ex
got a
went to school
reputation.
there. Yeah, my ex went to Skyline.
Oh, okay.
Heard it all the time.
Yeah, man.
We down. Celtics down 14 as White hits a 3. Now down 11. Like I said, it's time for the C's to get aggressive, or they can write this game off. You might as well take the fouls. You might as well take the turnovers. Whatever you got to do, it's time to push the gas pedal. Otto Porter Jr. out there shooting like he's Steph. This might just be the Warriors' night, as Al Horford hits one from the corner, 72-83. Coach Mike Brown, the new Sacramento Kings head coach over there on the sidelines, he's going from this series to coaching the Kings. So this dude's going from the top of the NBA to literally the worst team in NBA history, the Sacramento Kings, who haven't been to the playoffs in 16 seasons, which is an NBA record. So Mike Brown has his work cut out for him after this. If he can lead that sorry-ass franchise to a playoff berth, he'll make his career as a head coach. I'm sure of that.
Let him know.
Yeah. What else is going around the association today? Got any other news?
Shit, no, not really. Have you heard anything?
I heard about Melo's new sneakers.
Oh, yeah. What you think about that? The UFOs edition?
That's my favorite color, really.
Yeah, that's facts. I think I got to definitely get me a pair.
Go with this Jazz hat. See that blue in the Jazz hat? Go with that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front. That Utah Jazz hat is sick.
That's the old school.
Yeah, I never really got a chance to. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard for me to get them MB1s in my size. Especially if shit sell out real quick.
It's hard to get them at all, man. way they sell out of stores. Hard to get them at all. We're gonna have to get Belize to back a truck up.
So no, we're gonna need Belize know where it's at.
Tatum definitely having an off night. Now this is strange. I mean, for his off nights, he led the playoffs in box plus minus. He led the regular season in box plus minus. So in terms of efficiency, Tatum is the most efficient player on the best team as far as team efficiency in the NBA. You could definitely argue Jokic is more efficient. You could argue Embiid as well. But and some guys on losing teams that don't show up in those rankings because their box plus minus suffer. But he's blowing the league away in box plus minus. So you see these bad games and it hurts, and you want to say he ain't this and he ain't that. But again, he's leading the playoffs in box plus minus because he's number one. He's played the most minutes, and number one, he's been the best two-way player out there. So when he's off the court, defense suffers and offense suffers. Although nights like tonight, his offense ain't there. So if I'm Jason Tatum, I'm not thinking about my shot. I'm thinking about giving Jaylen Brown all the room and all the space in the world with the ball. If I'm Ime, I'm setting picks for JB, and I'm running the offense through JB for the rest of this game. And I'm making Jason Tatum stick the shit out of Steph Curry and Marcus Smart stick the shit out of Steph Curry for the rest of this game. That's what I'm telling them. All y'all do is worry about defense.
Yeah,
That's it.
like I said, I don't got a chance to. I can't get my pair, so I grab them for my son. I mean,
Right.
he got a couple of pair of these now. All of them.
Oh, the
These just came in the mail today.
Galaxies.
They got the Galaxies now, fresh, never been worn. Just came in today.
Yeah.
Fresh Galaxy, it's gonna be super fly.
I did some special sneakers today for the championship game.
Right.
Tatum stills.
Which ones?
I have my Kyrie ones on. I don't have them on right now. I'll grab them in a minute. But my Kyrie one Lettermans, I bought used for like $250. Them things are like $450 now. So I'm just watching them go up.
Right.
Keep them clean. I wear them maybe 2-3 times a year. That's about it. Curry to the hole. Gets his shit blocked by Williams. Robert Williams is out there doing his thing.
I tell you, when Tatum go cold shooting, it's like he forget how to play basketball. He don't take the ball to the hole. He don't try to back down the smaller player. Nothing.
I mean, right now he's costing the team this game. You can say that. Derek White, pump fake. Can't finish. I think Draymond fouled him. So he's headed to the strike for 2.
Motion offense got them confused. Got Jaylen Brown confused. They tired.
I think they're doing all right defensively. I think it's just Tatum off balance tonight for whatever reason. He has these nights, and he can't afford to do this shit. Not in the finals.
Can't, man.
So I'm already up 90 so far in the third quarter and up yet.
He better have a hell of a fourth quarter to make up for this. Here comes C Captain.
I said it the other
Tatum put the ball
night.
on the floor, but he just stopped. It's like he don't want to. He just get a ball up.
Shout out Coffee. If you send any more, send it to the PayPal or the Cash App. We got to get it to you.
Zen, if you remember from last night,
mm-hmm.
I was saying this, just what's going on today. Not that Celtics ain't doing their thing. It's just you can't afford Jason Tatum not to have his greatest game, because then you got to ask more of Jaylen Brown. You get what I'm saying?
Well, you can. They've shown that he can have off nights and win a series.
Yeah, but it's not a. See, that's the thing though. They do show that, but it's not good to use it against the Warriors.
I'm not giving the Warriors that much credit this year. I'm not. They're gonna have to beat them fair and square. They look good tonight. Give them credit.
We said it. Credit. You know, they didn't have
like
to
the
fight
Warriors playing their game. Like the Warriors doing extravagantly bad. They playing their game. And just the Celtics defensively, I tell you ain't playing a team like the Bucks or the team like the Heat where you know where the points coming from. Like You got to chase
Yeah,
them around all game.
Which JT came out and shot an air ball the first shot. He ain't been right ever since. Let's just
yeah,
keep it real.
you're the top defense in the entire league.
They continuously taking Robert Williams out of position. Then Jalen Brown, like you can ask Jalen Brown to do a little more, but shit, he the only one with him and Tatum that actually sitting there following around Steph Curry and Jordan Poole and everything. When they got Tatum kind of like getting bricks rest and playing on Draymond. I mean, you
Well,
got
it's
to use
step
his
up
length.
time. Rob Williams with the putback. It's step up time. That's all it is to it. Do or die. You got to treat every game like it's Game 7 in the finals.
And Golden State is throwing bodies that actually can hoop. And then you got Pritchard coming in who can shoot, but I mean, outside of that,
They'll be fine. I've seen this movie before. Iguodala still got it. Nice jumper. 3-pointer for Iguodala. Derek White, clobbered. He's headed to the line.
seem like now they trying to put the ball in Jalen's hand, but Jalen got to prove he that dude now.
I say play team offense. Whoever gets the open shot, shoot it. If nobody's particularly hot, that's what you got to revert to. You got to swing the ball or you got to drive and kick. But ISO, obviously, what you've been doing ain't working, and I haven't seen a lot of swinging the ball from the Celtics. I've seen a lot of ISO. It's still only a 13-point lead heading into the fourth. As we know in the NBA, that's definitely nothing. Could switch around in a heartbeat.
Yeah, safely. That's been out a long time.
I mean, it's gonna be hard against the Warriors to play normal NBA coming back from 13, but I mean, it is doable. It ain't unheard of.
This ain't the super team Warriors, yo.
No, they ain't a super team, but
I
I
don't know
mean, you know how the
who y'all
Warriors be.
think
They
they
still
are,
got
but
that
they're
scoring in
not.
bunches. They can
They're-
score in bunches.
They can score in bunches, but so can the Celtics, and they can defend in bunches. I mean, y'all act like it's a cakewalk. Y'all act like, oh, the Warriors is just too much. Oh, it's game one. Calm
No,
down.
I ain't say that at all. I'm not saying they're a super
I've
team.
been
I
through
just
this.
saying like
The last two series, the exact same kind of talk on game one.
just
The
saying the
exact
box.
same kind
Yeah,
of talk.
both series, the Celtics were actually counted out at one point or the other.
Right. Calm down. This game ain't even over, and y'all already having a funeral. Oh, the Warriors is just too much. Who was winning at halftime? All
Man,
righty then.
ain't nobody saying
That-
them too much. I ain't
That's
saying them
20.
too
That's
much. All I
24
saying is
minutes.
coming back from 13 is a very doable thing in the NBA, but just
Very
the
doable.
Warriors, they can score in bunches, so it ain't gonna be as easy as it is if you coming back against a team like Milwaukee, who you know where the offense coming from, or Miami, who you know where the offense coming from.
Or Miami,
Like,
who had the best 3-point offense in the NBA this year. They didn't score bunches. They didn't go on runs.
but
Were you watching
offensively,
that?
like
Did you watch that
you ain't gonna sit
series?
there and compare
They went
Miami
on.
to
Jimmy
Golden
Butler
State.
had 47 points one game.
That's one player.
Miami went on plenty of runs. Max Strus was lighting it up. Gabriel Vincent was getting in on that. They had plenty
But
of
saying like,
runs.
come on, you being facetious. They
How am I
ain't the
being
Warriors.
facetious?
They
They,
aren't the Warriors.
of course, they're not the Warriors, but they were the number one 3-point offense in the NBA.
Yeah, but we just talk. That's just 3 points. We talking about the Warriors. The
Right.
Warriors that have you thinking they going for three and they be going for twos. Like the
They shoot
Warriors
a lot
ain't
of
mind
threes.
shooting offense.
This hasn't been anything but a 3-point contest, and the only thing I will say about that is
And who gonna win that every time?
Ime should not be engaged in a 3-point contest with the Warriors.
Yeah, he knows
That's
this.
what
You know
they
So
shouldn't
why?
be doing.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
why?
If
Because
anybody
good
knows,
teams
he
play their
knows.
game.
What's that?
If anybody knows, he knows that.
He should know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he knows that.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
teams play their games. The bad ones, the ones that get out their game. The Celtics
It's,
can't get into a 3 for 3. That's what I'm saying all first quarter. Like they can't go 3 for 3 all game. Like at some point, you got to get this game close. You got to get the ball in the hands of your scores.
well, the way
And
you
I
go
willing
3
to
for
bet
3 is you
Jason
go to the
Tatum
hole and
over
get
Curry when it
fouled.
comes to that.
You go to the hole
What
and get
happened?
fouled. That's how you get 3. Or you get a bucket and
Yeah,
get
I
2.
mean, yeah. But I mean, you can't go 3 for 3 all game with the Warriors.
No, but you gotta. If you go to the hole, you start getting fouls. It slows the game down. It slows the momentum down. Shooters get cold. You can take the other team out of the game just by that whole action of whistle, The player gets depressed because he gets a foul. Now you're going to the stripe. They got to watch you put two in the hole. All that is psychological. You do that enough times, and the team that's winning starts to feel like they're losing. That's psychological. So if I'm
Yeah,
E-Man
that's
right
true. But I
now,
mean, this is the
I'm
Warriors.
hammering that hole. Y'all gonna have to foul me or take charges or whatever. It's gonna get ugly. That's what I
I
would
mean, the
do.
Warriors is a half court team now. Like a lot of people mistake them and say they are a fast pace, not fast pace, but they are fast breaking team. But they literally a half court team. They damn self. I mean, everything you saying is exactly right. I just feel like that's going to be hard to complete against a team like the Warriors.
It's always gonna be hard.
Not saying they can't do it. Not saying
In
they
the
can't
NBA
do it. It
Finals,
just
it's always gonna be hard unless you're playing in the bubble against the
yeah,
fifth
we know
seed.
that.
Dex, where you at? Dex ain't here tonight. That was for Dex, and he ain't here. Um, looks like we're getting back into action. We lost Rave. Who else is with us? I see Flight, Unstoppable, and who else we got? Somebody on mute. We back in action. Got 11:54 on the clock. 11:53. Derek White with the rock. Gives it up to Tatum. Tatum looking to get that cold spell going. Tries to lob it to Rob Williams. It doesn't go. Gets the ball back to the hole. Floater. Can't get it to drop. Jason Tatum having a bad night. That was wide open. Easy deuce. He should have made it. Draymond to Clay. Clay for three. Front rim. Rebounded by Williams to Pritchard. Pritchard to Brown. Iguodala checks him near midcourt. Brown with Draymond on him. Don't like that matchup. Takes a step back jumper. Knocks it down. Good for Jay Brown. It's now a 10-point game. Celtics are coming out aggressive. What'd you see, Unstoppable?
Oh, how you mustache?
Yeah, that's devastating. No panic. That's not unstoppable.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Is that me?
No panic. My bad. Yeah.
What
It was
happened?
devastating.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What y'all seeing in this game so far?
I don't know. I don't know if it's tentativeness or a hesitancy, something that's keeping them from the Celtics from being aggressive. But it looks like they're waiting on something.
You know, they have to sometimes get smacked in the mouth. Um, it's been commented on how well they respond, but part of the reason of why you're responding is that you don't respond to the initial pressure of that game before you respond. Like, to keep the intensity up, you shouldn't have to get smacked in the face. That's how I feel. You should come out with that same intensity every game,
Yeah, you're on the
especially
road. Yeah, everything's against you. You should be able to set a tone early.
right.
But
Seven.
you've been playing behind the whole game. So your best player, by popularity and numbers, he's having an off night. You're not out of the game, but you have a tempo issue.
Yeah. We got a 7-point game as Boston takes possession after Jaylen Brown 3. Jordan Poole not having such a good night. Jaylen Brown to Rob Williams. Rob Williams with a nice alley-oop dunk. Timeout by Steve Kerr and the Warriors. 5-point game. Celtics are back in it. Brown is now leading the Celtics 8 for 19 from the floor with 19 points. Tatum 3 for 16. Let's see who else is jumping out here. Williams is 4 for 4 from the floor. Outstanding game for him so far. He has 3 blocks and a steal at this point. So Rob Williams is definitely paying dividends. Marcus Smart playing a smart game. He's 5 for 9, 2 for 5 from 3. 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals. He's not doing too much. He's not turning the ball over at all. He only has 1 foul. Really good game by Marcus Smart so far. I hope he can keep his head through the rest of this game. Off the bench for the Celtics, Derek White 4 for 8 for 15 points. D. White definitely a solid contributor tonight. For the Warriors, of course, leading all scorers is Stephen Curry, 10 for 19 for 30 points. That is basically 1.5 points per shot. Andrew Wiggins, 8 for 14 for 20 points. And Klay Thompson not having a great night. He's 4 for 12, 2 for 6 from 3 with only 10 points. But Steph and Klay lead the Warriors. Well, actually, Draymond leads the Warriors in plus minus despite shooting 1 for 10. He has a plus 12, and the rest of the Warriors are at plus 11, plus 8 as starters. So the Warriors bench is really failing them statistically. Otto Porter Jr. is a negative 10, even though he's a 4 for 5 shooter. Iguodala shot 2 for 3. He's a negative 5. Jordan Poole 2 for 7. He's a negative 10. So despite Otto Porter having a good game off the bench, Iguodala having a good 9 minutes off the bench, the bench for the Warriors is so far failed them. Total of negative
But
25
still
from the bench.
holding a respectable lead midway through the fourth.
Right. Not quite midway. We got 3/4 of the fourth left. It's 9:35 on the clock at commercial. Celtics are surging.
Mind adding it at Curry ain't into yet. Curry, they been
What's
doing
up?
all that with Curry on the bench.
Oh, yeah, well, Curry
34 points.
Curry had 21 points in the first. He's had 9 since.
I know it fell way off. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's Steph. But, it could also be that he scores another 21 in the next 9.5 minutes.
I mean, he did take less shots in the second quarter. I think they've been adjusting to whatever they were trying to do defensively.
Yeah,
Curry burnt out, bro.
I still got articles saved on my one of my USBs where motherfucker said he was through forever. He'll never be back to the way he was.
Who said that?
There was a couple publications, man, some editorials.
About Klay? Or Steph?
About Curry, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we had that on the screen not too
during
long
that
ago.
injury spell he was going through. Yeah.
He'd been through that before.
Yeah.
His game is not.
The Warriors will never be back in the finals with that roster. I got all that saved.
No. I knew they'd be back. This team is too well financed to not be in it every year from this point on. They're rich.
Yeah,
and they're
all
gonna
that
stay
was
rich.
before they moved over. Yeah.
Yep. From the championships. Some championships brought them so much money, it afforded them the Chase Center.
That was, man, they invested a lot of money in that.
Yes, sir. But they own that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Peyton Pritchard for 2. 3-point game. Celtics coming back on
salute
their
to you, man.
ass. Salute.
Panel,
back.
salute. Talent Ted.
Hey, Talent Ted. What's good, man?
What's good, man? Now, I just said this in the chat on my other account, though, man. I do believe the Celtics are going to pull this game out.
Shout out Talent.
I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, for Boston still be in the game and Tatum, what, 3 for 17? 3 for 17?
Oh,
And the
come on,
reason
JB.
why I know they're gonna pull this game out, number one, Steph, he burnt out all his energy in the first half. He ain't scoring no 20 nothing.
Jalen Brown for 3. 94,
That's
92.
number
Oh,
one.
my baby faster than y'all, my bad.
And you guys gotta understand, the Celtics are rookies here.
2-point game, fellas.
They just trying to match the energy. So once the Celtics match up that energy that it takes in order to win a chip, I'm trying to tell you, man, they can run away with this thing. Game one.
I say it's on their D. Pause. It's on their
Nah.
defense.
Clay.
Now they got a good team, man. They match up well with the Warriors, man. I actually think they got a better team.
Yeah, but the Warriors make the more crucial shots. You got Otto Porter. You got Otto Porter, weak ass guy. What, 15 points? Oh, come on, you can't let that happen, man.
They playing with that pass energy, though, man. They playing off of the ghost. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way I look at it. But once the Celtics match up with that energy, it's a wrap, man. That's just how I feel.
Big play Clay off the bounce.
That's who really got to play
Tatum?
well.
What are you doing? Tatum out here, damn. This is a badass game for Tatum. God damn.
JB keeping
Defense
them in
and
a
offense.
3-point game.
You got to hit that
What's
Pritchard.
going on, bro?
Yeah, they going back and forth, y'all.
Tatum just got to play defense, man. He don't got to go crazy on offense.
99, 97.
I'm sure he's had Draymond drenched on him all game.
Well,
Yeah,
Brown with another runaway MVP game trophy medal.
Clay just got to play. I mean, Tatum just got to play some good defense, man.
Man,
He
the
ain't got.
Warriors
That's
ain't.
it.
The Warriors not
It's,
missing shots. They making
For the
every
rest of
fucking
the
shot.
series,
Celtics making them two, not two, still 2-point game.
now they got
Somebody
that
got to make a
energy though
stop.
now. I'm trying to tell
Yeah,
you, man. The Celtics they
yeah,
found the
they got
energy.
good energy. They got good energy, but they not
Hor-
getting no stops.
I
They
see
Horford,
found
Brown.
it's a boxing match this fourth quarter, man. Enjoy it. I'm trying to tell you.
this is a great game.
Yeah, I see
Enjoy
Brown.
it,
Man,
man.
you can't keep
Steph,
trading. You can't keep trading. You know, Warriors go off in 2 minutes. They'll be up by
Steph,
15 hella fast.
Al Horford coming in the game. I was feeling that. I had the force going.
Good pass.
If Boston pulled this game out with Tatum playing the way he played, boy, they lucky.
Yeah,
I mean, them
Warriors.
boys, they can win without Tatum coming up big now. It's harder.
They can, but he's having a
For
shitty game.
sure.
I'm seeing him miss bunnies.
And Udoka's not playing with these boys, man. He's hanging them out to dry.
Oh, Derek White.
Oh man,
Woo.
we ain't synced
Yeah.
up.
Damn, well, this
Man,
game is crazy.
That's the fourth quarter. I said it
Step
in the
back to
chat,
two.
man.
Curry. Damn, but they going back and forth. Ain't nobody getting no stops. Shit is crazy.
Wait till 5 minutes left. You're gonna see what happens.
Come on, Tatum,
yeah,
man, wake your ass up. There we go. Ah,
yeah, you way ahead
that
of
was
me,
a
bro.
foul. They didn't call it.
Got me by about 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
If it's close at the end, I'm cutting this off so I don't fuck up my
Right.
game.
That's why I just had to get off Clubhouse because somebody on Clubhouse, they TV faster than mine. I'm like, man, I had to get up off here.
He's gonna fuck up my
Yo,
game.
salute to Coffee, man. Definitely. Salute to Coffee, man. That's a powerful brother right there, man. I just want to make sure I say that right quick. Definitely, man. His energy is impeccable.
6'5", the brother
That's
stays.
facts. Shout out Colvin.
Oh!
Good D by Kevon Looney.
Hey, this boy Derek White on fire, boy.
Y'all see that score? I'm trying to tell you. I know
Derek
I
White
said it,
trying to
man.
win
Look out for Derek
Derek
White.
White is on
He
fire.
trying to win the MVP.
Curry.
Steph,
By the time he
Steph,
missed a shot, shit.
Steph ain't built like that, man.
Hey, Derek White on fire. They ain't even got Marcus Smart playing.
Shit.
Come on,
All
Pritchard.
right.
Tie ball
Come on,
game.
Horford. Oh, let's go. Let's go, Boston. Let's go.
I
See,
said
y'all
it,
messing
man.
it up. Y'all messing it up.
My bad, y'all.
No.
We're going to get a Jason Tatum sighting. It's coming. I promise you that, man.
I ain't worried about him. I'm worried about a W.
I just want Boston just to win one in Golden State. So, shit.
If
Just
they
get
win
one of
this
these
game
first
with
two.
Jason Tatum playing like this, you can kiss their ass good night.
Nah, they're
106,
gonna.
103.
If they win this, it's called demoralization, bro. Their heart's
Yeah.
gonna be broken,
Well,
bro.
if Boston win this and win on Sunday,
Wow.
ooh.
It's called demoralization.
Hey, let Boston be up 2-0 going home. Oh, boy.
No, if that's the case. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. All
Right. There's a lot of time left.
Yeah.
Now we
It's only
at that
3
5 minute mark.
Al Horford just hit the three.
So did.
It's on them popping, man. I'm trying to tell
They
y'all,
got the
man.
lead. I
Stay
told
See, they
y'all
disciplined.
matching the energy.
from
You
that
see the
out.
energy? Oh man, I don't know if y'all see it though, but they moving with that pace that's required to win a championship. They just needed to match the Warriors, man. And the good part is they doing it in the second half. They doing it in the second half. The Warriors did it in the first, but the second half is what counts. I'm sorry, man. I'm energetic just like y'all. I apologize, man.
My point
I
is
want
that
Boston to win this series so bad, but
my point is that a championship team, somebody can have a bad game or somebody can be injured and be out, and you can still win on a championship team. You can still win.
Right.
Otherwise, you ain't getting there. Period. As far as I'm concerned, if you lose a starter and your hopes and dreams go up in smoke, you're not a championship team unless that's like LeBron or Michael or Kobe. Otherwise, teams like this, they can miss a piece and plug another guy in. Marcus Smart not having a great night, Derek White jumps in. Jason Tatum not having a great night, Jaylen Brown fills the scoring void. I mean, that's what great teams do. They don't have holes because they got great rosters.
What's White's first name? What's his first name?
Derek.
Same
Derek
as mine.
Yo, could I be honest with y'all, bro? That is a diamond in the rough. You hear me?
For real.
The Celtics found a diamond in the rough. Because this dude is not a good player. He's actually a great player. I won't be surprised to see him in the All-Star game next year, man. That man is doing things, man.
Who, Derek
And he's a
White?
defender.
Yeah, man. I'm not familiar with him. I keep it 100. I don't know what number he was
He
drafted.
come
I don't
from
know
the
what round.
Spurs. You know the Spurs.
Spurs,
Be finding
yeah.
those players.
But I'm
Teach them
trying to
up
tell
real
you,
good. Can't afford to keep them.
he has
So
star
he
quality, man. He has star quality,
been
possibly
with.
superstar quality.
Think about it, he been with Udoka since San Antonio.
Yeah, he's hitting big buckets, man. He's hitting big buckets, man.
So that's Udoka's guy, obviously.
Yeah, he's hitting big buckets, bro. He's hitting big buckets. Timely big buckets. He did it in the last series also, man. Got to keep an eye on this dude.
Time for Tatum to step up, or just become the playmaker, or take the heat off everybody else. But he got to get real active and make smart decisions. I'm sure Marcus Smart will be coming in the game at some point, and he can't do dumb things on offense. That's what I'm looking for in the clutch. Is Marcus Smart doing dumb shit on offense?
I don't think so. I don't think you're gonna get that tonight.
Hopefully not, but he was voted in high school. He was voted most likely to throw away Game 7 in the NBA Finals.
Ah, come on. You said high school?
In high school, they voted him that shit. Yep.
Stop it. He's in the NBA Finals, bro. I respect it, but still, man. Nah, man.
Actually,
go ahead. I apologize.
One of my partners is friends with the Smarts. I'm gonna ask him to call the show one of these days while we doing the finals.
I seen this.
There we go. Good defense. Come on.
I seen this shit coming, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Come on, Horford.
Steph just went too hard, bro.
Another one?
Hey, this game is crazy,
oh,
but god damn.
It's a 6-point game. Al Horford hit another 3.
That's crazy. Horford out there hitting. That's good defense.
And I'm telling you, Steph put out all the energy, bro. You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get that same Steph.
That's all. Get the rebound.
Tatum has 11 assists.
Come on. Look at Horford running the point.
Tatum has a double-double.
Come on, make another 3.
Despite having a bad night, he's got a double-double.
Come on, Pritchard. Ah, damn.
I seen this shit coming, bro. I said I could have been
There's a lot
wrong,
of time
but I
left,
seen
though.
it coming.
34 minutes.
Oh,
Definitely.
Man. Yeah, it's plenty of time. Steph can score that.
But you see what happens in the first half is that because Steph went so crazy, he didn't get other people involved. You understand? So that momentum, Clay, you ain't got a Clay sighting. You understand? And that's a sighting that you needed.
See, that's the key, though. Hey, like Stephen A. said before the game on the pregame, he said out of the Poole, Curry, and Clay, you can't let 2 of the 3 go off.
Yeah,
you can let one of them go off. You got to stop the other 2. That's what they're doing so far this game.
When one goes off in the first half, it kills the momentum because that means your other boys ain't shooting. You understand?
True. That's true.
If they ain't getting the ball up, you can't expect them to save you. And mind you, if you're going off, you're getting tired. You understand? So you got to pass that ball, man. You got to move it around, share it.
But go, he was so hot.
Yeah,
though. How could he not shoot? How could he not? He was so hot.
Well, Curry had 21 in the first quarter.
Yeah, he was going off. He had 6 threes in the first quarter.
Yeah, and he killed his team by doing that. Killed them. Trust me. I'm telling you.
They were up though. I can't say that's a good argument, man.
Yeah, they came out the third quarter. Shit, they was up like down to 15 with like 5 minutes left in third. They came out hitting in the third quarter.
NBA playoff finals quarters record.
I think they won the third quarter 38-24.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you got Klay Thompson.
I don't know about killing the team, but
nah. When I say killing the team, when you come and you drop 21, bro, you're the only one shooting, my guy. But your other team is shooters also. So if they can't catch a rhythm because you going off, and mind you, as you shooting, you're getting tired. You understand? But they have no rhythm while you just pumping shots.
Man, if you're that poorly conditioned, that you're tired in the
they
first,
always
you
gonna
don't
feed
belong
that. They
out
always
there.
gonna feed the you always gonna feed the high hand though. That's how it goes.
Yeah, but you still got to share the ball, man.
Ooh, let's go.
No, that's a
let's go. Come on, 3 minutes left. Come on, Boston.
I don't think he was tired. I think he's streaky. Steph is streaky.
Boston up by 8.
Okay, you think so, man? Just remember, even though he's scoring, he had to go back and play defense on the other end.
That's going to be that's the problem.
Think he ain't tired. You sit there and think he ain't tired.
No. I agree with you on the defensive end, but in the first quarter, he shouldn't be tired. He's an elite athlete playing in the NBA Finals. If you tired after a week off, go sit your ass down.
No, I'm talking about collectively. By the time you get to the fourth quarter, you're not going to have that energy that you had in the first. I mean, you just came off the street. Of course, you came out your crib. Of course, you got that energy. But after running up and down, go ahead.
I thought you said that Steph was the one gassing himself out.
No, what I'm saying is he is gassing himself out for the fourth quarter. Because even though he's putting up all those points take energy out of you. Every jump shot takes energy out of you. So by the time the fourth quarter get here, you're not gonna have the same legs. But that's why if you got two other shooters on the court with you, share the ball, bro. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to be the star. And let me tell you something. This dude's fiending for MVP. That's what he's doing, man.
You're right. You're right about that. But at least he came out looking like one.
Well, looking like one and being one is two different things, my brother.
3 quarters since, he ain't been that shit at all.
What he should have did is save all that energy that he gave you in the first. He should be giving it to you now. And get your team involved. Get Clay hot. You understand? Get Poole hot.
I understand what you're saying, but when you're shooting like that, how in the world do you tell somebody to turn it off?
Right, it's not about turning it off. It's not turn it off. It's having IQ as to know when to turn it on. You understand? You turned it on too early, my guy.
No, it's never too
real
early.
MVP,
No,
you know what makes it?
I disagree.
You know what makes
I
the
see what
MVP?
you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say, but like,
Yeah, I disagree.
Like when you hot like that, like you don't just back
Man,
with some
yeah.
open shots. Ain't like he had to like fight for his shots. He had a lot of open shots.
Yo, bro,
Yeah,
for all you know, that could have been Udoka's plan. Like, freak it, man. Let him go
Let him
off.
go
He's
off.
gonna tire himself out.
Yep.
That's how y'all
Probably
gotta
was.
think the game, man.
Probably
Now,
was.
you know what a real MVP does? He shows up in the fourth quarter, not the first, my guy. I'm just keeping it 100 with you, man. Mike showed up in the fourth. Mike showed up in the fourth.
You got a point. You got a point.
Like I get.
I
what
know
you're
I got
going
a
at
point.
with it, but I just don't agree with the first part as far as you saying knowing when to turn it on. Like if you look at the first quarter, he's been getting a lot of open shots on that offensive run.
But I just told you, for all you know, Udoka could have been saying, let him go off.
Let him punch himself out.
See, you're not understanding the IQ.
Give that chance up.
You're not thinking about the IQ part of the game, bro. Basketball is 100% IQ, bro. It's 100% IQ. Yeah. Or at least let's say 99% IQ, 1% physical, man. I'm going to keep it 100 with you, bro. You got to think the game.
We just witnessed the most 3-pointers ever made in an NBA Finals game. And it's
probably going to come with an L. Probably.
No. Combined. Both teams.
Oh, combined. Okay.
Yeah, in history.
Nah, but I'm trying to tell you, if you want to be an MVP, you got to show up in the fourth quarter, bro. That's what an MVP. Most valuable player.
No, you 100% right about that. I just feel like if you open, like you can't just say, "Oh, well, they want me to take open shots, so let me just pass off this open shot." Like that's the only like part that I kind of disagree on. But as far as like your methodology about,
hey, I ain't gonna front.
Made me trying to do cool.
I
agree with that.
114, 103.
It was a motherfucker on Clubhouse this morning. He like, yeah, man, the Warriors automatically finna win. I said, man, anything could happen, dude. He like, nah, man. He like, man. Championship already won. I said, all right, bud.
And this is an embarrassing loss, too. I don't care what nobody tell me, bro.
You can make that decision.
I'm sorry. Who did I cut
Hey,
off?
I want to give a little credit to
Sounds game. Celtics are up 11.
Al Horford, the kid White, and Jaylen Brown. Hey, the Celtics got 5 best players right now, and Jason Tatum are none of them.
Who that, Savage?
Jack White.
Yeah, I just thought about you too, Savage. I just swear to God that you just ran through my mind. Salute to you, Savage.
This game is looking like it's over.
Shout out to y'all, man. Hey, this
game is looking like
it's over. Offensive foul. Good call, ref. Offensive foul. Good call. On Curry. Pushing off.
Great win for the Celtics. Motherfucking Al Horford had one of the
threw the ball out of
games of his career.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, y'all. I cannot wait to go. Oh, yeah, I bet they ain't finna make that Warriors group tonight. They know I'm finna be on their ass. You should have. I was y'all on Clubhouse this morning. Y'all would have been on Clubhouse this morning. Y'all would have heard the shit this motherfucker was saying.
Marcus Smart with 2 back-to-back threes.
Man, and you talking about Marcus Smart gonna come in and sell what? He ain't selling nothing, bro.
Go win, Boston. Good fucking win.
Wow.
They found the energy, bro. They found that championship energy, bro.
That is game
one.
Well,
they really won this game with Jason Tatum too. Hey, they really won this game when Jason Tatum only shot 3 for 16. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
nigga
he
Jason
did his
Tatum
job
ass.
though. No, he's
Shit.
not, bro. He did his
You mean
job.
Jalen
He
He got
did
a
his
Brown did
job.
double-double. He
his
got
job.
13 assists.
He did his job, bro. He got a double-double. He did
Man,
his
fuck
job.
them assists. Them niggas wide open.
Man, and they made them buckets when he passed it. It took him to pass it. It took
Hey,
him
let
to
me give
pass
some
it,
real
man.
credit. Look, Clay Thompson and Draymond Green wet the bed tonight. Both them niggas was straight ass cheeks. They didn't come out to play.
Hey, Nico talking?
That's
Nah,
Nico.
bro.
I never used to say that about Clay.
I've heard him
Udoka
say it
had a
before.
game plan, bro. Udoka had a game plan, and he executed it perfectly.
Nico's honest about his guy. That's all
I
you can
said
ask.
this in the chat, man. I said it in the chat. I swear to
They
my
didn't have no
moms, bro. I
fucking
said it in the
game
chat.
plan. This nigga Al Horford dropped 30.
And one. Let's go, Big Al.
And they running them off the court as the
Off the
clock go
court.
down. They're running them off the court, my guy.
Wow. What are the analysts gonna say tomorrow morning? What's the
And
talk
Stephen
gonna
A
be?
gonna have a field day, and I ain't rhyming neither.
Shout out to
Where's
KNT though.
Where's
We
my
was
guy
talking
who
about
was
this
talking
nigga,
that
man.
shit
Clay
about
should have
20 minutes
still
ago? Where's my guy that was talking that shit about 20 minutes
not
ago?
gonna have this type of game again.
No, where that motherfucker that was on here last night talking about Warriors winning in 5? Where he at?
Where's my guy that was talking that shit 20 minutes ago? Where you at?
I mean, Warriors are winning in 5.
About why?
That's what I thought.
You crazy.
All right, I don't know about that.
It's going
20
7
minutes
like
ago.
I've been said.
20
The
minutes
Celtics-
ago, this nigga was talking. Sorry, this motherfucker was talking big shit. 20 minutes ago. Where you at?
About why?
Talking Warriors in 5.
Oh,
This
the
game-
Warriors
this
is
shit
gonna
going
dog
7.
walk these motherfuckers. Oh, this
You
over.
know what?
I'm telling you,
I
right,
gotta
it's
also
a
give a little
must. Hey,
extra
I'm telling
credit.
y'all right now, it's a must win for the Warriors on Sunday. They lose Sunday, it's a wrap.
This is
Hold
true.
on. I gotta give a little more credit. Hey, Jordan Poole, who are you? Where are you? This is the
Yeah, he
same
got
nigga
his ass
they said.
beat up.
Hey,
He
they
got
should say
D'd
that
up.
this the nigga that should have took Klay Thompson's spot, and he's nowhere to be found.
Josh
Right.
Jackson.
bro.
Put the Amber Alert.
Josh
Don't-
Jackson,
yo,
where you at? Josh Jackson.
Y'all just finding a bunch of people to blame, man. That's Steph Curry's loss right here, bro. That's Steph Curry's loss
But
right
we
here, man.
know Steph Curry a flake. Now, we already know that already.
Wow.
That's
But
Steph
the thing
Curry
is-
loss right here.
I
You
watch
coming out
it
in
say
the
you gotta-
in the
you gotta-
first
you
quarter
gotta
and you don't
watch
want to
2
play
games
team
before
ball.
you
You
can
playing
make any
solo.
definitive
But he
decision on
always
who
do
you
that.
want
What
to win
we
or who
think
you
I be in here
gonna
bitching about?
He always do what?
He a selfish little nigga.
Who's that talking? Savage?
Yeah.
That's savage.
Okay.
But Nico,
I don't never argue with
12 for
Savage.
25, 7 for 14.
Yeah.
Hit his
Yeah,
free
see,
throws.
yeah, Horford got 26 and Derek
Now,
White got 21. That's
here's
right.
your argument, Nico. The point guard for the Warriors only had 5 assists. Jason Tatum had 13.
I told y'all to look out for all
He
men.
did his
that's
job.
normal for
That's
Steph
what I
Curry.
told y'all.
We know Steph Curry's a selfish little nigga. But the thing is, their side players showed up today. That's the argument.
Nah, his selfishness reflected on the rest of the team, bro. You got to get your team involved in the first quarter at least. Let them touch the ball.
But he's
Jesus.
always selfish, though.
In the first quarter? So that means you
win.
came
always
home.
been selfish. This is what I bitch about every day.
That means your wife gave you dinner and everything, and you left the house thinking in your mind, like, I'm going to go do it all myself. You're right, bro. You've never done it all yourself, ever.
Hey,
Ever
but
in the
you know what?
playoffs.
I'm going to give you credit on that. For the past 3 or 4 games, Steph Curry has been averaging about 8-9 assists and decided tonight he was going to be a selfish bitch.
That's the point.
I said he was going to get 13, 14 threes, but I told y'all when he start missing, he's going to keep shooting instead of passing a fucking rock.
Because he won an MVP. He want to say he earned it himself. I told you, that MVP he just got, he should have gave it to Clay, man. He's a sellout, bro. 110%, man. In the playoffs. In the regular season, he's a god.
He does shoot 50% from the field, so I don't want to say he sell. I don't want to say he being selfish either. Like this, I don't. Like I said, like I was saying earlier, everything you were saying about Curry in the beginning of the game and how he should see it for the fourth and all that. I get that ideology, but at the end of the day, like if you watching the game, them with a lot of open shots have been getting at the beginning of the game. Like if you saying he should get a ball up, like cool, but them and a lot of open shots have been taken to start the game off. Now him cooling off or whatever, like he shoot 12 for 25 for the game. That's almost 50%. That's 45, 47%.
But what I'm trying to tell you is maybe the reason why he's so open is because that was Udoka's plan. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I agree with you. That could be a plan, but it's like you still don't just pass an open shot out.
No, I'm
Like
not
that's the
trying to
part
tell
I
you.
can't get wrong.
I'm actually agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is, if he's that open, maybe that's the plan. That's the reason why he's open. Because
So
we're
what
gonna
do you
say,
think he should have
well,
done?
no, that part is, look. If he wants to shoot. That's fine. If he's wide open, shoot. That's fine. You understand? But what I'm trying to explain to you is, second quarter, what is the first quarter, second quarter is the first half of the game. You got to get your other dudes involved. You're not the only shooter. You understand? And that's what you need. You got a team full of shooters, so you have to let these dudes get the ball up, man. Clay got to get the ball up. Poole got to get the ball up. You got to get a rhythm. Basketball is a rhythm sport, bro. Without rhythm, you ain't
Yeah,
got
but you
shit.
saying it like he been 12 for 40 or something. He been 12 for 25.
Salute teamwork 155. Join the panel, bro.
I don't think you getting
Now,
me,
I
man.
get what you saying. No, I promise you, I get what you're saying. But if he been
But
like
you just
12
want to
for
argue
40
it
or something
anyway.
like that, no. If you been saying he been 12 for 40, I would understand
It
the
ain't.
point if he got to
Listen to
get
me,
to the
bro. I
ball.
don't care what the numbers are. Forget
Can-
the numbers. Forget the percentages.
Can
I'm
I
talking
buttress
about
your point?
team chemistry. I'm talking about team chemistry,
Can I
bro.
add to your point?
Yes, you can, sir.
Steph Curry does not play great team offense. He plays great shooting offense. He plays great off-ball offense, but he is not a great distributor from the point guard position. And despite what they say,
They
position
outscored them by
matters in the
24
NBA.
in the last
Position
couple of
matters.
minutes.
At
34
24,
points, 12 for 25, 7 for 14 from downtown, and you're walking out with an L.
I mean, yeah, that.
damn.
I say, I
And you
mean,
got ran off the
you gotta.
court.
I just want to know what
That's
could he have done?
embarrassing.
Like, what is your plan for him to what your plan is for him to have done?
Bro, I don't know how much ball you've played in your life, but if you
I
haven't
I'm
played
asking
ball,
you a question. I asked you what could he have done outside of shooting
what?
50% from the field,
He
50%
shot
from the
25
three.
shots.
What could
Get
he have
your
done?
team, get your other shooters involved. Part of it is on Steve Kerr also, because Steve Kerr allowed him to go off like that. But you know what? Steve Kerr probably thought he was going to be successful doing that. Guess
He
what?
shot
He
25
wasn't.
shots. 25
But see,
shots. He probably should have cut that
that's
down to 20.
like I say. I agree with 95% of what you're saying. If you know the Warriors
All
offense,
right.
you do
So then the
understand.
conversation, we don't need to have a conversation if you agree with
No,
95%, bro. You
it's
trying to
not.
argue 5%?
I'm not debating what you're saying. This is not a debate. I just trying
How
to
about them Celtics,
understand
y'all?
from
How
your
about them Boston
perspective, what
Celtics?
could he have done? Because if you do know the basketball, you do know the Warriors offense. The offense is ran through Draymond Green. So when you're bringing up assists, I'm confused as to what you're looking at when it comes to basketball.
All right. Bro, whatever that 5% is, use that to find your answer.
No,
That's the
I
best I
don't need
can
to
tell
find
you.
an answer. Like me, I asking you because
You're asking a question.
Yeah, I'm asking you from your perspective, what could he have done? And you bringing up he could have distributed the ball, but as everybody on this panel know, when you look at the Warriors offense, they run the motion offense, and that motion is around Draymond Green.
Bro,
So when you
I don't know
bringing
how
up
many times I
distributor,
could tell you the same thing, bro. Bro, they have two more shooters on the team. One is Jordan Poole. The next one is Klay Thompson. Listen to me good, bro. There are 4 quarters in the game. Okay? You can't sit there and not let your other shooters catch a rhythm. Look at the meaning of rhythm.
that wouldn't be on Steph.
Bro, listen to me, bro. There's rhythm and chemistry. That's all I'm using for my argument. You're using numbers. That's fine. You want to do that?
No,
you do that
I'm
with your
not
5%.
using numbers. I'm telling you, the offense is ran through Draymond Green. So how was that on Steph for not distributing?
Hold up, Panic. Man, what part that you don't understand? Y'all gotta listen
Coffee
to
to the
Ted TV,
world.
man. Listen to Ted TV, man. The man know what he talking about. He know the game.
What's happening, Coffee?
Anybody know the game? What's up, brother? What's up, panel? Anybody know the game? Know that, especially if you saw Big Mike them play the Chicago Bulls, nobody go off on the first damn quarter. Now I ain't got no horse in the race. I wanted the Bulls to be there. I like to see a good game. I like to see a good matchup. They coming with it. He can coach his ass off. The Boston's coming with it. Warriors coming with it. But you got to get your other teammates involved. You got Clay right there. You got Jordan Poole right there. You got Wiggins right there. You got the ball reversal, rotate the ball, and the Warriors do this. So I'm shocked that a lot of times. This got a lot to do with Las Vegas, the round table. They gambling and betting and all this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna see the adjustment. But what
They
Ted
pulled in
TV,
a whole lot of Warrior money this week, boy.
Hey,
They pulled in a lot of Warrior money, didn't they?
What Ted TV saying is right. Well, first of all, A lot of you motherfuckers need to contribute to Flight Sports TV. Y'all don't give up no money. So I ain't gonna get on that. All right, cause I go on a rant for real and then take this shit up a whole nother notch on some real shit. All right, so let's stay with this. So let's stay with this right here. Cause I get on some straight other shit. You know what I'm saying? It'll get greasy, real greasy in this motherfucker real quick. So check it out. That's why I want to give a lot of you motherfuckers no shout out. I don't respect a lot of y'all because y'all come on this panel and y'all ain't give up no motherfucking paper. But fuck that digression. What Ted TV was saying is 100% fact. You got to distribute the ball. Ain't no way in the hell, Steph, your IQ is bigger than that. You know that. And then Nico been saying it all the time. Steph come up and he horse shots, he just jack shots, all that bullshit. Don't nobody want to see that. We want to see a good basketball game, but I'd rather see a high IQ game, a smart game. I want them to be a boxing match. I want them to go back and forth. But when I see dumb shit, you gotta call dumb shit out. Steph playing himself. Fuck all that MVP shit. Fuck all that, man. You already recognized. You already established.
Let me ask you a question. What could Steph have done differently?
Just to keep asking this crazy question, bro.
I asked you,
bro.
I'm asking the
you are
question.
crazy. Let me give you a beautiful. All right, boom. Let me give you a beautiful answer to that question. All right. Look at the opposite side of the court, right? Do you see the Celtics game? Did Jason Tatum just have that's their number one player, right? Did he just have a bad game? So therefore, who just won the game for them? Zen. Hold on. Let me get this right quick. All right, we're not looking at that. Hold on, bro. Bro.
You sound dumb as hell, Panic. You sound dumb as fuck, bro. You sound dumb as fuck.
Waste of time, man.
Listen to Ted TV, man. Listen to what he's telling you. Listen to him.
Bro, I'm just telling you
the
Celtics' best player just had a bad offensive game, right? Who won them the game?
Shooting.
The others.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Shaq say it all the time. That's who wins you championships. The others. You have to get the others involved.
But look, bro. Despite his bad shooting, the second assist man on the Celtics only had 5. He led the team in terms of getting that ball right.
And
that's the point about Steph. That's the point about Steph. Steph didn't move the ball around because they have a ball movement offense that's not predicated on the point guard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Exactly. So you see what you see what Jay Tatum did, right? Panic. You see what Jay Tatum did, right? He knows that his score was off, but so he got everybody else involved.
That's my point, Coffee.
Everybody involved. Smart shit. Ball player, smart shit. And Jaden Tatum is a high IQ, smart player. And he worked out with Kobe Bryant with some excruciating shit. You know what I'm saying? So y'all always thinking about points. It ain't about no fucking points.
Exactly.
No points. Everybody want to score points. 10, 15, 20. No. Do other shit. So how many players on the fucking team? Anybody know one motherfucker?
Jordan was plus 16.
That shit the hard way. Jordan lost 6 years in a row learning that shit the hard way. And when Jackson came in, put that triangle defense in there, that triangle offense in there, he started distributing the ball, trusting his players. People like John Paxson shot the 3, won the game. Other players contributed, won the game. It wasn't just Michael Jordan dropping 30 or 40. It wasn't like that.
Because the star is going to be the star.
When you see
the star is going to be the star.
You know what I'm saying? Kobe and Mike.
Really, what Draymond Green is what y'all saying.
Nah, what I'm saying.
No, dog.
Oh my
Come on,
God,
man.
bro.
Look, Panic, I can't believe your motherfucking brain, dog. God damn.
Yeah, he different, bro.
Y'all talking from a position where y'all don't really know.
Nah, bro, you are a different type of mind. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I've heard you argue with other people too, and your mind is different, bro.
I expect this shit from Scott. I don't expect this shit from you, Panic. I expect this shit from Scott, dog.
Yo, no panic. You ever played ball, bro? You ever played ball? I just want to ask that one question.
Just simple as listening.
Nah. Just answer this question and say what you.
I said yes.
Yo, I don't believe you, man. I think you lying to me, bro.
No, listen. With the Celtics,
nah, man. I think you argue from a fan's point of view, bro.
The reason why Jason Tatum can get 13 assists and everything y'all saying is 100% right is because the ball is in his hand and he's a scorer. When he can't score, he's kicking the ball out. Hold on,
bro. Jason Tatum is a small forward, bro.
Bro, just hold on. I'm about to help you get to why you're trying to get to. So when you look at the Warriors' offense, Steph Curry is not the main ball handler or the main distributor on the offense. So
bro,
when you
stop
saying
it
you
right
think,
there. I have
no,
to
just
stop
look,
you
just,
because,
bro,
bro, I
just
know what you're
listen.
about to
You
say,
would
and
never. It don't
Draymond
matter.
Green
Just
does not
listen.
bring the
Just
ball up.
listen.
Draymond
Just
Green does
listen.
not
You
bring
act,
the ball up.
bro.
Bro,
You
Draymond
acting like
Green,
a
I
kid,
know
bro.
what you're
Just
about to
listen.
say, and
Just look.
Draymond Green
It don't
does
matter if
not
you know.
bring
Just go
the
Let him
listen.
ball
land.
up.
Let
It's
him
so
land.
good.
Let
It's
him
so
land.
good to listen. It's so good to listen, bro. We
Let him
men. It's
land.
so good to listen.
Bro, it's not good to listen to
It's so
bullshit.
good to listen, bro. It's
Let
so
him
good to
land.
listen.
Go ahead, bro.
Come
Bro,
on,
I'm losing
man.
brain cells, but go ahead, man. I
I can't. I'm
apologize,
about to
man.
get off. I'm about to get off this motherfucker, dog. I can't reduce my
When
mentality
you're
down
not,
to
when you
Exactly,
run the
bro. This
offense
nigga,
like the
level shit.
that's what he's doing. But go ahead,
when
man. Make
you
your
run
point, bro.
the offense, when you run the offense like the Warriors run, the ball is the game isn't dictated by what Steph Curry wants to do, as dictated by what Draymond wants to do. So, the reason why I say I agree 95% is because yes, he did run out of gas. Yes, the ball could have been distributed better, but that wouldn't be on Steph because the offense doesn't run through Steph.
It's
If
really
you
on
a
the coach.
casual,
It's really on the
just listen.
coach.
Just listen. Okay. So your argument wouldn't be with Steph, like I was keep saying, but y'all don't want to listen.
But
So
Steph
what
know
I'm
better.
saying is that
Steph know better.
hold on. I got. Oh yeah, Steph can know better, but that's the
Well, if you
coach
don't
that if
respond
the
to
coach
that,
if the coach decide, you know what, let's switch it up. Let's put the ball in Steph hand and let him rock. Then I would agree 100%. But the
yo,
fact
you
that
are a
that's not,
fantasy
bro, just
basketball
listen, bro. You keep
analyzer.
responding. They say two
Because
things.
it's
If you
hard to
can't
listen to
listen,
that
because
nonsense,
you
bro. You're in fantasy
how?
world, bro. You're
So the
imagining
ball
what
don't
things
run through
should be.
Draymond? So the ball
You're
don't
you're
run through
you're,
Draymond?
you're
So
imagining
yeah or no?
things,
Do the
bro.
ball run through Draymond? Yeah or no?
Point was made. Point was made.
Now that
Come
point wasn't
on,
made.
man. You
That
just
wasn't no
you
point,
want to
It's
dog.
not
That
a
talk
wasn't no
point,
over
point.
us
Zen.
like
Let's
That wasn't no
make the
point, dog.
make the
listen.
rebuttal. Make the
That
I
wasn't
know
rebuttal.
no.
Steph is a short
Zen,
bitch.
Zen.
We got
First of
players.
all, Steph brings the ball up the court, bro. All right,
That don't mean
Draymond doesn't.
running the offense.
Draymond, what do you, bro? The offense is initiated from when the ball is passed in, bro. What are you talking about, man?
No,
Shout out
bruh,
to
the
the panel.
offense is
Shout out to
you. Go ahead.
everybody.
Just go.
What
Go
up,
ahead. Go
Coffee?
ahead. You right. Go ahead. You
What's
right.
up,
What up,
bro? What's
Coffee?
up, my
What
You
up,
guy?
have that.
guys?
You got that.
Say, man, I just want to say one thing to Zen.
My
Zen,
man.
was you listening to me the other day when I came on there? And I want to ask the whole panel, how many of you guys picked Boston to win today's game? Besides me and Zen.
I don't know,
Marvin,
not me.
I was
I
not
ain't got
that
no
night,
horse in the
man.
race. I
I
just
was
want to
just
see.
messing
I
around
just
in the
want to see a
chat.
good series. I ain't got no horse in the race at
Zen,
And I
all.
always say
Zen.
I
You
gotta
remember
wait
when
Yes,
I
two
was
sir.
on here?
games.
Zen, you remember when I was on here the day before yesterday and they was riding me about Boston?
I did hear some of it. Yeah, now I think about it, yeah.
Listen, I'm not a Boston fan, but I just told him. Yeah, and I'm just asking the guys who talking noise about Steph Curry now. They wasn't talking that noise 2 days ago. Everybody
That's a
felt
fact.
Golden State
I
was gonna
was.
win. A whole lot of people felt Golden State was gonna either sweep or I don't call no gentleman
Now, if
sweep
you know
4-1.
basketball,
I
you know it ain't
was.
gonna be no sweep. If you know
That's why
basketball,
you
if you
gotta
know the
wait
game of
2
basketball, you know
games
it's not
in to
gonna be a
make a
sweep.
decision.
But also you got to factor in Las Vegas. Y'all got to factor that in. Now, I really want the black coach to win. That's what I'm always for, the black coaches. I
You
don't
want the
like
odds
Steve
for
Kerr.
Sunday?
I don't like Steve. I don't like Steve Kerr, even though he was inherited this team, which should have been Mark Jackson. Period.
Do you want the odds for Sunday on Coffee? Do you want the odds for Sunday?
For all the right reasons, it should have been. Hold up, Zan. For all the
Sure.
right reasons, it should have been Mark Jackson. The fact that they kicked that brother out and he's forever trying to get back on. Well, he's not trying to get back on the team. They forever bullshit him on the interviews and get him on the team is BS. And don't nobody want to talk about it. Nobody want to say nothing about it. I love the brother from Boston. He put his time in before the Spurs in the league and all that. And not just because he's kicking it with Neil Long. The brother focus, he get them brothers going. You know, kind of like what you see when you see Mark Jackson or you see Willie Green. You see these coaches, they get the players going. So when you know the game of basketball, you know it's not just about points. It's about two-sided, playing the game two ways, two-sided basketball. And I've been saying this to Chip Evans. You just can't be points. Good indication, an example of that tonight was you saw Tatum coming in doing his thing. People are like, oh, Tatum didn't have a good game. No, he had a fucking excellent game. He had a great game. You don't have to score points to have an excellent game. The man 13 assists, 13 times 2 is what?
26.
That's 26
And you know they was
motherfucking points he
threeing.
had.
You know they was threeing like a motherfucker.
So he scored 26 points along with what he had.
Plus
Think about
some
that.
add in six. Add in 6. Say 32.
So you got to be smart and you got to be wise. You got to stop thinking about, oh, he got to score 25. Got to go 25. All you got to do is get your team involved and win 4 games. That's the team. That's all people remember.
He didn't
I got a
force
question
it.
though.
He only
I got
shot
a question,
17 shots. He didn't force it.
No.
Anybody can answer this question for me though, but the Warriors just got walked down. All right, they just got walked down. So I want somebody to tell me what are they gonna do to win this series now?
Easy, they're gonna make the adjustment. If you're a man, you're gonna go in that locker room and you're gonna say, "Look, my bad. First of all, I was bullshitting." And the other brother gonna say, "I was bullshitting." And other brother say, "I take accountability." And the coach gonna say, "I take all the accountability because I be scared to talk to you motherfuckers and tell y'all stop doing this bullshit." You know what I'm saying? So they don't do that. The coach got to take initiative first. Secondly, distribute the ball reversal like you've been doing. That's all you got to do, ball reversal, and then let the chips fall where they may. You just can't go in there playing selfish basketball. Selfish basketball don't win nothing. You can't be selfish. And you got heaters on your team. You got gorillas on your team. When you got Jordan Poole on one side and Clay on one side, and you got Wiggins, them motherfuckers nice. Them motherfuckers nice. You got to get them involved. Jordan, they got the people involved. Scotty got Brett and them all involved. And then fourth quarter, what they do? Michael Jordan put your ass away. They up a dub in the fourth quarter. They up a dub. Ain't no close game. This in the finals. Them motherfuckers up 20. So you got to be smart with your shit, man. And and them guys are grown men. They know what the fuck they doing. Now, I don't know what they did before the game. If I see next game come out and be a blowout and the Warriors win and the Celtics hold back, I know they doing all this betting shit. It's all this Las Vegas shit. You know, NBA want their money. They want to stretch it out to 6 games or 7 games. It's all about money too, dog. You got to factor that up in there.
Let me ask y'all this. Did they have a bad game? They shot 44% from the field and 42% from 3.
No. So it's not about points. Like I said again, it's about distribution.
Hey, Josh Jackson, how those words taste,
people
baby.
On your team, the people on you. If you ain't got Klay Thompson, you ain't got Jordan Poole involved. You know what I'm saying? At least about a second
Josh
quarter.
Jackson out there eating alphabet soup.
You in trouble. It shouldn't even be like that. You know what I'm saying? It should never be like that. Now let me ask y'all a question.
Wait, let me ask
y'all a question off the topic. Zen and Marvin and whoever else that's always on this panel. Did y'all contribute any money to Flight Sports TV?
Yes, I did. You ain't got to ask me that no more. Damn,
man. What about you, Zen?
I will allow that to be a private matter between me and Flight Sports TV.
Okay, I know it's gonna get personal. I know when I get you. I know when I get you, motherfuckers. I know when you reply like that, that's a dumbass reply. Because I know it hit you. It hit your chest.
The answer is I don't answer to your black ass, nigga.
Yeah, I know. It gets you angry, don't it? Hey, look, I hit your chest. I know I hit your chest. I'm going to constantly cave in your chest because I know
let me say this, Coffee.
Coffee, I ain't weak. Coffee, I ain't no weak motherfucker, and I ain't giving into your bullshit either.
I know.
It ain't got. If I give to this channel, it ain't got shit to do with your black ass.
I know Marvin
ain't got nothing to do with you, Coffee.
He's shot time.
You come on here and run your mouth. That's all you do, nigga.
Hey, I can see your face. You got peanut butter in your throat. You can't even swallow, motherfucker. You got peanut butter in your throat. You can't even swallow, and you're gonna always lose against me because you're contribute that motherfucking money to Flight Sports TV. I'm gonna start calling you motherfuckers names.
You can call me all the names you want. You call me all the names you want. You'll never know if I gave a damn dollar. You'll never know.
You look like Mr. Peabody and Bill Cosby at the same time, motherfucker. I see it on your face. Contribute. I'm gonna start calling you motherfuckers out. You can't. Your arm's too short to box with God, nigga.
Got a question for you, Nico.
I love you, brother, that's contributing. I love you, brother, contributing. Flight ain't gonna say nothing to your humble brother. I'm calling you motherfuckers out. Love, I'm out of here.
Nico, I got a question for you, Nico.
Can I answer Talented real quick? Because he did ask how the Warriors are gonna win this series.
Sorry for all the M-bombs, Flight.
I'm gonna make it quick. The thing is, when you get walked down by Al Horford and motherfucker, what is his name, Derek White, you can live with that.
Hey, put some respect on Derek White's name, bro. Stop it.
Fuck no. The thing is that the Warriors were up and they got walked down by some dudes who are not gonna bring that. If they bring that for the series, then hey, shout out to them. It's meant for them. It's in the cards for them. But those dudes are not about to provide that performance every fucking game.
Man, I told you.
Can I say something to you, Nico?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let me holler at Nico a second, because I was in another panel and I seen him wrote on that Warriors in 5. You still on that Warriors in 5?
Yes.
All right.
The thing is,
have his pick.
So in other words, they can win 4 straight, right?
Yes. The thing is, I can see that happening. I'm not gonna guarantee that, but I can see that happening, and I can see these dudes being the 4-time champions they deserve to be.
Don't you think that's where I will
Nico, Nico, they just got walked down in the fourth
This is what
quarter.
I be talking about to you
Derek
guys.
White
When
and
they
Al
be on here
Horford.
talking that noise before a series starts, when they
Nico,
lose one game, Nico start riding them. Stay with your
Nico,
boys, Nico. Stay with them.
What you mean? I just said they're gonna win.
equivalent to
They
Ali
won.
versus Joe Frazier that just happened, bro. With
I
the
ain't no
rope-a-dope,
Celtics
bro.
fan, but I knew damn well they wasn't finna blow out the Celtics, brother. I knew that.
They
Well,
took
the thing
all the
is-
hits. They took every hit they could give, and then they turned around and knocked them the hell out, bro, in the final round, my guy.
And here's another one I got for you,
fuck that.
Nico.
Nah, you
When
seen when they was
when
coming
Steph
back.
in the first half was hitting all them threes, you wasn't on it. You wasn't mad at him for hitting all them threes in the first
Sure
half.
wasn't.
Only when he started missing in the
I'm
second
not.
half
Who
is
led
when
at
you want to talk
halftime?
about it.
Who led at
Yeah.
halftime?
I
Boston.
do that.
Who
'Cause
led
the
at the
thing
end of
is-
the game? Boston.
Look,
See, here's the
I'll tell you
deal.
why I do that.
When Steph was hitting all them damn threes, everybody in the world, Steph the best in the world. Now they lose the game, he ain't worth a shit. That's the way.
Well, 'cause it's how you
fans
lose the
are.
game. He didn't
good
make an
point.
adjustment.
Well, he ain't talking
Look,
about
so-
me because I've been
so let me
putting
acknowledge
stuff in his
this.
place.
But let me acknowledge this because I'm the one that deprecates on Steph very
do.
often. The thing is, it takes him 8 shots to realize he don't got it no more. That's 8 shots too late. When he could have facilitated for everybody else in between that time of realizing, oh shit, I missed 3 back-to-back shots. Let me start getting everybody else involved. He don't think like that. He about to shoot 7, 8, 9 more
But
times.
Nico, I need
So
that
the
finals
18
what
MVP.
points in the first quarter. 18 points in the first quarter. You didn't like that, Nico?
I need that
That's nice
finals
when you
MVP,
hit.
Nico.
But as a point
No.
guard, when do you adjust?
Yo, just remember that
I
last.
would just
When do
suggest
you adjust? He gonna
everybody,
keep shooting. If he
whenever
hits
y'all get
18
off
in the first, he
screen,
gonna keep shooting.
I
go
can tell
watch
y'all
the
what
Warriors
happened, man.
offense since 2015, and y'all will
That
realize
last series,
that everything y'all saying is y'all putting it on the wrong person.
that
Just go back
last
and
series,
watch it.
man. You keep defending this dude, man. That last series, the
I'm
dude
not
received.
defending.
The
All
dude
I say is
received.
everybody
The
should go
dude
and watch the
received
Warriors
a
offense
conference
in 2014.
MVP, and it went to his head, my guy. That's it. That's it. And they came out and they threw their best punch in this first game, bro. That's what just happened, bro. So that's why I'm trying to tell y'all. They just got walked down, bro. You understand? Because the man think he gonna go after another MVP. He didn't even deserve the conference MVP. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? And y'all sit there and think that ain't the truth, bro. I'm telling you, that's facts, bro. It went to his head. So he came out like how he left the last game, bro. He didn't even leave the Mavericks, man. He came back out like he was still against the Mavericks, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. It just went to his head, and that's why he did what he did. And Steve Kerr, you got to blame him because he allowed him to do that. You understand? But Steve Kerr needs to put a stop to him and let him know, yo, bro, you got other players on the team. You have to get them involved. And because of
So
you
is it
doing
Steph
that,
Curry or Steve Kerr?
excuse me?
Is it Steph Curry or is it Steve Kerr?
Nah, I can't argue with you, man. Arguments with you is a dead argument. Any question you ask, any question you ask,
you from earlier,
any question
bro.
you
Like
ask,
you been saying even Steph, now you saying Kerr. That's
bro,
on Kerr because he should have blah
listen
blah
to me
blah.
good,
Like,
bro.
who is it?
Arguing with you is a waste of time because you're gonna believe what you would tell somebody that they're 95% right and still argue them. So that means that's like the teacher telling me I got a 95.
Right don't
That's
mean
like the
fully
teacher.
right.
That's
I
like,
with 95%.
I know
right,
that, and that's the problem with you, bro.
I tell you
That's
which
like the
part I don't agree with.
Bro,
Like,
if the teacher comes to me, listen to me, bro. If my teacher
No,
comes to me,
you from New
listen
York.
to me, bro.
You from New York, in it. You from New York, in it.
And you from Guyana, ain't it? Either way,
Yeah.
we could all tell. Okay, good. So it's all good. We know where each other's from.
good,
That still doesn't prove a point. What I'm trying to tell you is, if I get a
So you
95
never hear
on a,
somebody say they agree with you 95%?
if I get,
Except for
listen to
one
me.
detail
I'm
and tell you
giving
that
you an
detail?
analogy to help you out with that question you're asking, bro.
No, you don't got to do all that.
That's the problem with you because you don't take nothing, bro.
You just now. That's on Steve Kerr. I asked you earlier, so who was that on? You say Steph. So now
But
your
that's
answer changes.
no. You arguing with you is like arguing with my girl. That's a waste of time, bro.
Saying that over
Listen
and over.
I know that's the first time I just said that.
You said
Yo,
Kerr,
listen.
and then you said Steph. Then you say Steph. Which one is it?
Whoever one you choose. What I'm trying to explain though is like at the end of the day, if my teacher gives me a 95,
You
know what
ain't
I'm
gotta
saying?
do it. You ain't
I
gotta
passed
do all
the
that.
test.
Answer the
I
question.
passed the test.
The
I'm
first
not
time
gonna
you say
run
Steph,
up to
now
her
you
and
say
ask
Kerr.
her
That's
or
all I
him
need to know.
about
You
the
just
5%,
don't understand the
my guy.
offense. Just say that. Just say you
Say
don't
it again?
understand the offense.
All right, I don't
I
understand
say
the offense.
you said
I
Steph.
disagree
then
with
said
anything you
Kerr.
say,
Just
bro.
say you don't understand
Anything
the
to get
offense.
you to
That's
be
all.
quiet, bro, because it's a waste of time.
That's
Okay, I
all.
don't
That's all
understand
it
the
is.
offense, bro. Anything
all
you
it
say is
is.
correct, man. My 95. Listen, your 5%.
No, only
Your 5%.
we agree.
Your
95.
5% outweighs my 95% that you admit.
5%. That's all.
Is correct. No,
you would never in a contract with somebody. And
this man tells me I'm 95% correct, but yet at the end of the day, his 5% is stronger than the 95 he admits is mine.
But
you're
it's
weird,
not right
bro.
Or wrong in a full discussion, bro. I just saying the 5% I don't agree with. I tell you what I don't agree with. You
bro, I can't argue with an oxymoron, bro. Everything you're saying is an oxymoron, bro. That's
so
bro.
How is that a moxie?
What do you mean how, man? Do you understand ethics?
What you say?
Do you understand ethics? Come on, bro. Everything that you're asking, bro, you can answer it yourself because you're admitting to me that I am 95%.
No, I'm asking you a question, and you can't answer the question with just one answer.
It's not that I can't answer it, bro. I answered it many times, and you keep coming back with the same question.
So is it Kerr or is it Steph? Which one,
bro?
Which one is your final answer, Kerr or Steph? That's all
I don't have a final. Whichever one you choose, bro.
No, you ain't.
I blame Steph Curry.
You don't know the offense, man.
You telling me I don't know the answer, bro?
You don't know the offense.
Okay,
no.
well then,
I
don't know what. How you gonna tell me I don't know motion offense, bro? How you gonna tell? I've played ball, homie.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying you don't understand motion offense. What I'm saying is you don't understand.
Bro, he's running the triangle offense, and he's throwing a little bit of motion into it, bro. At the end of the day, that's all it is. And he's using Draymond Green.
Ran through?
He's
using one question. Just answer
one
question.
He uses Draymond Green. Bro, through he started.
Just answer the question. Who was it ran through?
Oh my fucking god, bro! This guy is annoying the hell out of me, bro.
Who was it ran through? You can't answer the question.
Bro, are you listening to what I'm trying to tell you?
Just answer the question. You touring around the shit. Answer the question.
Bro, I don't want to answer your question, bro. At the end of the day, your question is oxymoron.
You don't understand their offense. That's all.
Bro, how you gonna tell? Bro, you know what it is? You want me to tell you? The only thing you want me to do is say that Draymond. Okay, Draymond Green. Draymond Green.
When I'm telling you, Draymond is the facilitator.
Bro, no. You see, that's where you're wrong. Okay, pause. Now I see where your nonsense is coming from, bro. Listen good, okay? It doesn't matter if Draymond Green.
Because I know the offense.
I'm giving you an explanation. Do you play the offense? I'm talking it like you play it.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing you just did. You got it.
Thank you. All right, now I'm gonna continue. That's all I needed. Now hush. Actually, give it to me and really hush. That's the difference between me and you. I'm gonna accept what you just said. You didn't accept what I said. All right, so let's move on. So like I said, at the end of the day, bro, it doesn't even matter if Draymond Green initiates the offense. The ball has to leave his hand in order for the offense to be initiated. Okay, so it has to go from player to player to player, and it's going through a triangle. Okay, so if you look at the court correctly, the ball gets passed in a triangle formation.
You cry?
Okay, excuse me?
You about to cry?
No, what do? You love my voice or something? Bro, I'm talking to you with energy. You said you a little.
Your voice been breaking. I don't want to have an argument with you if he's gonna turn you into this right now.
Bro, I don't even know what's wrong with you, bro. You sound crazy, bro.
Exactly what I talk about, but you trying to tell me a secondary line of what I'm talking about. The offense runs through Draymond. You can say whatever you want to say about whatever. It doesn't run through Steph. So when you saying Steph should facilitate more,
bro, if the offense run, listen good to I said to you earlier. I see where you're coming from.
We need to have a film study. We need to have film study on y'all.
Nah, I need to have nothing with you, bro. I don't know. I don't know you from a hole in the wall, bro. I'm explaining something to you. I'm explaining something to you and the audience in the panel.
You're not explaining nothing to
me. All right, so then bypass you. Then stop talking. I'm saying something. Could you give me the respect?
You want me to stop talking so you can tell me exactly what I told you?
No, I'm not telling you anything. You told me I got it. You said to me I got it, bro. Yo, did you not say that I have it?
I don't want to go back and forth about this no more.
So then stop talking. Because when you talk, I'm going forth. When you talk, we're going back.
You just say it's like fussing with your girl, fussing with me. Why are you keep going?
Oh my God, bro,
you sound like the girl.
Bro, you sound mad emotional, bro. Like at the end of the day, you sound mad. Nah, bro, you're trying to put your thought process. You're putting your thought process on me, bro.
Redundant.
And that's some slick shit. But anyway,
Y'all
yo,
wheeling
can
mud.
I
Do
finish
y'all
my
even
statement,
remember
though,
what
bro?
y'all was arguing about?
Talent, yeah, it's redundant.
Bro, nah, I already know how people like him move, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell
No,
you.
it's
That's why he keeps
redundant.
cutting me
You
off
say
because he
no,
knows I'm
'cause
gonna
you
make
keep
my
cutting me
point.
off.
But
I ain't doing what you do.
all right, so I'm gonna let you
It's
talk. Then.
redundant. I don't.
Salute
You
to
got it.
Dex.
You got it.
I'm gonna let you talk then, man. I'm gonna let you
Salute
talk.
to all
Finish
the
what you're saying
Dex,
so I can
yo.
say what I gotta say, bro.
You
Because I'm
got
not here
it.
to argue with nobody, bro. Okay, so then
But
hush.
you keep trying to go. You keep trying to go about
Bro,
the
I'm
same
no
thing over
longer
and over.
talking to
Obviously,
you.
we
I'm
ain't gonna
talking to
agree.
the panel and I'm talking to the audience, bro. And you coming in trying to insult me, bro.
How I trying to? I asked you if you been crying because you sounded your voice been breaking up. I ain't trying to make sure I ain't touching
Bro,
your
don't
nerve.
worry about bro.
on,
You can't
man.
touch me like that, man. Bro, I got cojones, bro. Don't worry about how I sound. That's not your business, my nigga. At the end of the day,
You
and
talking
excuse
to
me,
me,
Flight, for
right?
saying
You
my
talking
nigga.
to me?
No,
talking
you
to
said
me?
I got it. I don't want to talk to you.
No, listen. Okay, we from two different places. When I
By
say
you
got it,
speaking,
that's
you
me
making
saying
it look like I'm
conversation
talking
day.
to you, bro.
No,
Okay,
it's
Curry,
okay,
chill.
conversation
okay,
day.
okay. But how does that make Lonzo Ball a better basketball player?
And
How
how is
the
that
hell we
Damn
go to
right.
impacting
You
Lonzo,
right.
man?
legacy? And
How
how is
we
Huh?
go
that
to
affecting
Lonzo,
Kanye West
man?
legacy?
Because we need to
Van,
change the subject like a
that's right.
motherfucker.
Change the subject. Because here's what
Yeah,
I
like
want
that
to
shit
say, guys.
redundant.
Let me say something. Hold
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
no
Older
panic. Let me say
gentlemen,
something,
Let
guys.
regulate.
Marvin speak. Y'all don't ever let Marvin speak,
Hold
please.
on, guys. Let me say something, guys. Because you can rest assured, if when Golden State win the next game, all this shit gonna be totally different.
Oh yeah, all the shit
All
Totally
is
I'm
different.
saying
different.
is this, guys.
Totally different.
All I'm saying is this, man. They wasn't gonna sweep. Boston wasn't gonna sweep. It's a good series. So just so happened Boston won game one. I'm not riding nobody. I just said that when I came on them, Dex was talking shit. That don't mean nothing to me. I didn't say this 50,000 times to people, and they come back on here and act like they didn't say it. But I don't give a damn. This is what I'm talking about. This was not all Steph Curry's fault either, guys. Your boy y'all just finished talking about, Draymond Green, went 2 for 12. If he's supposed to get 12 shots, blame some on his ass. And don't blame it all on Steph. Don't blame it all on Clay. Listen, Boston played a better fourth quarter. They won, period. Now, what they need to do is make sure Boston don't win game two. If they win game two, they got problems.
Rap
But if
City.
they thought this was going to be an easy series, now they know different. That's all I'm saying.
And
Well,
everybody who thought
I'm trying to tell
Boston was gonna be easy work need to chill.
Marvin, what I'm trying to get across to the point that I'm trying to get across though, what you got to understand is something called chemistry though. You
Oh,
understand?
this nigga stole this shit.
So regardless of what Draymond had or what anybody else had, it's like the team did not have the correct chemistry in order to win that game.
Did they have the right chemistry in the first? Did they have the right chemistry in the first half?
Did they?
Yes, they
that's
was
the
winning.
question. Did they?
It's redundant.
They were winning, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to. But they did not win the game though. If
Celtics
the
won the
quarter,
first half.
the first quarter doesn't, you don't win the game in the
Marvin,
first quarter.
If the Warriors win the next game and Curry got the same stat line, it's gonna be a different argument. That's why I say it's redundant.
I already know that. I mean, listen, the guy shot 12 out of 25. That ain't real bad.
Yo, listen to me, man.
How many?
He's still a bitch ass nigga.
How much points did Steph Curry score in the first quarter?
A whole lot, and he got tired in the second
Nobody
half.
responds to
No, put it like this.
This guy wants to keep going about the same subject.
If he had 23 in the first quarter, he should have had 46 in the game.
No, he ain't gonna be able to. He ain't a fucking robot. He got tired.
Thank you. So you're making my point. Y'all people, look.
Nobody
Coffee just
making
came
your
up here.
point. You just want
Coffee just came
up.
up. Yo, bro, stop talking to me, bro. Why are you still talking to me,
and
bro? You're like super annoying, bro.
Listen how you sound. You going?
Don't worry about how I
Nobody
sound, bro. What you into me, bro? Why are you so deep into me about how I sound, my guy?
All right, but what are y'all expectations for Lonzo in like the first 10 games? I mean,
damn,
y'all
bro.
think
Like
he's
at
gonna
the
come
end
out
of
the
the day,
box
bro,
blazing?
just put me aside. Don't pay me no attention, man.
He's gonna be a 3-ball, elite defender.
Say, Zen, you crazy, man.
And trust me, this dude ain't never played ball a day in his life,
Man,
bro.
this
He ain't
boy
never
is
played ball a day in his
Why
life,
are you
bro.
still trying to talk about the same thing? Everybody
You
trying
ain't
to
played ball not a day in your life, bro. For all that, because you go in with everybody you talk to, bro. That's why you're a waste of conversation, bro. Because everybody that talks to you, every person that speaks to you,
bro.
But
You
you're
came
trying
back
to
at
make
me.
it
I
Fellas,
just
complicated.
said
can we kindly
Marvin,
wrap
bro.
this argument
But
up, fellas?
you're
Can we
trying to
I
kindly
make
wrap
said
this
it
argument up?
Marvin, and you
annoying.
came back in and spoke to me, my guy.
I ain't saying nothing to you, bro.
I
I just
said
asked you
I
why you keep
explained
going over.
something to Marvin,
Doesn't
and
matter
you
if you
came
right or
back in
wrong.
and explained shit to me, my guy.
Doesn't matter
Can
if
we
you right or
summarize our
wrong.
arguments?
Doesn't
Can we
matter.
summarize our
Damn,
arguments
bro,
and get it over with,
you too
please?
into me, bro. You
Y'all
too
been at
into me.
this.
That's your
Hey,
problem,
hey,
bro.
hey! Y'all been at
No,
this for
I'm not
30
talking
minutes
to you. I
now.
just want to
Stop
get
it.
off of
Bro,
that.
you're too into me, bro.
I'm
Y'all
Get
been
off
trying
at
to
my
this
get
for
off
shock,
of
30
that.
my
minutes
nigga.
now.
I'm
Stop
trying
it,
to
all
get
right?
off of that. I'm trying to
Stop
get
it.
Get
It's
off
off
of
been
that.
my
30 minutes
shock,
now.
bro.
Let's
You
move
never
on to
played a
something
day
else.
of ball in your life, bro.
But you
You a
just said you don't know
fantasy
each other from
fan,
a
bro.
can of paint, so how you know that?
You're a
You
Nico,
just said we
fantasy
don't know each other
fan,
from a
bro.
can of
You're a
paint.
fantasy
You
fan, no
sound
matter how you look
emotional.
at it. I
Okay,
am
but you sound
emotional. What's
very
your point?
All right,
hey, you guys,
bruh,
we not
that's what
talking
I
about
mean.
basketball. This is
You're
personal. Let it
emotional. We
go.
just
What the
talking.
hell, man?
Calm down.
I
And
am
that's why I asked if
emotional.
you been
Nah,
crying.
you can't. I'm
That's
a
the
grown
only
ass
reason why I asked if
man.
you been crying.
I'm a
Because
grown
you
ass
emotional.
man,
I
bro.
don't
You
have
can't tell
emotions in
me
it.
what to do,
Let's
I
bro.
ain't
let
going to
let's go.
sleep good
Let's
at
let
night
it
after
go,
this
fellas. We
conversation,
family.
bro.
Let's let it
You
go.
Every
still
person this
crying.
dude talk to, bro.
You
Every
still
person he
crying.
talk to, he gets
Bruh, you
into it with
bitching
them,
over
son.
something
I
that's
feel you, but
nonsense,
No,
we
bro,
gotta let
you're
it
right?
being
go.
a
Older
bitch,
gentlemen
bro.
regulate.
You bitching
We
over
gotta
You're
something
let it
that's
being
go.
not
a bitch.
serious.
Hey,
That's the
look, y'all,
problem
we
with
can't we
you.
can't
You
do this with
bitching
flight,
over
y'all.
a
We
That's
can't
how
do
I
this
know
for
you
flight
probably don't
show.
even got a
You're
girl,
being
bro, because
listen,
that's like
bro.
two girls
You
arguing,
sound
bro. That
like
shit
them
don't even
girls
make
who
no
just
sense.
keep arguing to be right,
Yo,
but no
bro.
one
So then
Where's
cares.
stop
Dex?
How
talking
does
to
this
me.
affect
Where's
your
Dex?
legacy?
Y'all
How
got to
does this
chill out with
affect your
this, man.
legacy?
Hey, y'all got to chill out. All right.
My legacy, bro.
Let's move
Yo,
on.
dude, are
Let's
you
move
okay,
on.
bro?
Hey,
Let's
how does
move
this
Dude
affect
just
on.
said,
Kanye
how
West's
does it
legacy
affect
after
my
this?
legacy, bro?
Hey,
How
hey,
does it affect Kanye's legacy
talented.
after this?
Any
I'm
subject you want
listening.
to talk about, go ahead and lead it off. But please, no panic, talented. Let's end this now, okay? No
This
more,
dude
no
Yeah,
said,
more.
I ain't
yo,
gonna
bro,
front.
I'm a grown ass man, bro. I ain't gonna let nobody disrespect me, bro. Just
I
know
feel
that.
y'all,
Ain't
but
nobody
we
But right now, y'all
you
disrespecting
being
just
petty
Flight's
said
like
you
Steph
want to get
platform
Curry.
right
I'm
now,
emotional.
a
all
grown
right?
ass man, bro.
Nobody
We
getting
disrespecting
emotional. We
Flight right
talking
now.
basketball.
Let's
We
not do
men,
that.
right?
Right now, no, y'all being petty like Steph Curry. Come on.
You said
Nico,
y'all be petty
Come
like
on,
Steph Curry. You
guys.
funny as hell, man.
Nico,
This
what are your
dude
But
too
thoughts
for
on
into
the
real
me,
though,
game
bro.
too?
Hey, Steph dropped 34. I mean, if I gotta be 34 points petty, I mean shit.
Nico, what do you
Ah.
think the Warriors need to do in game two to get back on track?
their point guard has to pass the ball.
Damn, that easy, huh?
Yeah. If he could take if he could not go 12 of 25 and pass the ball, it would help. Like it
Yeah,
shouldn't take you extra 15 shots to realize you didn't have it.
he took the most shots in the game tonight. And again, I'll point back to Tatum, who didn't have it, but at 17 shots, he didn't exert himself. 4 shots a quarter ain't bad for somebody who's
At
having an
least
off
Jason
night.
Tatum had what 13 assists. He kept passing the fucking ball. This nigga
Right.
Steph Curry seen every time he seen the ball, he shot the ball.
Yeah. 25 shots.
Yeah,
And look at Clay. I think Clay had
50%.
16. Clay had 16
And
Well, it's
man, listen,
different.
I
Look,
thought Clay
when
I
I
was
look
as
got
at
a
far as
balling
Clay
in this
question.
shots,
game.
attempts.
I got a question
real
for you,
quick, real quick,
Nico. Did Jalen Brown
real
have a
quick.
bad game? He shot 23 times. Did he have a bad game?
But he turned up when it mattered. Let me say this real quick. I look at Klay Thompson
Hey,
shots
Marvin, they
differently
gonna
because
move the goalposts and everything.
well, basketball is a game of intricacies. The thing is, when you look at Klay Thompson's shots, you have to look at how he got his shots. A lot of his shots was bullshit, and he wasn't efficient with that. Steph Curry, his shots was efficient in the first half because they were open, and he catching shot a lot of the times also. The rest of the game, he started trying to do bullshit. He started trying to find his own shot and take contested jumpers, step backs, bullshit, his typical shit.
But
And he
Nico,
ain't been efficient on that all year.
To the point though, Clay only had 14 shots in the whole game. Steph took 25, and Clay was 6 for 14, so he was only one shot under 500. He was 3 for 7 from three. He didn't have any turnovers. He didn't screw up the game at all. Steph Curry's ball hogging. 39
Of
minutes,
course,
he only got
that's the
14
typical though.
shots. 14 shots in 39 minutes.
I'm cool with his 14 if he get good looks and his team is finding him. But at least 6 of those shots, he had to put up some bullshit. Like, I'm cool with Steph Curry being the A on the team, you know what I'm saying? The A player.
Right.
And Clay being the B. I respect that. I'm not ever going to really argue that. I will say Clay better because he made better decisions. But I'm not, for the roles, Steph could take 25 shots. Clay Clay could take 15, but make sure Clay get a good 15 looks, or he gonna put up bullshit. And Steph Curry got to get a good 25 looks, and they put up bullshit.
But
And we
Savage,
have
you
to
got to
give credit.
understand they playing a different type of day. This is the first real defense that they've played all playoffs, my guy. You got to understand that fact, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The way they've been playing is not how they got to play. They have to play team ball from the start of the game, bro.
That's asking them to change styles in the middle of a fight.
Almost all game is worried. I don't give a fuck about their defense. The other niggas start hitting shots.
Say it again.
They were up all game. I don't give a fuck about their defense.
No, they weren't. They were losing at
All right.
halftime.
You'll see.
The Warriors won the first quarter. They lost the first half.
Y'all talking like a game is won in the first half.
They lost the game.
No, it's not that. What I'm saying is,
and they got walked down.
They got walked down by Derek White and Al Horford. If that's what they
put some respect on that man's name.
You don't respect them. You don't respect them. Those guys are NBA players. You don't respect them.
Put some respect on that man's name.
I respect them, but
it's going to be Al Horford after this
veteran
game.
and Derek White is a star, possibly superstar, bro.
It's going to be Al Horford after this series because he's going to put HOF on his name.
You said Derek White was a superstar?
I said he's a star, possibly turning into a superstar. That's what I just said. Put some respect on his name, bro.
I don't know about that one.
I'm a Derek White fan.
Do anybody know the score at the end of 3?
I don't know the score, but I know in the third quarter.
Golden State was winning after 3, guys.
Yeah, Golden State.
They won the
they
third
got
quarter.
walked down in the fourth.
But they only scored 16 points. They gave up 40 in the 4th.
Right.
Yeah,
they won the first quarter. They won the third quarter.
Yeah. Man. You were leading after 3.
Yeah. But they got 14-16 in the fourth.
14
to 16. A bad game.
40 to 16.
16 to 40, yeah.
Right.
Crunch time.
Y'all know energy counts, right? And what it is that the Celtics are a rookie team in the finals. They had to search. They had to search for that finals energy. They had to search for what does it take in order to win a championship. And they found it. I said that in the chat. They're going to find it in the fourth quarter, and they found it, and they proved me correct, and they walked them down. You got to understand the pace that they were playing with in the first, second, and third quarter. The pace that they were playing with, you understand, wasn't matched with the Warriors. They matched it in the fourth quarter, and that's why they dominated them, because they finally figured it out. Yes, sir.
Let me say this to you, Mr. Ted. I explained to the guys earlier the other day that the Celtics have been tested in these playoffs because they went through 3 tough-ass teams. They were not overwhelmed in this game 1 at all, guys. Even when they was down, they weren't.
There's something called jitters. There's something called first time. But you got to understand, yes, the playoffs, you're correct, but this is the finals. It's a difference. You understand? So when you hit the finals for the first time, you're going to have a little bit of jitters. You're going to try to figure it out. The difference is that the Warriors have veterans that have been there, and they played like that for the first, the second, and the third. But the Celtics found it, and that's why you got to give them credit. And also the coach, you got to give him a lot of credit because he was able to help. They could have found it in game 2. They found it in the fourth quarter.
Look, I had already said that what they went through against Miami, Milwaukee, and Brooklyn made them ready for this series. I'm not a Boston, and Zen will tell you that I'm not a Celtics fan, but when you beat them 3 teams, Golden State ain't no big old hurdle. They just go from there ready to ball, guys. Now, like I say, Golden State probably win game 2, and this will be a totally different conversation. I'm not here to take no credit on anything. But if anybody was believing that Golden State was going to walk through this series, I think they feel differently now.
And that's what we heard all week. And nobody from the Boston side was like, oh, yeah, they're going to sweep them motherfuckers. No. Nobody said that. Even now, I'm not saying that. Celtics in 6.
Oh, hell. You said that? Damn.
Yeah, because they don't want it to go to 7. You don't want to play 7 in San Francisco. Hell no. They got to win at home. If they win at home, that's what it is. Celtics in 6.
I'll answer my own question that I asked earlier. How the Warriors are going to actually pull this out. If they're going to pull it out, they have to find proper chemistry. They got everything else that they need, but they need to figure out how to move that ball together and get that whole team involved. Poole has to be excellent. Yo, if you do not have Clay, if Clay is not dropping buckets, they're not winning this series. Period. The end. Period. The end. All right, so the way Steph was shooting in that first quarter, 1, 2, and 3, Clay, Steph, and Poole, they all have to be sharing the ball, and somebody got to take the first quarter, somebody got to take the second quarter, somebody got to take the third, and all together they got to make it happen in the fourth quarter. That's the answer to my question. Other than that, the Celtics got this.
And I don't blame Steph that much because At least Steph gave you that production in the first, and he didn't stink it up. He wasn't helpful. He didn't score a bucket in the last 6 minutes, but at least he didn't stink it up completely. So the rest of the team got to make it up if he does run out of gas. You can't use that as an excuse. Oh, Steph's
you
tired.
just said if the rest of the team run out of gas, or if he run out of gas.
If Steph run out of gas, the rest of the team got to pick it up.
Yeah,
He's
but
33 years old.
No, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. He's the star of the team. Michael never went off in the first quarter. Michael always got his team. He passed. That's how he was trained. That's how he was coached.
Michael was a stalker.
What he did was the first, second, and third quarter, Mike played defense. And he got his buckets where he could get them. But in that fourth quarter, he said, "This is mine." And that's what Steph had in the first quarter. He needed to flip it to the fourth quarter. Conserve your energy. Because you know that fourth quarter, you're going to take this game over. And they would have won that game today if that's what he did.
Well, let me ask the panel this, guys. I just read in the chat, one of the guys said, finals experience is overrated. Is that true?
I don't
Finals
think so.
experience is overrated?
Yeah, because everybody said Boston was going to be overwhelmed because they ain't never been to the finals. So how the hell they win game one?
They were overwhelmed for the first three quarters. But they have a good coach, and it seems like I give that.
First half, they were
leaving at halftime.
They were leading
at half.
Who was leading at half? Boston,
yeah.
Well, that's not what I saw, but okay.
Look at the stats.
Am I mistaken?
You're probably right.
They got outscored in the first by 6. Then he outscored them by 8 in the second. They were leading by 2.
Yeah, it was 56-54 at halftime, Boston.
Yeah. So it wasn't no damn the experience and all of that. Boston just played ball, man. Everybody kept talking about championship pedigree and all. Man, you got to shoot your fucking shots. Fuck a pedigree. That's right.
So got to play the game.
Thank you, Basil.
I'm not going to say it don't count, bro. I think it does count because what it is at the end of the day, it's a level of.
Did it count today?
Well, I mean, you're probably going to say no, but I still think that it did. You understand? Because they have experience. Experience counts.
Okay, so now it's even because Boston didn't play the finals game. So now it's even, right?
Amen. I agree with you.
All right. Okay. We'll leave that alone. So no more talk about that. That's over.
I mean, despite Steph's barrage, they only won the quarter by 4 points. Despite that barrage.
Which
they were up by 12.
The game been pretty close most of the game, to be honest.
They just lost it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Golden State lost it in the fourth.
I say I don't understand where all this extra talk coming from. It been a good game throughout the game. Like
it was a good game.
Ain't never been no one team just dominate another team or this team should have done. It been a good game. It been a good game throughout most of the game. Like, just get away from them.
Yeah.
I really feel that Golden State gonna come back real strong in game 2, and then this will be a totally different conversation. But that's what it should be. It should be a good series, guys.
Should
be. The only thing that's throwing me off, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only thing that's throwing me back is that they got walked down. You understand? Most teams don't get walked down, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I think they ran out of gas. I think they ran out of gas. Yeah.
I mean, in the fourth quarter, Zen was saying that the Celtics gonna come back on them when they've been down by 13. I've been saying it's not abnormal for that to happen. It's just this the Warriors, so it's going to be harder than any other team if you're going to walk them down. But Zen was saying that they're going to come back, that it's just the NBA.
I'm just saying that any league, any team in the NBA, 13 points ain't safe. I don't care if you play in the Magic. It ain't safe.
You're right. Let me ask you guys this. Did the Warriors miss more shots or did Boston play good defense in the fourth quarter?
Boston scored 40 points in the fourth.
Yeah.
But did they play good defense against the Warriors?
And they played good defense. They held them to 16 points in the fourth.
Okay, that was one of my points that I made about a good defense beating a good offense. I made that point. I'm not saying it's going to work the whole series, but it usually does work.
To your point that you said that they ran out of gas, but you do know that Golden State had a longer time off, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about this game. You could be off, but if you keep running, you're gonna get tired. I don't give a damn. I've only been sitting down.
The longer this series goes, it favors the young.
I'm just throwing that in there.
I understand what you're saying, but here's the deal: the way, listen, it takes more effort to run around picks and shoot threes than it does to do a layup.
Right.
Sometimes it works against you shooting threes.
Especially when you're
I
33.
agree. I
And when
agree.
And another
when I
thing
look at this game,
I addressed to the guys. I said Boston's philosophy and the way to beat the Warriors was to run them off of the 3-point line. Fourth quarter, they were running them off the 3-point line a lot. Now they still shot a lot of threes, but the fourth quarter, you ain't got the same legs to shoot that many, to hit those
Amen.
threes.
Thank you, sir. Amen.
NBA record for threes made in an NBA final tonight. 40 threes made.
and the
What about
takeaway you got to go into the next game, you got to think about it like this. Even if the Warriors play the exact same game they play, but White don't show up next game with 21, Horford don't go with 26, and let's say Tatum do end up having more of a decent game and drop 24, 25 right on average. I mean, shit, the Warriors
That's
may
an
still
ass
win
whooping.
that game.
Well, busted. Boston shot 50% from the floor, 51% from three.
That's right. That was the difference. They shot better. Period.
The Warriors shot 42 from three,
They
but they
did
only
not
shot
shoot
44
bad.
from two.
Because if you
That's
look
a
at Clay,
good shooting game, guys. Those are good
yeah, because
stats.
Clay usually don't shoot about 20 something shots a game anyway. He right around what he usually shoot this game as any
But
other game.
if
You
you
know what I'm
if you
saying? So
shoot
it's
over
like,
40% from three in a game, that's not bad shooting, guys.
yeah, and Kyrie shoot 50% from the field, 50% from three. So he like I said, they play this exact same game, and the role players don't show up for Celtics like they did this game. We'll be having a different conversation. If I the
Zen, I
Warriors,
got a
I don't
question for
change
you.
nothing. All I do
I
is
got a
add more
question for
points to the
you,
board.
Zen.
Yo.
You remember when Boston kept going back and forth with Milwaukee and Miami?
Oh, yeah, do I?
Do you think that meant a lot today? They
Yeah.
played when they were behind like they didn't even care, like they wasn't even worried.
Yeah, like I said, people were saying, oh, they ran two 7-game series and the Warriors had all this rest. First of all, sometimes you can get too much rest, but I thought for the older guys, six days off would be good for them. So I didn't think it would be a disadvantage for the Warriors. But with the Celtics, they went through the hardest gauntlet. Again,
Yeah,
they beat the
grooving.
expected. They beat the team everybody thought was going to win the chip. They
Yeah.
beat the last year's champ, and they beat the number 1 seed. And if you believe still sharpens still, like I do, then you believe that the Warriors defense probably ain't shit to them, to be honest with you, because they've been through worse these
That's
last
right.
18 games. And I'm not saying that to disrespect the Warriors, but these guys, their stars are 24, just turned 24, and 25 years old. Marcus Smart is their youngest star. I mean, their oldest star at 28, and Horford's 35. He's the old guy.
Luckily, our signature chocolate
If
bars are
you take Horford out, nobody on this team is over 28 years old.
Hey,
So
Flight
at
Quiz
least as
trying
a
to get
starter.
in.
So these boys are young. Quiz is in the show. What's up, Quiz?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? What's going on? I've been listening to you guys chop it up, man. I really liked what everybody had to say. You mind if I drop my perspective? Especially because
thing.
Marvin was asking questions about how we saw the game.
Do your thing, Quiz.
So check it out, man. I'm going to be honest with you. To me, that was the most impressive win I've seen the Boston Celtics have all postseason. I'm going to tell you the reason why. First off, Marvin, you're right. The Celtics were winning at halftime, but only by a point. The Warriors, even though I wouldn't say that the game was a blowout, there were several points where you had to feel as though the Warriors had control. Steph Curry came out cooking, and the Warriors had a far better third quarter than the Boston Celtics. The Celtics went into the fourth quarter. They were down considerably. And like Marvin said, the thing you have to be concerned if you're the Warriors is the Celtics literally walked them down, took the momentum, and ran away with that game. And how they were able to run away with that game was just fantastic to watch. The Celtics thoroughly outplayed the Warriors in the fourth quarter. I'm talking about, you could see their energy level. This team did not look like a young team that never been there before. This team came out hungry. They played some incredible lockdown defense. They got into the open court, and I think that the game ball for the Celtics was Al Horford. Al Horford was phenomenal in the fourth quarter. Take a look at the fourth quarter that Al Horford had. Take a look at the shots. I want to show you some shots. Al Horford hit the go-ahead 3 to give them the lead late in that game, and then he continued to pour it on. It was like he was unmatched. He was fearless. And yes, the Warriors, I didn't think that the Celtics would really, I thought the Celtics were kind of playing into the Warriors' hands with all of the threes that they were shooting. But in that fourth quarter, those rally caps came on, and I'm going to be honest with you. They really, really, really played some impressive basketball on both ends of the basketball court. Now for the Warriors, Klay Thompson ain't show up. Let's be real. And other than the first half, or maybe even in the third quarter when they started getting hot, not many people really showed up to help Steph, and they let Steph get cold. I felt as though the Warriors played with their food thoroughly in that game. There were several points where they had a considerable lead, and it just seemed like they just became comfortable and complacent. And this was a perfect example of the reason why you don't want to do that. The Celtics stole home court advantage. This game is a series, and from what I've seen in the series, the Warriors need to be very concerned, especially going into fourth quarters. I do think that things will balance out, but the Celtics have really impressed me, and we do know that the Celtics don't always shoot this good, but now that they've stolen home court, I feel as though they definitely know for 1,000% that they could beat this Warriors team. This is a series, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, that
I mean, the
confidence
series is
important.
it's far from being over, guys. But
Far from being over, but it's definitely a series.
Yeah, that
but the
confidence has been
Celtics
established
proved
for
the point
Boston.
today. First of all, Golden State has been kind of cocky, guys. I'm not being funny. Everybody knows
Facts.
it. They hadn't lost a game at home. They've been cocky, guys.
Mhm.
And I did mention this. Now, I don't care if anybody don't believe it, but it's the truth. The Celtics, the Warriors had an easier road going to the finals than the Celtics. The Celtics went through the best of the best to get there. And I really believe that they felt like they beat some of the teams that were actually better than Golden State. That's why they feel they can beat Golden State. Listen, they won 2 Game 7s on the road.
Yep.
On the road.
Facts.
Marvin, people believe their own excuses when they make them. That's the problem.
I'm just saying.
Chris Middleton wasn't there. Okay.
Well, listen, it doesn't matter.
What's going to be the excuse when they win this series? Who ain't there? What's going to be the
Man, you
excuse?
can only beat what's on your plate.
Zen,
Here's the deal. How can Jason Tatum be 3 for 17, but a plus 16 in the game?
13 assists.
Zen, I'm gonna be real with you. You know, Middleton wasn't there. You can only play who's on the court.
Robert Williams wasn't there.
Nobody.
Marcus Smart wasn't there.
Nobody.
You see how big those guys are?
Nobody can take anything away from the Celtics, and I hate when people think, because every year that the NBA has a finals, every year that there's a playoffs, all right, I believe that 9 out of 10 times, someone will prove that they're the best team, the better team, and that's what happens. Let's be real. The better team on the court at that time.
Now let's be real. Let's put it in perspective. In game 1, let's make sure we understand that. In game 1, because it can definitely change, guys.
No, but Marvin, I'm talking about the person who wins the series. It's a 7-game series in the NBA, and every playoff series is a 7-game series. There's 7 games. You gotta win 4 of those games in order to win a series. If you can win 4 games, you have shown that you can. You know what I mean. Pretty much, there's nothing else to say after that. You beat a team 4 times. I mean, what more can you say? And it's not like the regular season where you're playing them once, every couple of months or something like that. You're playing them back to back to back consistently with your full focus on that team. So after when it's all said and done, you can't make excuses. You can't say that you was the better team when you lost to a team in a 7-game series, even if you had some issues or hurdles. You know what I mean? You proved it on the court.
I just wanted to say one thing to Zen. I didn't get a chance to say congratulations when you beat Miami, because I picked Miami to go to the finals. And I knew when they beat Miami in game 7, that Boston wasn't afraid of nobody. To beat Miami, which was the best defense in the league, in Game 7 on the road, that gave Boston all the confidence that they needed. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win this series, but that was a hell of a win. That was a hell of a win. That was a hell of a win.
It was.
And everybody can talk about the Milwaukee series. No, the Miami game, Game 7 on the road to go to the finals, that was a huge game and a great win.
Yeah, it was. And big lessons learned. Let's hope Marcus Smart keeps those lessons in his head from the end of the game when he almost blew it. And just to take a quick flashback, I don't blame Jimmy Butler for taking that shot. Jimmy Butler was the man in that series. If anybody needed to take that shot, it was Butler. If he felt it, he should have took it. Was it the smartest play? Probably not. You probably could have got to the rim and got fouled and got a three-point play out of it, or at least got a deuce out of it. But he went for the win, and it is what it is. And had it not been for Marcus Smart's stupidity, they would have never got that close. So I want to acknowledge all that too, and say the Heat were great. You know, Tyler Hero was hurt, but everybody got people hurt.
That been a good shot for real. Like, I love with that. The only shot that I got a question with anybody that Heats, but remember at the end of the third quarter with like 29 seconds left, and Oladipo take that deep three, trying to get a 2-for-1. That's the only shot that I feel like that mean a lot when he must that, because they already been up by I think they've been up by 4. They just had to take the 2, been up by 6, and all they had to do was play defense to close at the 4th, had a little momentum going into the 4th. I think that's a shot that really, not saying that causing the game or nothing like that, but I think that take a low bit of air out their sails for a little bit.
Listen, I agree with you, Zen. I think that shot by Jimmy Butler was not the greatest shot in that circumstance, but there were some circumstances around that. I'm understanding that that they showed on the board that they were that it was a 3-point game, not a 2-point game, and the shot was wide open. You know what I mean?
It was.
I just yeah, if it was a 2-point game, I think that they could have probably milked it, but. Like, you know, I'm not killing Jimmy Butler over that shot. I mean, I think that they could have probably played a little bit smarter. But once I found out that there was a discrepancy on the scoreboard, which is probably the case where Jimmy Butler saw that they were down by 3 and they weren't going to get a better 3-point shot than that one, the one that he took for sure. Right. You know what I mean? So I'm not mad at him. I think they could have done better, but at the end of the day, I think that, like Marvin said, I feel as though, and I don't even think it was just the Heat game in particular. Like, I just think that the Celtics, if you've looked at them all playoffs long, they have shown that they have a lot of heart, and they don't go down easy.
No,
if they go down at all.
Listen, they were down 3-2 in both of the last series, guys. Both of them. Both of them.
Now you got to beat a team that hasn't lost 2 games in a row in 19 playoff games. Now you got to beat them 2 games in a row.
I'll be real with you, Zen. I think that the Warriors, I feel as though they got punched in the mouth. First off, I feel as though a lot of the wind got taken out of their sail. Now they know that they can definitely lose this series, and I think that cockiness that Marvin was talking about. We all know the Warriors are a cocky team. That's one of the reasons why. It makes it hard for me. Like, you know, I'm not a Warriors fan. I'm not a Celtics fan either. I'm kind of torn between both of these teams for the reasons I like them or dislike them. But to be quite honest with you, I think that the Warriors, have a lot to be desired and have a lot of soul searching. Because first off, a lot of people did not contribute or play well in that game. And the Celtics energy level. Did you see that fourth quarter, Zen?
Yeah, I did.
How did you were picking the Celtics the whole time? How did you feel about the body language, the energy that the Celtics exhibited to close out that game from about 5 minutes left in that game on, Zen?
They were, of course, superior, but I'll make a larger point, Quiz, about the way the NBA is moving with younger players coming in at 19. Most of the stars are coming in at 19, a la Tatum and Brown. And so 33 is not what it used to be in the NBA. Like 33 didn't used to be that old. Now 33 is kind of old in the NBA.
Right.
And so you got guys that are 24 and 25 just as skilled as what 27 and 28-year-olds used to be.
Yeah.
And in a more athletic league also.
Right.
And I want to say this to you, Zen. And to you, Quez, I tell you why the energy was like that in the fourth quarter. They just did it. against Miami and Milwaukee. They just did it. It ain't nothing new to them.
If they were an older team, my point is, Marvin, if they were an older team, that 18-game run might have took a lot out of them.
Well, true. But they've been having this drive, man, for a long time. But when they went in the playoff, first of all, the key to this drive that they own, to this run that they own, was beating Brooklyn from the start.
That scared
when
everybody.
When they beat Brooklyn, they knew they could probably beat anybody.
That scared everybody too. That freaked everybody out.
Marvin, I
go
feel
towards them master point, but with a lot of them being younger, like AAU ball is like 3-4 games a day, and that's like for a whole weekend or 4-day weekend or whatnot. So yeah, they got some fresh legs. Like
Marvin, let's keep it real.
They're not tired at all. That's
Marvin, I'm not even gonna hold you up. Like I said, to me, that was the most impressive win I've seen the Celtics have all playoffs. This game tonight, it wasn't just like they, you know what I mean? Like, all right, we're confident. Like, they beat them to everything from 5 minutes on. They beat them. I think they beat them. They closed out the game better than they was closing out against the Nets. I think that also because they played against teams with better defenses. The Warriors' defense was completely inadequate against them in the fourth. And you could just see the players with the confidence that they had. And I mean, come on, guys, let's not kid ourselves. And we've seen Al Horford do this a couple of times. You know, they can get these performances, but Al Horford looked like he was on a whole nother level. He was on one tonight. Let's be real. Yeah, he was on one. This was more impressive than the 30-point game he had. He crushed them in the fourth. He crushed them.
I mentioned that, Quiz. I mentioned that they just went through Milwaukee and Miami's defense. And if people didn't believe that would make a difference coming in this game, in this series, they were wrong. When you can score heavily on Miami, they had the #1 defense in the league, guys. Miami is no joke on defense. They play damn good defense. I don't bring up players that were hurt. Miami was injured, so was Boston. You play with who you got. But when you beat those teams, and like you're saying about this was the most impressive, to me it was not. Quez, because this was game 1.
Right.
They won 2 game 7s on the road. You don't get much bigger than that. Not unless you do it in the
I agree with you on the game 7s, but it was the way that they shifted the gear in this one. And you're right, this is only a game 1, but this was a very impressive. Marvin, they were down by about 15 in the fourth.
I know it.
And they won by like 17 or 19.
And I'm not a Celtic 12. But I knew they were going to come back.
12 was the final. I mean, either way, you know that
they were up by 15 with a couple minutes to go. That those were just those couple of points at the end that you could shave because the game was already over. You know what I mean? Exactly.
But
let me ask Ben. I'm going to ask Ben a question. I want a truthful answer, Ben. Did you ever feel your Celtics was out of this game?
No.
And I believe you're telling the truth because I didn't either.
No, I've seen it too many times.
They ran through a 15-point lead and so quickly. They ran through that. They cut that down like in less than a minute.
Yeah. Now you're gonna feel it when your team is down. You definitely, it ain't ice in your veins. But did I have a doubt that they could claw back? No. And again, the mythology of the Warriors. People got the old Warriors in their head, but these are literally the older Warriors. And these guys are not the same. Klay Thompson's coming off of this injury. The regular season's great. The Western Conference, like I've been saying, has been weak. And it's showing up. And it's going to show up. These boys in Boston have faced so much adversity through these playoffs. There's very little you can do to shock them except what probably Steph Curry did in the first quarter. Had he did that again one more quarter, had he gone off one more time, Golden State probably would have took it because it probably would have shell-shocked Boston, but they survived that first blow. And, I think the point that was made earlier about playing a little rope-a-dope, letting Steph go crazy early to punch himself out is probably a good point because he just didn't have the gas late in the game. And if you're Ime Udoka and you played against Steph how many times at San Antonio, you know this about him.
Hold on, Zen. Let me stop you right there because I think that this needs to be said. I don't think it had anything to do with the gas at the end of that fourth quarter for Steph. The Celtics dominated on both ends of the basketball from about the 5-minute mark. I want you to take a look at all of the shots that the Warriors were able to get. Those shots, they were getting them. They were taking them. Steph was in his bag. However, from 5 minutes on, you can look at how many times the Warriors had to pass off of shots. They were their perimeter defense was on one in the 5 minute from the 5-minute mark on in that basketball game.
With kudos to me, because if anybody could play back even at the same time while this game was going on, I said it. Wait till we get to the 5-minute mark. I know y'all heard me say that.
Yeah, I heard you say it.
Okay, good. Because what y'all got to understand is, and y'all also got to give Udoka a whole lot of credit, because Udoka had a game plan and the players executed it. All right, that's what happened in that fourth quarter. You understand? And I do believe Legs did have an issue with the situation. I got to go against you a little bit with that quiz, because at the end of the day, I hate to go back into it, but at the end of the day, when you're pulling so many shots, bro, at the end of the day, you don't have the legs to carry yourself in the fourth quarter. You understand? And then at the end of the day, also, the team, which is the Warriors, they weren't pulling rhythm shots. You understand? They weren't in their perfect rhythm of how they set up their offense. You understand? And then on top of that, the fact that they weren't in it, the Celtics were able to creep in even deeper and make sure that they don't get into it. You understand? And that's why I'm going to give you kudos. But me personally, I give a lot of credit to Udoka, because what it is, he called the shots. And then I give players the credit because they executed the game plan to the T. And they walked their asses down.
Now, Ted, I'm gonna push back on you against the Legs for 1 point. All right, we both watched that game. You saw what was happening from the 5 minute. You called it, in fact, so I know that you guys watched it. I know that Zen watched it. So let's talk about this. From that 5 minute, listen. First off, the Steph Curry, a couple of them had a couple of attacks to the rim, but the shot blocking was there for the Celtics. There was nothing easy going to the paint at all.
Robert Williams, baby,
tossing Steph Curry on a regular basis, making it like there was nothing at the paint at all. There were a couple of times where guys had layups or whatever, and it wasn't there. They became intimidated to go to the hole, and the perimeter was locked down. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, their legs might have got a little bit tired, but you can literally see the effects of playing phenomenal defense on them, and the fact that there was not even easy buckets. Those couple of layups that Steph took, he got around people, but he could not finish at all at the rim against the Celtics from that 5 minute mark on.
All right, let me go. Let me rebuttal that also. But here's the point that you got to look at, though. It takes a level of legs. Notice what you just said. They started going to the basket. You understand? Now the Warriors are a jump shooting team. You understand? So they have to be a reason why they started going to that basket. You understand? Now, true, Zen, I think it was Zen that said it. They was getting ran off the 3-point line. But you got to understand, they didn't really have the legs to take those shots, is what I'm trying to say. So they had to go take it in. Guess what? The Celtics have interior defense. So either way, they ran into a roadblock on both ends, and that's why the defense looked so great. That's why, not even looked so great, that's why the defense was so great, because they were able to keep them off of the 3-point line. You understand? But part of the reason they were able to keep them off the 3-point line is because them boys they didn't have the legs to take them shots the way they were taking them in the first half. You understand?
And the shots weren't those shots weren't there. The shots were not there. Seriously, you could take a shot, but the shots that they were getting in the first half, the shots they were getting in the third quarter were not there in the middle of the fourth at all.
And I agree with you. I don't argue that point at all. But just remember, a lot of these shooters, they are tough shot takers and they are tough shot makers. So if they had the legs, you understand, even though the shot wasn't there, they would have attempted them shots anyway. You understand? So what they started doing was taking it to the basket. But guess what? They have that interior defense. You understand? And mind you, when you go to the basket and you jump, if somebody stop you, I don't know if you can picture this, you understand? But when you take it to the basket, okay, and you put that energy in for your legs to jump and somebody stops you short, you understand? That takes so much energy away from your legs, bro. You understand? Because that means you didn't get a full jump. So somebody's literally stopping you before your legs could get to that full stretch. You understand? And that's where they beat them down at. You understand? They just took their energy. Literally, the Boston Celtics just took their energy. You understand? And it was beautiful.
Don't forget the switching aspect either. Don't forget the switching aspect, because you get a defender, you're working hard to get around the screen. They switch, and the defender is relatively fresh coming off the screen. So the longer the game goes, the greater that deficit grows between you coming off the screen and that defender being fresh. The defender's going to stay more fresh than you coming off the screen throughout 4 quarters.
Facts. Plus,
I
even
agree.
listen, and I'm not disputing. I believe that your theory about the legs is valid. I think it's a combination of both. But I remember several plays, especially down the stretch when the Warriors were only down by about 6. The shots weren't there. I'm not even talking about them penetrating and stuff like that. I'm talking about the ball moves faster than a player. They were passing the ball, and you saw Warriors. I never seen the Warriors had to pass up every shot down the line because there was somebody there. They were
Somebody was on
all
them.
covered. They couldn't
No,
pass the ball. They could not, like, whatever they were trying to do. Adoko needs to get major props because
thank you.
he got on them.
Yeah.
He got on them, and they played the way they wanted to play at the end of that
I
game. They
appreciate
played
you,
like
bro.
they
Thank you
played
for saying
like they
that.
were the championship team at the end of that game. They clearly looked like the superior team on the court from the 5-minute mark on. And if you called that,
Yes,
bro,
sir.
I got to give you your props because I'll be
Nah,
honest with you.
I did live
There
on
were
air.
certain points in
I
that
got
game. There were
Panel, I
certain
got to
points in that
bounce,
game.
but
I thought that the Warriors were going to pull away with that game, but they never did.
hey, yo, I got to bounce before I go. Who's your MVP tonight? Quick round table.
Oh, for me, man, I mean, it's got to be either a Doka the coach, but if it's got to be
Yeah,
a player,
that's who
Al
I give it
Horford.
to.
It's got to be the coach, or it's
You
got
can
to
give
be
it. You
Al
can give it to the
Horford.
coach or the player.
What's that?
Coach or the player.
I mean, I got to give it to a Doko overall. You know what I mean? I mean, if it's got to be one, I mean, I got to give it the credit to the coach. But if it's a player, if I can't give it to the coach and it's got to be an actual player, Al Horford, man, he was phenomenal. He was lights out in the end of the fourth.
Next up.
Yeah, I got to give it to Al Horford, man. He hit the shots when it mattered.
He
Next
crushed
up.
them. He crushed them.
Yeah,
he was
Horford on Derek White.
He was Steph Curry in the fourth quarter.
I'm gonna go with D White tonight. This was the Derek White game.
Derek White played well too.
We already had that. We already had the Al Horford
name.
game, but this was the Derek White game.
Put some respect on that man's name right there, boy.
And on it, and on that big ass forehead.
Yo, put some respect on that man's name, bro.
I'll be real with you, man. It was those two of the dudes who was killing him in the fourth. Like at the end of the game, man, it was Al Horford, it was Derek White, it was big shot after big shot, big moments. Even freaking Marcus Smart hit a big one at a certain point. It was like, you know what, man? It's like you dudes ain't got it. Honestly, they dominated, and I think that the Warriors come away with this one with more questions. More questions.
Yeah.
I don't know if I also remember that they did have a long layoff. So,
last thing before I go, Jordan Poole, a factor or not a factor in this series?
He should be, but he wasn't a factor in this moment.
He wasn't even a factor.
Yeah, I don't want to look. That nigga in a straight jacket.
He could have done more than what he done.
He couldn't do more than that. He was in a straight jacket. He couldn't go to the hole. None of that.
Horford and D White go off like that again. You can love with Tatum getting us 25, but you can't let Horford and D White go off like that. Like that would kill everything. And Marcus Smart having 18. You can't give him 18.
50% from three, 51% from three tonight were the Celtics, and I'm gonna leave y'all with that. Have a good night, y'all.
All right,
Yo, Zen, salute to you, bro, for real, man.
Salute to y'all. Love every last one of y'all. Even coffee nut ass. Peace, y'all.
All right, now
Coffee
peace,
do
Zen.
come with that damn old nigga energy down for real.
Coffee funny. He got a lot of what do you call that? He got a lot of adrenaline. He comes with a lot of his energy different.
Personality.
Coffee's a real one, man.
Yeah, he's got a big ego. You know that. He comes with it. But this was a good game, man. It was a really good game, man. I'm impressed by the Celtics. I really felt as though the Warriors could win this series in 6. This game makes me question that thoroughly.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. What I'm about to say might sound a little bit crazy, bro. But y'all can take it however the hell y'all want it. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You don't get when you get walked down like that, bro. That's demoralizing. You understand?
I agree with you.
And
That's it.
what happens is you go into the locker room, and I know they're arguing, bro. They're pointing fingers. They have to. And they putting Steve Kerr in a position where he has to go and get this team back, this team chemistry back into a positive position. You understand? Because if you're going to tell me that there's certain players that I ain't going to blame other players regardless of what y'all tell me, y'all crazy, bro. Because they're going to look back at that tape, and they're gonna question certain things that were done in that first and second quarter. But with that being said, I really think that the Celtics got this whole entire series on smash. Because of the coach, he's not going to let them fail. You understand? If they fail, it's because they exactly, bro. So with that being said, I just think whatever game the Warriors, and I know I'm gonna take heat for this, but whatever games the Warriors do win, I think it's gonna be because of the politics. If you get what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, listen, let's be real. I think that the Warriors, first off, I think that Klay could play better. But here's the thing, what I saw that really made me like, you know, it's one thing to think about a series and then you got to actually look at them on the court. Klay didn't show up, but how much more, even if he did show up, like the way that those shots weren't there at the end of the fourth, the way that those shots weren't there, the way that you could see the Celtics size defensively, the way that the Celtics confidence was, the way that how and Klay could not, they didn't have the defensive fortitude to keep the Celtics from doing what they wanted to do. Between Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and then with the help of assistant members like Derek White. Because remember, they had to spend all of that energy looking at those other two. Because those other two those dudes always have an athletic advantage on their defender. But then they really could not cover all of these people. They made Draymond Green look very inadequate defensively.
Exactly.
With their ball movement, with the fact that it was a full team effort. There's nobody that the Warriors have or can produce that can do anything with Robert Williams. In the paint, you saw how many lobs that he had.
That's the X factor.
And my thing is that bucket is always there. That bucket. I mean, imagine if Robert Williams actually had a freaking offensive game. There's nobody on the Warriors who can stop that man.
That's the X factor, and that's what I keep trying to explain. See, because the Warriors throughout all their series games that they played, you understand, they didn't have no one in the paint really that could stop them. You understand? So they went to the paint more than they ever did. You understand? But with that being said, they have somebody, and that's their getaway plan. If the shots ain't falling, we're gonna head to the bucket. But now there's somebody down there that could actually stop you, and even Draymond can't get you out of that hell, man.
Listen, Jordan Poole doesn't have it against Jaylen Brown, and he doesn't have it against Marcus Smart. I think that I like Jordan Poole, but I think they got him on ice. I mean. He might come out a little bit, but I don't expect Jordan Poole to be dropping 30 consistently against this team.
Yeah, but that's where Andrew. All right, let me hop on their side for a little bit. I'm gonna hop on the Warriors side a little bit, but that's where Wiggins needs to come in.
Facts.
You understand? That's where Wiggins needs to step his game up, and he needs to show that he's the number one pick for a reason, and he needs to step up and become a factor. You understand? Because what it is, he has to somehow offset what's going on, and he's the only person that can do it. You understand? Because if they got to train their eyes on Wiggins, then it's going to open up a little bit more shot. Because Draymond Green is not an offensive player. The only person left is Wiggins. You understand? And if he has a good game and he's able to create some offense for himself, then he'll open up some shots for the rest of the guys. You understand?
I didn't like Wiggins' shot selection this game. And he showed that he is the weakest link of them shooting-wise. There were a couple of times I was like, why even shoot this three? You might as well pass it to somebody else. You ain't got that in your bag like that. I mean, like, when they needed buckets, I think he tried, but I think that it's only one game. He'll have an opportunity to come out there, but, I think you're right. He's going to have to give a better performance to create more opportunities for other players on his team by being effective with his opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's number one, and they have to allow him to. You understand? Because I'm trying to tell you, there's a little bit of cockiness involved in this Warriors team, bro. There's a little bit of selfishness involved in this Warriors team, and people don't want to see it. You understand what is behind the scenes? Me personally, look, I know ball, so I could tell what's going on behind the scenes by watching what's going on the court, because people body language tells you what's going on. You understand? So like I said earlier, Steph won that MVP, and he came out like he won that MVP, but that's not the MVP you need to win. You understand? And what happens is that kind of demoralizes the rest of the team a little bit, because at the end of the day, you're doing a little bit too much instead of helping each other out. You understand? Like, at the end of the day, that chemistry, I keep harping on that. It's like the Warriors' offense without chemistry is not an offense, because they don't have a big man in the paint that you could just dump the ball down to. You understand? Right. They don't have a official penetrator that could actually say, yo, like a DeMar DeRozan or somebody with a big body that could actually say, all right, everybody get out the way, I got this. You understand? The only way they could score is if they screen, run, and find that open man. And the only way that happens is with teams that have chemistry. You have to have it. And that's what the Warriors always had. You understand? But they didn't have it tonight. And that's why they took that out. And
you know who does have chemistry? Those Celtics. And, you know, there's a saying that defense wins championships. I think what happened to the Warriors is no easy shots. This is the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. That's where the Jordan rules was born out of. We're not going to give easy shots. And if you do get an easy one, you're going to get some contact with it. But the Warriors, the Celtics, have phenomenal shot blocking. And Basil, I like your comment where you said the Warriors are not going to lay down. You know how Steph Curry was do that put your head to bed sort of thing? They need to be careful about getting they put to sleep now. Because the way that the Celtics bust that ass, like you said, they walk them down. The Warriors the Warriors had control of that game. And they lost control quickly, and they got walked down to get that control. And once the Celtics had control of the game, you could feel it that they wasn't letting it go at all.
And that's my point, bro. I don't think people understand the definition of a walk down. I don't think people understand the effects of a walk down. That's like you winning a fight, bro, and then all of a sudden the person just turns green into the Hulk and just smashes you, bro. It's like I don't know how to really give people an analogy on that, bro. But a walk down, when you sitting there winning something, and a person just turns around and looks at you and just take back everything you just had from you, like, that is disrespectful, bro.
You know what it is? It's like let's go to like the story of the tortoise and the hare, right? So the hare was so confident that he had that race, right? But the tortoise got past him, right? All right, we were sleeping a little bit. Then the hare is like, all right, this is nothing. I got this. But then the hare starts trying to go, and he just ain't got it at all. He ain't got it. All of this shit that he thought he had, he realizes, man, I ain't got it, man.
And the thing is, these dudes are human, so you got to think about mental health too, because these dudes are human. And what I mean by mental health, you know, Steph Curry, everybody been shitting on him for the way he plays in the playoffs for years upon years upon years. So
right.
he just added to his shit bag. So he's actually going home with that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I want to talk about the cockiness of this Warriors that you mentioned, because that's a really good point. It's not just the fact that when they're playing good, they have all of these antics, like Steph Curry. You know what I mean? He's like the dude that is lovable, but you can't stand his behind. You know what I mean? And he does all of those antics, like put your head to bed and the shoulder shimmy and all of that good stuff, which seems cool. But if you're competing against a dude, you don't want to see him doing all of that. That stuff fuels you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to see you really put forth your best effort not to have that happen. But on top of that, you got Draymond over here doing podcasts. All playoffs, he been doing these damn podcasts. I'm not sure if people know, but he been talking about every series, this whole playoffs. Like, he got time, like, you know what I mean? Like, they walking around like they shit don't stink. Well, guess what? They got a good whip of it tonight. I think Draymond better focus on what they need to do to win this series, because it's kind of hard for me to pay you talking about every series like you know what I mean? Like, you're an aficionado. You know, I mean, are you gonna give us a play-by-play on how y'all getting your asses handed to y'all? Y'all niggas need to come out and win. Y'all need to focus on that, not them podcasts, and not only on which shimmy that you're gonna be doing when you're hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you, but the thing is, I mean, I'll rebuttal that just a little bit, because I can't. See, I've played ball, so I know what it is. At the end of the day, sometimes if you're nice at what you do, you're just nice at what you do. You understand? So if you got your confidence, you're allowed to have your confidence. Whether or not people feel good about it, bad about it, who gives a shit? Because you're the one on the court who's performing. So in reference to Steph and what he does, I don't really knock that too much because I actually enjoy that, man, because the shot went in. You understand? But
Right.
it goes back to your point though. If you're winning,
when it's going in, it's great.
you understand? When you're winning is the key point right there. You understand? So at the end of the day, he put up 20-something points. He did all what he did today. But guess what? His body language was shoulders leaning, head in between shoulders, and walking off the court. It's a big difference. You understand?
Right.
But that's part of the game, though. So I can't really knock that too much. In reference to the podcast, hey, man, Draymond got to eat that. It's his podcast. You know what I'm saying? I think it's original. I actually like it. It's good to see a player
I
be
love
able
it.
to.
I love
Nah,
it.
I think it's a beautiful thing. It's nice to see a player actually play on the court, then come and give his take in his own way. So I can't really knock that. I think that's a beautiful thing. The only thing that kills him is when he gets too cocky on the podcast. You understand? But anyway, that he's gonna have to deal with that. You understand?
Well, that remember, I'm only bringing this up to add to the point about the cockiness of the Warriors. The Warriors are a cocky team, and this is what I'm talking about. These little elements of this team are, you know what I mean, are that cocky attitude. I feel as though Steph Curry is definitely the he is like the engine for the Warriors. He's the one who gets the rally caps going. Like everybody's energized. The stadium is in a frenzy. You know, Steph Curry is shimmying and all of that stuff, right? It brings the electricity to the arena, right? You know what I mean? Then you have this ambassador, because Draymond Green, let's keep it real, he's the ambassador. Nobody else on the Warriors really talks. You don't run around and find Steph Curry and Clay running around, running their mouth all the time. You know what I mean? Draymond does that on his podcast, and he's been giving off this energy, like, you know what I mean? He's gonna get this championship this year based off what he's saying. Now on the court, we all know that it may, you know what I mean? Like, you have to play against these people, but let's also not forget, as a competitor, and you've played this sport, you know that these sports is emotional. You know what I mean? And
sure
what you're doing to the other team is also giving them, what do they call it? Post-board material. You're giving them post-board material. You're giving them stuff to say, hey, you know something, you know, you're giving them motivation. You're giving them stuff to put on the, you know, on the stickums and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, you just get extra. You're getting that extra. For example, remember when the Memphis Grizzlies were playing against the Timberwolves, right? Remember that? And you
such a good example.
And it's a perfect one because you have Pat Beverly, who's a veteran in this league, and he wants to go and do you're too small and all of that stuff after every bucket, right? But your arms is too short to box with God. You know that there's certain players that you don't need to add an extra battery to their back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but on
like
the flip side,
he's been in the league long enough. You should know you can do that to some people, but there's some people, man, don't. That's the reason nobody did that stuff to Jordan. It was a waste of time, man. Don't give him any extra motivation. You know what I mean? You got to know who to do that to and who not to.
But you see, on the flip side, I agree with you 110%. But you went with the Pat Bev. I got to go with the Ja Morant because that gritty that he does, bro. I don't know. That is straight up bulletin board material.
It is. But the only thing with him is that he's a young player. Like, young players do stupid stuff like that. The only reason I used the Pat Bev is because Pat Bev was doing all of that, and he got cooked because he couldn't stop that kid in any way, shape, or form. And they won, and the Grizzlies won that series.
You don't gritty on the T-Wolf in the middle of the court, bro. I don't know, bro. That gritty thing gets me upset. I ain't gonna lie. As a player, I can't lie, bro.
You sound like my homie Walt from Brooklyn.
Nah, that shit annoys the hell out of me, bro. I'm just like, yo, dude, are you serious, bro? Like what? But I give you credit.
It's that you're talking about. It's that
he's a young kid.
Talking about.
He's a young kid, though, so I give it to him, but it does annoy the crap out of me because at the end of the day, I think when he does that, he puts his team in a position where that other team, they're going to come get you, my guy.
Right. Don't poke the bear. Like, this is the thing that you learn in this league after a while, man. Like, certain dudes, like, certain people, man, you learn this after a while. Like, you know, Jordan was a cocky dude, but Jordan didn't come out poking bears. He was the bear not to poke. And after a while, you sit out there, man, and it is what it is. It's self-explanatory. You ain't got to do all of these. You don't got to do all of the shenanigans. You ain't got to do. Eventually, you'll grow out of it, or maybe you don't. But you ain't got to do all of the shenanigans. You need to go out there and win. That's what you need to do.
Nobody poked Mike, son. Mike had to go make shit up to poke himself.
You're right about that. But what I'm saying is, you didn't see Mike wasn't coming on the court. Mike wasn't coming on the court with shenanigans. Mike came on the court with business. He respected his opponents. He went out there, and if they wanted to poke him, then he was going to get busy. But he didn't go out there and do all kind. Come on, 10 scoring titles. If there was anybody who was going to go out there and do ridiculous shit like doing the Gwitty before the game, it would be him.
Thank you, bro. You understand? But at the same time, it's a different. And I'm a type of person, I respect generations, so I don't want nobody thinking I'm shitting on any generation. These dudes are young. At the end of the day, it's a different time. It's a different generation. They play ball completely different, bro. Like, I couldn't do a double step back if you paid me, bro. I mean, it's just not something that I could see in my game. You understand? But these dudes do it like it's easy, and you got to respect them, because that shit takes a lot of energy out of you just before you even take a shot.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to tell you? And these dudes are able to do that and still get a clean shot off. So at the end of the day, you got to respect them. You understand? They do put that work in.
I respect all of that. We were just talking about this cockiness, because I agree with you.
I'm with you.
There's certain, you know what I mean, like the cockiness and the arrogance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what's gonna make the Celtics come after them, man. And I agree with you. Yes, by them doing that is bulletin board material for the Celtics, and I'll keep explaining this over and over again, bro. It's the coach. It's the coach, bro. There's something wrong with that man, bro. I don't know, it's just something about when he pulls his mask down, son, and he talks, them dudes, bro, they stand at attention, bro. You understand?
That's what I like about Adoko. You know what I like about him? You can tell, like, on a lot of teams, you need you want that player on a team who's the leader. I get that the leader of that team is Adoko. It ain't none of them players. It's him.
Sir.
When he speaks, they move. Because Jason Tatum is nice, but Jason Tatum don't always got that in him. You know what I mean? Jaylen Brown is pretty soft-spoken for the most part, but you could tell he has that fire. Marcus Smart is fiery, but you could see that when Adoko points and moves, and he's not scared to get in nobody's face either. It's like he's like the sixth person on the court in spiritual form. You know what I mean?
And why I give him so much credit is because he understands every single player's personality. So therefore, he knows the emotions. He knows how this player is going to react to this. He knows how that player is going to react to that. And what makes him so beautiful is that he takes those reactions and he places them back on the court in the right positions. I don't know if people see this, man. You understand? But that's what he does. So he knows who's going to react I think that's why Derek White is such a factor. You understand? Because he actually knows how to plug people in. He knows where the emotions at. He knows what play made this person feel this way. What play makes that person feel that way. And he knows, all right, you know what? I'm taking you out. All right, now, you know what? I'm putting you in. And that's the beautiful part about this dude, man. I just think the whole entire Celtics team, like you just said, I just think the face of that team is the coach. People just don't recognize it yet until he actually wins that chip. And even then, they probably won't give him that respect.
And I'm glad you mentioned Derek White, because the second that the Celtics got Derek White, that team been different. And Derek White was very low-key during the season, but every time I watched him play, I'm like, this dude right here, he knows when to do certain things. But talking about the inspiration of Adoko, like tonight, when you saw Al Horford, did you see Al Horford after the game when he did the post-game presser?
No, I didn't catch that.
They gave him the interview. And let me share something with you. Al Horford, it's like he has a whole outer body experience. If you had never seen the Celtics and you listen to the way Al Horford spoke, you would have thought that he was the leader of that team. All of that Udoka energy is in him. He's super confident. He knew what he needed to do. You would have thought that he was the legitimate star of the Celtics the way he was talking. He spoke with his whole body. You wouldn't have thought that this was like, a third or fourth option, maybe. You know what I mean? This dude like the energy. And I think that there's something that you said that I agree with. I think that he knows how to translate his message to each individual player to get what he needs out of them.
But you see what you just said there? That's the point I'm trying to get across about that coach. If you actually look at the Celtics, there is no number one option. We keep giving it to Jason Tatum.
Right.
But there is no number one option. You understand? Like, we could sit here and say Jason Tatum. Nah, man. When this dude plugs his players in, their job is to just produce.
Right. And the thing is that they know what it is. So, for example, we're going to give Jason Tatum a bunch of attention. Jason Tatum could easily become the decoy. The thing I like about Tatum is he has good handles for his size. He has a good ability to get to various points on the court. You can stop him. You could put energy, right? But he can also find the open person. And the open person on the Celtics, they have shooters. All of these dudes have good perimeter games, not just interior games. And then they have big bodies on the inside too. And Jason Tatum is also a big body. So, I mean, they have a size advantage over mostly anybody that they play. The only team they didn't have a size advantage over clearly was the Bucks. But they have a size advantage over mostly everybody that they play. But they also have these athletic players like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And then when you put, it's like a game of chess. Now you have Al Horford out here, you know what I mean, on the wing, or you have Grant Williams over there, you know what I mean, or you have two dudes who could penetrate between Tatum and Brown. They both penetrate well, and Marcus Smart attacks the rim very well too when he wants to. And then you have the lob threat in Robert Williams. Like, there's a lot of pieces that go together very well on the Celtics. And the biggest part about everything is just the heart. We've seen the Celtics all playoffs in situations where it could have been, like, you would be like, oh, this team, they're not coming back. Or we've even seen them have bad games, and then they bounce back and play tremendously, right or wrong.
They haven't lost back-to-back games throughout the whole entire playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. You understand?
This team isn't going down easy at all, and they're not an easy out. And if you play with your food, I'm gonna say this again. If you play with your food, I think the Warriors played with their food too much tonight. They had certain points where they were out, and then they got complacent, and then Steph got quiet, and none of these other dudes really fully woke up. But they played around with their food, and I hope that they learned their lesson. I think that, like you said, after getting walked down, I think that took a lot of spirit out of the Warriors, and I think it invoked a lot of confidence into the Celtics, because Boston has been through much better defenses than the Warriors. The Warriors' defense was nothing to them when it all came down. And I don't know what the Warriors are going to do to present a better defensive front against them than what they did in the final 5 minutes, honestly.
And the demoralization, I don't know how much I keep harping on this thing, man, but I'm trying to tell you, when you walk a team down, a professional team down like that, just remember, in a couple of hours, you know what comes on? All the commentators. You understand? And when they start hearing the whispers of the commentators, you can imagine what Stephen A is going to say. You can imagine what the websites are going to say. You can imagine what the YouTubers are going to say. You understand? So they're going to catch some of this, man. So not only are they cocooned in it right now, going to bed to go to sleep, now is it in their own minds, and everybody's going to react differently. You understand? But then they're going to wake up tomorrow morning and have a whole day to go through hearing people criticize them. That they got walked down, bro. I just don't know how. I mean, I'm just trying to tell you, if I get walked down, it's hard for me to come outside the next day.
I think that the Celtics have learned how to win, and I think that they're exhibiting that they know how to win on a high level to be a championship team now. The reason why I think that this was the best game I've seen from the Celtics in the playoffs is the way that they literally did it. They played around with them. They withstood all of the best punches from the Golden State Warriors the whole game. It was like a game of cat and mouse. You follow what I'm saying?
Bro, I'm loving what you're saying, and you see what you're saying.
In the final 5 minutes, they hit a switch, man, where they were like, man, look, all of that stuff y'all thought y'all was getting easy, nothing. Outside shooting was locked down. Even if the Warriors did hit a shot or two, they weren't getting no open buckets. You was gonna have to do all of that heroic, you know what I mean, half court shooting shit that Steph Curry does, and you ain't gonna hit but so many of them when you got so much defense on you. And they lost all confidence going to the hole because they dominated the paint. They literally dominated the paint. And Draymond Green was useless. I can't emphasize this enough. Like Draymond, usually he's the dude who, think about all of the dudes that he punked all playoffs long, right? Draymond Green been punking people all playoffs long.
brother.
He got dominated, and he didn't have no answers. He's not tall enough to deal with no Robert Williams. You're not big enough to deal with Grant Williams. You know what I mean? You if you go out to deal with Al Horford, he's all the way out there, which brings you away from being in the paint. And y'all got other dudes who can go to the hole. So in other words, the Warriors' defense is stressed. And Klay Thompson, as much as people talk about his great defense, who is he stopping out there from 5 minutes on? Tell me.
Well, he's not two-way Klay right now, and I'm loving what you're saying because you just proven all my points that I was trying to basically get across earlier. I just want to get one thing out though before, you know what I'm saying. I don't know what time it is, but I know flight be cutting off at a certain time. But I just wanted to get this in there at the same time.
No, y'all good. If y'all keep cooking.
All right, cool.
We ain't going nowhere. I don't work tomorrow.
All right, flight got a day off.
No, I'm here with y'all. You know what? Better fuck it. Let me get in this conversation. What we talking about?
We just talking about the way that the Celtics and Warriors game ended and our thoughts on it.
Right.
The brother was giving his final point, and then we'll ask you how you felt about it. Flight.
Well, I mean, it's crazy. I think the Boston Celtics they did their thing. Al Horford, you know, he closed it. You know, give credit to Tatum. You know, he didn't have a monster night either. You know, offensively. You know, so. I mean, it was crazy. You know, the Golden State, man, they in trouble.
How'd you feel about the way Golden State got walked down?
I told you. They ain't seen the defense like this. They ain't seen no team like this yet. They'll adjust. Give them credit. Golden State know the next game is a must-win. So they're gonna play with their life on the line. So I got Golden State winning that game. And then it's any man's game, any series up in Boston.
Shit, Udoka is the reason why
but the ace in the hole for Boston is Tatum didn't really go crazy, you know, so he could be due for a 30-point game, you know, game 2, a 40-point game. You understand? So it's almost like I don't know how the shit gonna go. I would think Golden State with the championship mentality, they know he can't go down 0-2 going to Boston. So I'm just thinking, okay, they're going to win that game by all costs. But I wouldn't be surprised if Tatum fuck around and try to go for the juggler and then try to go for like 40 or something so they can go
right.
Headed to Boston.
It ain't just about Tatum. It ain't just about Tatum. Tatum knew they were going to try to. He looked at what they did, and he knew they was going to try to blitz him. He knew they were going to try to blitz him. And Tatum has done this. They've shown this. Udoka has shown this. Right. The Celtics is ready. My thing is, when I'm talking about the way that they walked them down, my thing is, I think that the Warriors, they have more questions now than they had before this series started. Why? Because you're not as big as them, and they definitely can't leave Al Horford. They definitely, I know they have nightmares over Al Horford and Derek White. They definitely got to get on them, and they ain't even seen the worst of the Celtics offense and the Celtics defense. They're stifling defense from 5 minutes on. Woo! The Warriors got their work cut out for them.
This is what I was gonna get in right quick, but this is kudos to Udoka also. You see the difference between him and Brad Stevens, and I don't know if people noticed that, but he actually figured out how to get them two stars to play together.
Right.
You understand? He really got them. He put them in a position where if one is scoring, the other one knows what to do, and the other one is not scoring.
Popovich? He was with Popovich before he
was with Pop.
Okay.
Yeah, and he stole Derek White from over there too. So he kind of that's why he's a beautiful.
Think about that. That's crazy. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
with
what
the
make
Celtics ain't got no leader. Celtics ain't got no alpha. Like usually you want your best player to be your alpha player. Celtics don't really got that. So when you got coaching and you got Brad Stevens, he go with X's and O's. He can put them in good position, but then you got to bring that toughness. You got to bring that leadership to the table. And I think the extension of Udoka on the court is Al Horford. That's why it kind of seemed like he the leader. Because I mean, like you kind of need an alpha male inside the room. And a lot of NBA teams, like you look at Golden State really don't have a true alpha male in their locker room. They just got a good system. So that's what you kind of going up. You're going a good leader versus a good system, and now you're trying to see which one gonna win out.
See, no panic. I honestly think that they do have an alpha on the court, but it's not a physical player. I think it's the coach because I've seen his embodiment in several players. For example, you've watched his whole playoffs. I've said all playoffs, even going into the playoffs. I like Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown has a killer mentality. He does, right? But he's not running around. He's not like a loudmouth. Jason Tatum, once in a while, he goes through his things or whatever. But like the way Al Horford was speaking tonight, I definitely feel that. But from game to game, when it comes down to critical situations to win, like even Marcus Smart, like it could be any of them dudes, but they all reflect that tough attitude of their coach. And like my man was saying, when he speaks, he knows how to speak to individual players to get what he needs out of them in those particular moments. So I think that the undeniable leader, the real leader on that team ain't a player, it's their coach.
And
yeah, Udoka. That's kind of like when you're talking to somebody, like certain people you talk to, you kind of feel comfortable talking to them in your native language or however you want to talk. Like like if you want to talk, like if you from the hood, you kind of talk to them more from the hood. But there's certain people that is like, it's not that they an authoritative figure, but they carry themselves in a kind of authoritative way. So you respect them a little more. So you kind of acquiesce to how the energy they bring towards you. And that's why I feel like just kind of how y'all said earlier with the Brad Stevens, the Udoka, instead they did the same thing that I feel like Charlotte should do. You go from a coach that's kind of, he gonna get walked over by players and players ain't really gonna listen, and he gotta kind of scratch his voice to get what you want to do. And now you get a coach in there where you say 2 words and it's like, all right, hey, yeah, bro, I say so and so, so let's get this together. Like certain alpha personalities, you can't help but to fall in line. Like you just can't help but just to fall in line. And I feel like that's what Udoka bring to the team. And then when you got a vet and Horford, Horford always been that type of player, even when he went with the Hawks. Even when he went with the Celtics the first time around, but they had a coach that acquiesced to stars because he had to make Kyrie happy at some point. Terry Rozier been cutting up at some point to where he feel like he should have had the ball in his hands. You had he bring his boy in from Gordon Hayward from his college days in. He pay him her contract. He had to kind of play towards him. But when you bring in that type of personality, which is an A-type personality, it's like, I don't care how much talent you got on the team. It's like the general talking, like this how he said we should run the team. Like how y'all say, like I don't think it's Tatum, you the number one, and we go with that. Is if the coach feel like this
exactly
how we gonna play, this how we gonna play. That mean Marcus Smart gonna be the catalyst for this game. That's what we going with.
And you know something, and you know something, I'm gonna pass the mic back to you in a second, bro. But you know something, the thing with that, with what's going on here is that the team is bought in. He is proven to them that he knows what he's talking about. He's proven to them that he knows how to win. He's proven to them if they do what if they follow his leadership that they will win. And you could clearly see it. They're sold in. They're all in on this. He's not scared to get on somebody's ass. He don't care who they are. Like my man was talking about, when he pulls that mask down, you can see it's serious. He's locked in. He is focused on this thing.
Nah, you can see when they woke up, when they call a timeout and he pulled that mask down, bro. They salute that man. It's like an army situation, but at the same time, you can see that there's general love in there, and more importantly, there's general respect for that man. You understand? So that's that. But I was gonna say this though. What you got to also, and this is part of chemistry too, because I don't know if y'all see this, but what it is that you brought a coach in that has something to prove. You understand? So he literally had something to prove all year, and what he had to prove is that he's a good coach. You understand? Now you combine that with a bunch of players with the mentality that they have, which was already a good Boston team. You understand? So when you put together that, you build camaraderie. I could never say that word correctly, but you build that, and then you also build chemistry. You understand? And then it's a bunch of togetherness that you start building. So everybody starts understanding where everybody needs to be on the floor, and they start understanding what exactly it is that they do. So nobody does more than what it is that they're capable of doing. You understand? And that's what makes that Boston team such a good team. And number one is that's a coach that has something to prove. He's not only just trying to prove it to the NBA, but he's trying to prove it to Popovich. He's just trying to prove that he is who he is. And mind you, he's not looking for no credit. I just hope they give him the credit and the respect that he deserves at the end of the season, because I do believe he's going to win that chip with what he proved today. I could be wrong, you understand? But at the end of the day, that's what the Boston Celtics have. They just got that ill chemistry, bro. And he was able to put all these players together and get all their mindsets in the right position. So once they hit the floor, they know exactly what they do. Marcus Smart knows his position. Freaking Tatum knows his position. Derek knows his position. Williams know their position. And they don't play out their position, bro. The only thing they make sure they do, if they're going to play out of position, it's going to be out of position in a good way on the defensive end. You understand? But they never do too much on offense. They do exactly what it is that they can do.
Yeah, and I mean, like I say, I know, like, even one point, I know everybody kind of down on James Borrego from the Hornets and whatnot. Y'all say he's a bad coach. The reason why I keep maintaining that he's a good coach is not because I feel like I need to defend him. The reason why I feel like he's a good coach, because you got to think about it, Borrego come from the same coaching tree that Udoka come from. The only difference is Udoka got an alpha personality, Borrego don't. If you put Udoka on the Hornets, I guarantee they'll be that playing game, back-to-back losses, back-to-back year wouldn't have happened. That's why I say coaching is more than just X's and O's. Sometimes, not sometimes, but most of the time, it's about how you connect with them players, how them players feel towards you. Like, Udoka come to practice, Melo Ball in laughing and Kiki Keen or whatever like that at things he's saying. He listening because he's like, okay, cool. So, like I say, there's a lot of good coaches out here, but being a good coach, X's and O wise, ain't gonna automatically lead to, oh yeah, this team gonna be good. Sometimes you need somebody like Udoka, like everything he bring outside of just X's and O's defensively and offensively is everything that Brad Stevens been missing, and that's why they make the move. You can't get rid of Brad Stevens completely because he's still a good offensive mind. He's still a good personnel player. I mean, coach, as far as like he knows what fits in certain systems. So if Udoka put a plan in place and say, listen, this is why he's trying to run, and I need this right here. Brad Stevens can go and get you. He understands how to put players in certain positions. So you understand what type of players to go out and get. So when Udoka say, I want to bring Derek White over here, I want to bring Al Horford back, you don't get no pushback from Brad Stevens because he understands, okay, those players fit in what you're trying to do.
Brad Stevens already knew to go get back Al Horford.
Now, but you see the key thing that you need to understand in that comparison that you're doing right there, like you're comparing the Celtics to the Hornets, which is understandable. There's no issue.
I'm not comparing the teams. What I'm saying
no. Let me finish. What I'm saying is you are comparing them a little bit, but sometimes you gotta take into account, you understand, the head office. You understand? So Brad Stevenson bringing in Udoka gave him free reign. You understand? And this is just me from the outside looking in. Now, looking at the Michael Jordan situation to Borrego, to me, it's like Borrego's a little bit intimidated, and he might not have all the freedom. You understand that Udoka has. You understand? So
help him understand, because Brad Stevens was there. Brad Stevens has been part of the building process. It's not like he's some outsider that you're bringing in and trying to piece something together into a culture.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Borrego. No, let me just finish my point. Borrego is I do believe Borrego is an awesome coach. I agree with you. I really do believe that. You understand? But what I see in Borrego is that he's not trying to satisfy. He's trying to satisfy the head office more so than just trying to satisfy what the team can do. You understand? So when you looked at the season, if you notice, like the way they treated LaMelo Ball, it's like 1 minute you give him the ranks, 1 minute you take the ranks away. To me, that's the head office messing with your ability to coach. You understand? So you kind of gotta gauge that a little bit too. I think if Borrego had the same freedom that Udoka had, I think you would see the same thing. So I do agree with you. You understand what you're saying in terms of him being a good coach, but I think his effect or where he's being affected at is at the head office. Like he's trying to, he's trying to please the head office. He wants to keep his job so much that he lost it. Just put it like that.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like everything I'm saying is exactly what you're saying. You're just putting it in a roundabout way. when you got an alpha personality, like if I come into an office, like I said on the screen a couple of days ago, when I go into a job or something like that, I don't go to a job and you tell me how much I'm gonna make. I'm gonna negotiate my pay because I got an alpha personality. Nothing I saying is gonna be taken as a joke. If you saying, all right, we're gonna give you $25, like yeah, that's cool, but I like to start at 27. We can go from there, but I'm not taking 25. So when it comes to Udoka with his personality is not going to be able to walk in the Boston Celtics and hear them tell him, oh yeah, well, you're gonna be the coach, but this person gonna be doing this and you gonna have control over that. Well, Borrego, just like you said, like I said, you saying the same thing I saying, you just saying it in a roundabout way. Borrego don't have that. He don't have that in his personality just to be like, you know what, I'm gonna coach this team the way I'm gonna coach it, and that's it. It's like he kind of jumped at the first job he could possibly get. But why the connection I making between the Hornets and the Celtics, the only connection is the fact that both coaches come from the Popovich tree, but only one of them doing it about the same way that Popovich do it. Popovich, like he say all the time, I pick out my star player, and that when the full team see that, you know what, damn, he don't even play with Tim Duncan, so I know we got to fall in line. That's his way of getting his control over his team. Whether that you can say, oh, that's not an alpha way of doing it or not, that's up to my opinion. When it comes to Udoka, he is a leader of men. Like, there's a difference between being a leader and being a leader of men. So when everything I say, you saying the same thing in the roundabout way is all I saying. So we ain't disagreeing at all. We 100% parallel to each other. I'm not comparing the Hornets to the Celtics. All I saying is, as far as like the players in the Hornets would buy in more under Udoka personality as it would be a team buying under Borrego. And I understand that front office play a huge role in that, but at the same time, it's all about the coach that you bring in. The coach ain't gonna set a job if I can't have control. Like, I'm not gonna take a job that I don't have control, and that's just not my personality.
No, I found the word I was looking for. What I believe with Borrego, I just feel that Borrego was intimidated by the front office, meaning that he felt like, I'm working for Michael Jordan. I got to do this correct. I got to do this right. I just felt if Borrego had just came in there and said, I don't give a shit whether I lose my job or not. I'm going to coach the way I want to coach. I think he would have had more of a successful season, to be honest with you, because he lost the damn job anyway. So you might as well just coach the way you wanted to coach.
Yeah,
to be honest with
you just like in any situation in life, like if you just take control of your own job, you just get an alpha personality. Not saying that you always got to be that all day if they ain't you. I just saying, like, if you take control of your own situation, any situation in life, that's how it happens. Like nobody respects somebody that if I say something, if I say we're gonna run this, we could do this, and you laugh at it or you having a joke about something they say, like, there's no respect there. But like there's rare scenarios where somebody who displaying alpha personality behavior around you that you're gonna laugh and kiki with.
No, I agree with you. But I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, and whoever they bring in, you understand, can't be intimidated by this Michael Jordan factor, because I know a lot of you don't think it's just players. A lot of people, both coaches, assistant coaches, they all intimidated by Michael Jordan, but they need to
around him and be inferior.
But they need to put that Michael Jordan factor aside, get in there and do what you got to do, because you got to understand the type of players that you have. You understand? And I felt that, and mind you, even kudos to LaMelo Ball, because look how much he accomplished being held back and then being pushed forward and then being held back and then being pushed forward. And that man still did his thing. So that's alpha right there in itself. You understand?
Yeah.
Got to keep it 100, and that's how the coach needed to react. Exactly how LaMelo Ball acts, where he's just like, I don't give two shits. If I'm playing, this is what I'm going to do.
It should be chain to chain to chain. It should be owner, GM, coach, player. Just like the Celtics, the owner put enough trust in the GM put enough trust in the coach put enough trust in Horford to be on the floor as a vet. Like most teams probably wouldn't want. I ain't gonna say that because Horford still give you something. So Horford still give you something. I'm about to say most teams wouldn't want Horford on the floor playing as much money as the Celtics give him, but some teams would.
Well, the thing is, you have to remember that. You have to remember, like, there's different things going on here. So, I mean, the Celtics organizationally are worlds apart from what the Hornets are organizationally. So you have to remember that the head of the Celtics organization is Danny Ainge. But Danny Ainge hired Brad Stevens. And when you hire a coach, you start off with your interview, you understand what their philosophy is, and you mesh because this is part of your process. So then they actually advanced Stevens into the role of GM. So they already were in tune with all of these players, Al Horford and stuff like that. Like he was a big part of their team before they left to begin with. So they didn't bring in a player who never been there before. They're just bringing a dude back home. You follow what I'm saying? So Al Horford, they already know his game inside, outside, and they also know how he meshes with the players that they actually have. You know what I mean? And he's a veteran. So I don't think that any other situation would be as favorable for Al Horford. Let's be real. But Al Horford can play. And,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
why
a
I said I
question.
had to take that back a little bit.
Yeah, because Al Horford could play, and even when people were saying, "Oh, Al Horford only averages like 11 points," maybe on a BS squad like the Pistons somewhere or whatever, but on a Celtics, that dude's like a third option. They're gonna use Al Horford. Now the minutes is the question. Now when you talk about what's going on over in the Hornets, first off, I think Borrego was only a transitional coach anyway. First off. Secondly, there is an interview process. Somebody has to get on the same page with Michael Jordan over there in the interview process to be in tandem with where the goals for the organization are, to have that comfortability, that ability to feel like I can do whatever I want to do. I don't think that they ever really had a long-term plan for Borrego to begin with. Secondly, I think like what you said, no panic, Borrego doesn't have that personality to connect with maybe a young player, to where they can respect or believe that if you just do the stuff that I'm telling you to do, you know what I mean, we can win. The type of person that can have a player motivated to the point that they'll run through a brick wall for them. I don't see Borrego as having the kind of personality or demeanor that what you get with a Doko, you know what I mean? And hopefully the Hornets, whoever they're hiring, remember that they interview these people. So they need to be in tune, they need to be in tandem with the organizational goals. And then the organization also has to show some sort of commitment that they believe in this person too. Because what happens with a lot of teams, they just go through coaches after coaches after coaches and never go nowhere. Take a look at a team like Miami. Spoelstra's job security is as secure as it's ever gonna get. Him and Pat, he been in the what was he in the video room with Pat Riley, right? You know what I mean? So
I said
he been
Pat Riley
around,
started up the same way.
yeah, he been around in that particular organization underneath that that same, you know what I mean, the same leadership for that franchise. So I don't
You
think
gotta
the Hornets really have that over there. They need to
now.
develop.
What you got? You see the Expulsor situation. What you got to understand? Expulsor was actually groomed to take that position.
Facts.
Understand? So that's in-house. That's in-house work. At the end of the day, all that hard work that Pat Riley put him through was for someday I'm gonna do this for you. He just ain't tell him that. You understand? But at the end of the day, he groomed them in-house. That was the reason that he groomed them the way he groomed them, because eventually he knew he was gonna, have somebody in-house take over. So therefore, he don't have to interview nobody outside. He already knew he had his guy, which is a good business mentality. You understand? Sometimes you hire somebody, you start them from the lower level or the lower tier, and you basically build them up, and you see if they can handle it. And if they show that they can handle it, guess what? You don't got to go interview nobody, because this person been interviewing for 10 years. They just didn't know they were
Pat
being
come from
interviewed.
the same place. He been in the video room too. He probably see a lot of himself inside sports shit, but like, you know what? I start the same way. I see you actually want this. Cause remember, he been at a time where Stan Van Gundy actually been on the bench for D Wade and Shaq, and he come down to 7. But I'm like, shit. You ain't the man to take the team to championship. I'm gonna do him, and then he going back in the office and he brings Spoelstra back down. Like,
Stan and Jeff
like,
Van Gundy. Van Gundy came from underneath him
like
also.
Don't go nowhere. They go into the front office when they leave.
And you see that same person's attitude in all of those people that were the people who he brought up, from Jeff Van Gundy, Stan Van Gundy, Spoelstra. You all see that Pat Riley, belief in defense and strong and tough-minded type of players. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's true, but they got something in the Heat's player contract that they gotta have a certain amount of body fat when they come in the trap or something.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of that is known. But just a shout out to New York because Pat Riley got all of that from here. Just to let y'all know that. Right? Or that whole mentality, he got
all
that
the way
from
from
here.
what?
That man, who this, Dex?
No, that's
Who
no
that?
panic.
Yeah, what did you say about New York?
No, I said that Pat Riley mentality, he got all of that from over here. Alright, I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know
tell
about
you,
that.
He been in LA for
that
a
is
long
Dex
time
that I'm
now.
talking to.
You know
That's
that Dex
right?
is a Lakers fan, so he's gonna go back to where
Oh
Pat
yeah, I
Riley
know he's not gonna take
Riley
it.
He
had to
didn't win
learn
anything in New
where
York,
Pat
so
Riley had to learn to bring a defensive toughness to the
Nah, that's
equation as
super
well as that
duper. Yo,
Showtime shit
bro.
if he
so
wanted to get
are
past
you?
teams like the
Wait,
Celtics.
hold on. Are you going to sit
Dex.
up here and tell me the Lakers didn't play defense?
Now hold on. First of all, let me salute to Dex. Salute to you, Dex. Most definitely.
Yes,
Now
sir.
you can go
Salute to
ahead, man.
y'all.
Just want to make sure
Go
I
back
salute you,
now.
my brother.
We
Now go
had the
ahead. What you
captain.
saying?
We had the
We got
captain.
the
We had Michael
captain.
Cooper. We had AC Green, and we had Byron Scott. Those guys didn't play defense. Come
Yeah,
on
but
now.
they had to learn how to get off
No.
that finesse stuff and start getting more physical. They knew
No,
that if they
it was
wanted
their
to win.
offense that overshadowed their defense. The Lakers and the Pistons and the Boston Celtics played good defense in those eras.
No, they definitely did. But I'm talking about in reference to him coaching when he really put in that hard grind, that rough, tough, knock you the hell out. We ain't nothing easy to the basket. That's when he was with the Knicks, man. When he had that Patrick Ewing and the Charles Oakleys and the Charles Smith and the John Starks and all of them dudes, Mark Jackson and man, I could go on, man. Chris
I know,
Childs, I could go
but
on and
what I'm
on.
saying. But listen, Ted, he brought that mentality there. He didn't inherit that mentality. That's what I'm saying. It's just that the Lakers were so
Dex, we
talented
understand.
offensively.
All
Also,
right.
I
Well,
understand, Dex. This sounds blasphemous to a lifelong Laker fan. So
I'm gonna
I
give it to
understand the
him, but
perspective
just
where
to
you're
make
coming from.
myself feel, let me put it like this: just to make myself feel good. Well, I'll say that he perfected it with New York, but that's just to make myself feel good, Dex.
Yeah, because one thing about New York that we always have to keep in mind is that their offense was always kind of so-so. So they
Hell
had to
yeah.
hang their hats on defense. Whereas the Lakers, their offense was superb and their defense was good enough to win them 5 championships and have 8 final appearance in one decade.
Well,
That's kind
Dex,
of like
let's
with the
also remember
Patriots. Like
something.
we look so much at Tom Brady in the offense that we forget they always had a top 5 defense every year they
Right.
win them playoffs.
Exactly.
But I also want to add this to the equation because we knew back in those days that the West Coast was more finesse,
Yes.
where the East Coast was more, you know what I mean, defense heavy and dominant. You know what I mean? And you were going to go against teams that were going to play more physical. The East Coast was
Beautiful point.
East basketball was more physical at that time
At
when
that
the
time,
Showtime
yes.
Lakers came
Until they
around and
played the
they
Lakers.
toughened
That's what
up
I'm saying.
and they actually toughened up and got better as they continue to go. And because let's be real, like, because Dex is right, if you want to win a championship you have to have some defense. Nobody's getting to a championship without no defense.
Right. You got to look at those. You got to look at the players they had. Right. I'm naming some good defensive players and throughout the years. Right. Mitch Kupchak was a good defensive player. Jamal Wilkes was a good defensive player. Michael Cooper was a good defensive player. AC Green was a good defensive player.
Sure
Byron
was.
Scott.
Orlando Woolridge was a good defensive player. Michael Thompson was a good defensive player. And who I'm missing? I'm missing somebody. Did I say Byron Scott already?
Oh, I don't
No,
think
I
so.
don't think
That's why I said Byron
Yeah,
Scott.
Byron Scott was a good
And a
defensive
lot of
player.
that Showtime are built off of playing good defense. Like you
And
can't
AC
fast
Green.
break.
Right,
Like,
because
AC
they turned the
Green.
ball over.
James Worthy, man.
AC
Jay
Green.
Worthy was cool. He wasn't a real good defensive player,
Hold
but he
on.
was
AC
cool.
Green.
Just like
AC
Magic.
Green was a
Magic wasn't no
defensive
good
player.
defensive player, but he was cool. But AC was. Kurt Rambis was.
Kurt Rambis was a beast.
Kurt Rambis was the
He was a
enforcer.
beast.
Yeah, he was the enforcer and the trash man. He did the dirty
Yep.
work.
So yeah, so a
Kurt
lot of
Rambis
people
was
just
a
tend to forget those defensive players because of Magic, Worthy, and Kareem overshadowed everybody because their offense was unstoppable.
Kurt Rambis was the white Dennis Rodman, man.
Right, exactly.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Kurt Rambis was a beast. Oh my god.
You giving him more? You giving him too much credit to equivalating with Dennis Rodman, but he was a
Nah,
beast.
you don't. No, I'm talking about in terms of intimidating, bro. Like getting under your skin, willing to take that hit, willing to let the blood fly.
He was serious. I mean, I liked Kurt
You know who
Rambis.
was
He
like
was
that
one of
too?
my
Believe
favorite
it or
players,
not.
but
They
he
called him
wasn't.
Superman.
But he wasn't
They
no
called him
Bill
Superman,
Laimbeer.
right?
You know who was like that too, though? Believe it or not, Mr. Phil Jackson.
Yep, in his heyday, yeah.
In his heyday, man, that was a hell of an enforcer, intimidator. I'll take the hit for the team, man. I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell
he
you,
was
man.
he was a good garbage man or whatever.
But not to go too off topic, man. If y'all don't mind, I just want to ask Dex a question, man. Yo, Dex, how do you feel about the game tonight, man?
You know what? First of all, let me salute Boston for hanging on in there because they was down early and they toughed it up. They dug deep into their basketball um, battle battle and excuse me because it's a little late tonight. But listen, they dig deep into their basketball battle and they came out on top in the end where I talked about attrition will set in. Now, I honestly thought that Golden State would at least win the first game, but the more I talk to a lot of people that's bookies and people that bet their money a lot of people put their money on the Boston Celtics. I come to find out because they they told me that the reason why they're going to take the Celtics with that 3.5 is because Golden State been off too long, and Boston had just come out of a series, so they still in rhythm.
That's
Golden
true.
State, by them being a shooting team, they might have to play a game and a half to probably get their rhythm going. But once they get their rhythm going, they're not going to be stopped. So a lot of people that I know that put some nice size money on, they put their money on Boston tonight.
How do you feel about the fourth quarter walk down?
Yeah, I seen that. The Celtics went on a 17-0 run, and they end up finishing the fourth quarter with a 23 run. And that in itself was, I was watching, I was like, wow, this is crazy. Even Draymond Green missed 2 free throws. So it was just bad for the Warriors, and MA did a good job in making adjustments and start blitzing and start knocking people off those screens and things of that nature. Got Draymond Green frustrated, and once Draymond Green get frustrated, it seemed like the team just go downhill.
Well, yeah, to no panic's point, that is how the team is ran. But this is my next question to you though. Based on demoralization, how do you feel like that's going to affect this team going forward?
Well, first of all, I don't think they're demoralized because this is not the first. This is not their first rendezvous losing a game at home in a series and rendering home court advantage to the opponents, and they seem to bounce back. They know they have the good enough team to win 2 games in a row. Now, will they do it? Who knows? But I think they can win the next game, and they can win one in Boston because they have already shown, just like the Celtics have already shown, they can win at the Chase Center, and I believe the Golden State Warriors is confident enough they can win at the TD Center.
They're confident they can win anywhere.
But the way they lost, Dex, I mean, you're allowed to feel how you feel. I'm just asking a question. But the way they lost that game in the fourth quarter, with the numbers flipping the way that it flipped, and they basically got walked down off that court after having 3 excellent quarters, so to speak. You understand? You don't feel that affects them emotionally to the point where they just don't know?
No. Reason why I'm saying that because they're veterans. Now, if I felt that they was any skittish in their soul, then I would say, oh yeah, man, that might affect them. I don't know if they can bounce back because, like I said, they've been in these situations before and they know what it takes to come out on the other end, which is a brighter side of it. But like I said, you got to give credit to Boston. Marcus Smart played his butt off. Marcus Smart. Listen, the man is so crazy. He didn't realize he was in the NBA Finals. He was playing like he was at a rec center.
I don't think any of them noticed that for 3 quarters, but go ahead.
Maybe Jason Tatum though.
No, Al Horford knew it.
He said Al Horford knew it. Yeah. So, old man Al, credit to him for standing up. It seemed like Time Lord was out there limping a little bit. I was noticing it, and even though he had some alley oop dunks, but there was wide open alley oop dunks, but it seemed like he was kind of limping, limpy.
He wasn't
And so,
limping when he was packing a game in the final 5 minutes. He wasn't limping then.
well, okay. When you go back to look
Killing
at
him
it,
in the
just
paint.
you might. I don't know if you paid attention to it or not, Quiz. But if you was to go back and just kind of look at it a little bit, just watch him when he don't have the ball and he's moving to a certain spot. You know what I'm saying? He was limping because the way my TV set up, I can choose different camera angles of the game, and I had one camera angle strictly on Time Lord. You feel me?
Oh,
Just to
all right.
see what
Nice.
he's doing. So a lot.
I'm not disputing that he might even be a little bit banged up. Mind you, we know that Time Lord's been banged up this postseason for sure. But he is just his defensive presence, just being on the court, being taller, bigger, his aptitude to blocking shots and contesting shots and stuff like that. It seemed like it gave the Golden State Warriors a lot of problems, especially in those final 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think honestly, I think Marcus Smart won the game in those last 5 minutes. I think he was extraordinary. He was taking it to him. He was shooting those threes. Listen, the guy wasn't hesitating at all. His knees wasn't weary. It just seemed like he was just really strong and confident in what he was doing. And some people even credited he's just a crazy dude. He's just insane, and he don't even realize the moment that he's in until it's over.
No, he's a competitor. He likes to win. That's what I like about Marcus Smart. I don't think.
But listen, Marcus Smart was taking some shots that you ain't supposed to be taking them shots, and that early in the shot clock and things of that nature, especially going down the stretch. But he made them. He did.
I don't know how much
he
Celtics you've been watching this season, especially since the half court, but halfway mark of the season. But Marcus Smart is an extremely confident dude when he gets into his mode.
Right. No, I
He is
ain't
a
watched
very,
that much
very
Celtics
confident dude.
basketball.
When he is a very confident. I'm gonna let you know, Dex. He does have points where he gets confident, where
Well, we've seen it because he
he's the
cost
best
2
dude in the
games.
world.
Yeah, we've seen it because he cost 2 games against Milwaukee. Remember,
Facts. Yes,
they
exactly.
They could have swept Milwaukee. His dumb play cost him 2 games. So we understand he get a little overconfident, and that's what you call quirky. When you get a little too confident, when you got Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown sitting there, you follow what I'm saying, and you going out trying to be the hero, and it goes the other way, and it makes you look not Marcus Smart but Marcus Dumb. But listen, yeah, that the way they got walked down is just it's just indicative of being off and being tired because they're not spring chickens anymore. And when you off for that long and your rhythm is not there, that attrition kicks in. But with them youngsters, they just coming out of a series, so their blood is boiling. They never did, they didn't sit out a long time. But I wanted to remind everybody because I know people is jumping the gun. Just keep in mind in 2001, the same thing happened when the big bad wolf came to town, the Los Angeles Lakers. Philadelphia, right, came to the Staples Center and whipped the big bad wolf in the Los Angeles Lakers game 1 and didn't win another game after that. And people were all up in arms. When Allen Iverson took down Kobe and Shaq and then walked over Tyronn Lue. You feel me? So let's not get too carried away out there. Like this is over with because
I like
the Golden State lost the first game.
Historical references, but I'm just going by
like
what I
that
saw on the court.
example, bro. Because everybody knew that the Philly was not winning that series, regardless, man.
But nobody didn't think Philly was gonna win that first game either. Because remember, Lakers came in there 12-0. They were 12-0 in the playoffs, and Philly knocked them off. They high horse.
All right, let me just ask you this last question, though. How do you think the walk down affects the Boston Celtics on the flip side? What does that do for them? to you?
Well, I think their confidence is all the way high, but at the same time, Ma is the type of coach. He's not going to let them get too high. He's going to keep them at even keel and let them know that is done, that is over with. Time to move on to the next and more of the same. So I think Ma will come at them with that kind of a spirit instead of just letting them get real high that they beat the Golden State Warriors at the Chase Center because he knows because he's been a part of the San Antonio situation, so he knows how to be, manage these type of emotions and things of that nature. So I don't think Ma is going to let them get too high off this win. He knows they got 3 more games to win to close the series out, and those 3 games are not going to be easy.
All right. Appreciate you.
I just think it's also the way that the way that the Celtics won. I'm interested in seeing this game on Sunday. I think it's going to be huge. I think that the Celtics definitely now know for sure that they can beat the Warriors. Not as if they didn't think that they could beat the Warriors before the series, but the way that they closed out that game from 5 minutes with the defense that they played, with the problems that they're creating for Golden State's penetrators like Jordan Poole. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how the Warriors respond to this, and also I do feel as though the Warriors will respond to it. I don't think that Clay is going to continue playing. I think that he'll play much better in the next game. I'm interested to see, Draymond and Jordan Poole's response because they actually got a good game out of Otto Porter. But it didn't seem like Steph really had a whole tremendous amount of help, especially when it counted. So I'm interested in seeing the bounce back. But I think that the Celtics got to feel good, and the Celtics defense definitely did their thing in that game.
And you know what? I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but if you did, kudos to you. But if you didn't, let me put you up on game. The matchup with Andrew Wiggins guarding Jason Tatum. That has to be something to watch because with Andrew Wiggins, as his height and his athleticism on Jason Tatum, it seemed like it kind of startled, agitated, and annoyed Jason Tatum to some degree.
I agree to a certain degree. Oh, I agree. But I think that's a beautiful part about the Celtics, though, because I mean, even though I do think you're going to see a Jaden Tatum sight in next game, but you see, they know how to offset, and that goes back to Udoka again. Somehow he knows how to offset that with Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown, I've always said that I think that Jaylen Brown is one of the more important pieces of the Celtics because of just the way that he closes out games. But then when you get Marcus Smart, when you get these other guys inspired as well, I paid attention to it, Dex. I think that that's a good matchup. I think that Wiggins presents a different challenge for Jason Tatum, but the Celtics don't necessarily need Jason Tatum to have these dominant performances to win. And they've shown that over and over and over again. Jason Tatum draws a lot of attention, and that attention that he draws also helps other people get open. The question with the Celtics, and I know I agree with you, Dex, that Udoka is going to definitely keep his foot on the gas with these guys, but they just need to not turn the ball over tremendously. And I'm concerned about the Warriors' defensive ability to stop the Celtics from getting what they want. That actually really concerns me. I'm interested in seeing game 2. I think that'll tell everything.
Well, when you're shooting 50% from the 3-point line, it ain't much you can do.
I agree.
We know that's the aberration.
I felt the Celtics were playing the Warriors game, and I was surprised that they were able to beat the Warriors at their own game.
Good point.
To be honest with you, because I thought that they would lose that game, but there was a lot of points during that game. I felt like it was prime for the Warriors to bust it wide open. What I've been saying is I felt as though the Warriors were played with their food. I felt as though the Warriors played with their food in this game, and they learned. But the way that but like my man said about the way the Celtics walked them down, I thought this was a very impressive win for the Celtics, a young team that has been through the adversity of the playoffs, that have been in game 6s and 7s, They've been in closeout games. They've been through much better defenses than the Warriors present. I don't think this is a team to play around with like that. That's just what I took away from that game. The Celtics don't play around with them boys too much. They better come out and they got to come out shooting, because they came out hot in this game. I mean, Steph Curry was like hot fish grease the way he started this game, Dex. You know what I mean? I don't think they really gave him much help.
But like you said, it's not the way you start, it's the way you finish.
And the way that they finished was terrible.
Right. In Boston, they had two. This was what alarming to me. I noticed that Boston had a 9-0 run in the second half, and they had a 17-0 run, and end up finishing the fourth quarter on a 20-3 run. That right there is a telltale sign of the porousness of the Warriors defense. Because if you're gonna be a champion, you might have a run, but you can't have two big, massive runs like that, especially in the second half.
And in the midway, like, they had 3.5 quarters worth of good basketball, and that all just went right out the window. The Celtics were able to run down that 15-point lead super quickly. And then once they got their, it's like a wrestling match. Once they got that wrist at a certain position, you could feel how hard it was going to be.
Yeah, they
and
had
this
to
was
tap out.
eerily and Dex. This is the reason why I'm concerned for the Warriors. It eerily was reminiscent of it eerily reminded me of the Nets. But I do think that the Warriors can shoot better, but I don't know how much better. They're going to have to play a lot better defensively. And again, you're right, because the Celtics were shooting lights out, because it was Al Horford, Derek White. I mean, Marcus Smart hit a clutch bucket or two. But the way that they're on both sides of the basketball, it just felt as though they literally dominated the Warriors at the end of that ball game in a way that I wasn't expecting to see.
Exactly. That was surprising to most of us.
If you peep game in that fourth quarter, they were going buck, and this is a great example for you to see exactly where the two defenses are at and how the Celtics could possibly dominate the hell out of this team. Because if you look at the fourth quarter, they were literally going bucket for bucket, bucket for bucket, bucket for bucket. And then after a while, who tailed off? And whose defense started getting a little bit more tighter? Because we were even on the panel talking about it as it was happening. We was talking about, somebody need to play some defense. Then all of a sudden, that 5-minute mark came, and the Celtics just put the clamps on, bro. You understand? And what I feel, Dex, is that at the end of the day, what I think the Celtics needed to do was match that championship energy. What I think the Warriors came out with was that knowledge of knowing how to win a chip, and they came out with that energy. And I felt like the Celtics were looking for it, like they were trying to find that energy, and they happened to find it in that fourth quarter. And they started going. They started a slug match. You know what I'm saying? Because the Warriors score, Celtics score. They hit a three, and then obviously, eventually they started to gain that same type of energy that the Warriors had, and the Warriors just started to lose the energy as the Celtics started to gain that energy. But what I do think the Celtics found was that exact energy that you need in order to match up with that team. Meaning, I think in game 2 they're gonna come out with it in the first quarter instead of getting punched in the mouth.
Right. Yeah, that's a good analogy. When you use the word or the term punched in the mouth, that's exactly what happened to the Warriors. They got punched in the mouth by these youngsters, and they was like, whoa, they hit harder than I expected. You know what I mean? It was one of those type of boxing matches where they was trying to check each other's jab, and then come to find out that the Boston Celtics was hitting with stone boxing gloves. And I think that they wobbled their knees and they just wasn't able to recover. But at the same time, the Celtics camaraderie is something very impressive.
Thank you.
Because normally you do not see a young team that is so cohesive and fermented and augmented all at once. And the way they had meetings when they wasn't playing up to par or playing up to their standards or playing up to the standards of the legacy brand of a Boston Celtics, they went in and had meetings and did some shadow work. And that's how you know that this team is really solid at its core and that camaraderie is elite amongst them. And I believe the Golden State Warriors was taken aback by such togetherness when it came to the Boston Celtics. When you looked over there and seen all that green and all that youth, not no pun intended, but you've always seen green and youth. You know how they looked and said, you know what, we might not be, playing much basketball. You know what I'm saying? We might could rest a little bit in the second half.
They
And come to
played with
find
their
out that wasn't
food,
good.
Dex. They played with their food. They should have they were supposed to be trying to push that up to like 30 or something, and they was playing around.
Yep.
They got comfortable and complacent.
Dex, is it fair to say that they are seeing an image of themselves years ago?
Maybe. That's a good take. Maybe. Because like I said, they looked over there, saw all that green and youth. You follow what I'm saying? And you know what we mean when we say they green over there, you know what I mean? Like they ain't hip. And they got surprised because like I said, when you felt the energy of the Boston Celtics absorbing every punch that the Warriors was throwing to them and then counter punching them, but their counter punches was a little bit stingy. You follow what I'm saying? They had a lot of sting to their counter punch. And then you see everybody participating. So when you see everybody participating, nobody's being shut out, nobody's being left out, nobody seemed to force it. It just seemed like this camaraderie is so organic. It's not for the cameras. It's like, really, what's up? And for a young team to hold together that way, it's impressive. I'm telling you, it's impressive.
Dex, can I point out one thing, Dex, that is really important because I love everything what you just said. And I really struggle with being able to see the Celtics as a team I could see potentially winning a championship. But this game was very impressive. And the way that they closed out was the most impressive I've seen this entire postseason from them for whatever reason. Now, you've seen a lot of basketball. I've seen a lot of basketball in my days. And I got to tell you something. At the end of that game, the shots that the Warriors usually get were simply not there. I remember several series where they passed the ball. I have not often seen the Warriors have to make as many, literally passing the ball to the next man down because that shot just ain't there. Like they pass the ball well and create open shots, but those shots really were not there. All of those people were covered. Your Clay, your Steph, all of that movement that they created. I mean, I literally watched those guys second guessing their ability to actually get shots. And that was very impressive for me to see from the Celtics.
And it almost caused Curry an injury. He almost got injured because of that. Because he kind of second guessed and, his feet wasn't set right. You follow what I'm saying? Because he wasn't feeling it. And then he tried to pass it off. And this guy tried to pass it off. It's like, okay, who's going to shoot it? Okay, you know what I'm saying?
And that's when I knew they wasn't coming back also. Because the shots, you could hit a couple of those shots. Yeah, sure. The Warriors are great. But they weren't getting good shots to take. And they knew that even the shots that they were going to force up, they might hit one out of five of those type of shots. You know what I mean? There just really weren't really those open shots. So it wasn't just that the Celtics were abusing their defense, which they were, reminding me of the Nets. They were just going through their defense like it wasn't even there. But they were also demoralizing them in a way that I just haven't seen from the Warriors as far as I
don't know if that word demoralized fit because that is a pretty strong word. And I don't think the Warriors are demoralized.
Well, we're gonna see in game 2, Dex.
We'll find out.
I might be bugging. I don't want to sound knee-jerkish or overreacting, but what I'm saying is from the final 5 minutes of that basketball game was completely it was actually so I felt like I was in a parallel universe, Dex. They literally
have you ever seen that before?
Them down. They literally walked them down, and I've never seen the Warriors shut down that way. They were
No,
shut
you said
down.
it right, Quiz. You said it right earlier. They beat them being them. Right. And that's crazy in itself because the Warriors are the best versions of themselves. And here come the Celtics beating you, being you. That's
at
crazy,
your
right?
own
Parallel
game,
universe.
right? But
But
then
that's the
it
point I'm
was the
trying to
D
get
that was
across.
just something else to me. Like I was like, all right, people been talking about the Celtics D, but it was like, yeah, these guys really are covering you. Now next game we're gonna see because one, I can't see the Warriors losing 2 games, especially at home, right, Dex?
Yeah, now that would be demoralizing. If they would lose 2 at the Chase Center, that would be demoralizing. Then I can say, you know what, Quiz, you need to say that word, demoralizing.
But
What do
Dex,
you
the
feel as
re-
though? What do you what are the takeaways, Dex? I'm about to get off of here in a second, but what do you feel
Yeah,
are
me too.
your takeaways, your keys to victory for the Warriors in Game 2? I'm important to hear this because this is where I'm concerned for the Warriors, to be honest. As a person who predicted the Warriors winning in 6, I'm interested to seeing what your keys to victory are for them in Game 2 because I feel as though they struggled in the paint. I feel as though they really took Draymond Green out of the equation in those final 5 minutes. They just seemed outmatched in certain ways that I'm not used to seeing from them, and also that defense from the Celtics. Whatever Adoko, it's like he flipped the switch and said, "All right, now we're gonna do the real stuff." And I'm interested to see what you feel as though the keys to success are going to be for the Warriors to have a resounding win, an incredible bounce back game for Game 2.
Well, let's take a trip down memory lane. Like I said earlier, with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Philadelphia 76ers in the 2001 championship, where Philly beat them the first game, and they took that game into overtime, and Alex Iverson showed his ass. The Lakers didn't really do anything different because Allen Iverson still put up his numbers. They did more of the same, but the only thing that changed is that they didn't take this team for granted. You know, because Lakers walking in there 12-0, trying to be the first team to ever sweep through the championship series. You know what I'm saying? And then sweep the NBA. It would have been the first time ever. So they didn't do it. I believe they matched. I believe they number one because they might have been the only team to lose one game. I think Chicago might be somewhere in there, but I think the Lakers are the only team to lose one game going throughout that championship series, and they lost that first game. So Golden State, all they have to do is more of the same. Like I say, I'm very interested in the matchup with Jason Tatum and Andrew Wiggins going forward. I think that's going to be the key turning point of this series. Only thing that hampered Golden State was the time off. I believe that as playing sports, as the time off and trying to get their rhythm back again. It's not that easy. You have to play basketball. You have to continue to play basketball to keep that rhythm. So outside of that, I don't think there's much more the Golden State Warriors can do except get their attrition up to the level of what Boston is, and don't look at Boston as some little green kids down the block and thinking they're superior over them. No, when that ball is up in the air, you got to play basketball. You follow what I'm saying? From the jump ball all the way to when they say time has expired. They can't go in there shuckling and jiving, just thinking that it's going to be a walk in the park. And I think the Warriors' confidence got the best of them tonight.
Do you think that the issues that the Warriors showed at the close of that game, their complete inability to get to the hole, because they did have a couple of opportunities where they tried to get drives and it just wasn't there. It looked like the defensive guys, the personnel, like you were talking about Marcus Smart. I mean, Jordan Poole looked like he really struggled with what they were doing out there all around the board. Do you think that they get over that, or do you think that that was just an aberration?
Yeah, that was an aberration. I think they get over it. A quiz, and this is why I think they'll get over it. It's because now the juices are flowing. Now they have touched that basketball. They have felt what the competitor can bring to them, and now they can react appropriately. All that just shooting basketball in the gym or just kind of goofing around, getting some treatments in the cold tub and all these type of things that next, you're getting your massages and all that. It's not the same as getting out there in the heat of battle, facing a fierce opponent who's trying to take your head off. They've done it. Now they understand. I'm surprised that they allow it to get to this level. Now, if they do not respond appropriately in game 2, then I'm looking at a sweep.
Wow, that's extreme.
Nah,
What did
Dex
you,
said that.
Dex?
Wow.
How did you have the series playing out prior to this? Who'd you
I had
have
to, I
winning?
had to, I had the Warriors winning both games at home. I had the the Celtics winning both games at home. I had the Warriors winning Game 5 at the Chase Center, and then I had the Warriors winning Game 6 at the TD Center. That's how I had it played out in my head,
Yeah,
and of
yeah.
course, that's just in my head.
I had the Warriors in 6 also. Crazy.
But it still could be 6, but it's going to be a little difficult. But like I said, the Warriors didn't do anything wrong to me. It's just that I believe they was off too long because I've seen this before. I've seen it when the Lakers played the what's that team? Detroit. When they played Detroit in I believe it was '04 '04 when the Lakers were going for their three-peat. Detroit had, they was having their battles, and then all of a sudden, um, the overwhelming favorite Lakers, because they had all those dream team guys on their team, and Detroit punched them in the mouth. The Lakers won the second, but couldn't really recover after that. You know what I mean? And Detroit ended up beating them, and that was one of the biggest upsets in NBA history. That the 2004 Detroit Pistons, the no-name team, beat the super team of the Los Angeles Lakers with Kobe Bryant, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Mailman, Gary Payton, Shaq, and all those 75 greatest players ever to play the game. They let the no-name Detroit Pistons beat them. You know what I'm saying? So they have to respond, and they have to respond immediately.
I hear what you're saying, Dex. The only thing that's throwing me off, and I've been saying it all night, man. But you see, if it was the other way around, meaning like the Celtics came out and punched them in the mouth and took it all the way to the fourth quarter and won that game, is one thing. But just remember, the Warriors were leading, and they gave it up. And they gave it up, in my opinion, in a demoralizing way. You may not say that.
Use that word demoralized.
Nah,
I feel as though it was demoralizing, Dex. I mean, I turned my head for it. Remember Mike Tyson used to fight, Dex? Remember how Mike Tyson fights used to be? You turn your head, you go get the popcorn and come back, and then somebody's
over. Listen, it would be demoralizing if the game started out 10-0, the Celtics, and then at the end of the first, the score was 30-20, and then at the end of the second, at halftime, the score was 60-40. That's demoralizing. But as far as what the Golden State Warriors did, attrition set in. It's obvious what happened. You follow what I'm saying? They've been off the court. They hadn't been really, bumping their bodies.
All right. We'll see in game 2.
And their legs just couldn't do it.
I like your take. I like your take. Your take makes me feel
Sounds
better
great.
a little bit. I do
Because
like his
the
take.
reason why I say that, Ted and Quiz, because I've seen it before. The same thing happened with the Lakers in Philly. I mean, the Lakers came in overwhelming favorites in Philly. It was David and Goliath. You feel me?
I agree with you. I would feel stronger if I didn't see that
last 5 minutes.
Smothering defense. I mean, I turned my head for a second. Listen, I turned my head for a second. The Celtics came back from a fifth. I was surprised when I was looking at the score. It was like I was just looking at this thing. These dudes up by 15. Like a minute later, the score was tied. I'm like, all right, we got a game here. And then you just seen the Celtics go on an incredible run, and it wasn't just like it was something random. I mean, it looked like a totally different game. I mean, they were smothering everything they were trying to do.
Like I said before, the Lakers were winning that game in the fourth period, and then miraculously something turned on in Philly, and they walked that lead down, tied it, and they end up winning in overtime. The Lakers had that game won. And I don't know what happened. Philly tied it, right? And then, in overtime, I said, well, Lakers went overtime. And then Philly spanked them. And so the Lakers looking like, what the hell just happened here? You know what I'm saying? We had this game won. We at home. It was in the Staples Center. We had this game won. Then all of a sudden, this team come back, this Mighty Mouse team come back, tie the game, and then go into overtime and whoop the hell out of us because we didn't have our legs, because we had so much rest, because we swept through the playoffs. We damn near had 2 weeks of rest while Philly was battling out with Toronto. You know what I'm saying? Or whoever they played in that or Indiana. I think it might have been Indiana.
That's a good take, man. That nutrition take, I'll accept it. That if anybody gave a good take on that one, I'll accept it. So that means we should have a series.
And the historic precedents. So I mean, I do agree with them. I've seen enough basketball to know that. The only things with me that make this a little bit interesting, and why I would say a word like demoralizing.
Here we go.
Is because of the nature in which the Warriors lost that game, and the fact that we remember one thing I know about the Celtics. This hasn't been my pick all year long. It hasn't been my pick all playoffs long, but the Celtics have shown a level of resilience. I do know the Celtics have a propensity to having bad games also, where they don't look anything like they look in this one. But the Celtics have responded over and over again all playoffs, and with their defense and with their offense. I don't like the Golden State Warriors giving a look to the Celtics of the New Jersey Nets, because they didn't look like they could do anything with them defensively. And they need to change up their schemes. I don't know what they need to do, but they need to figure it out. They can't go into another fourth quarter with a defense that porous.
Right. And keep in mind that Marvin, let me say it the correct way. Marvin, Rave, and myself was on the panel, I believe, yesterday. And me and Rave was trying to inculcate into Marvin about the championship pedigree of the Warriors. And Marvin kept also reiterating that you can't just say that, because the Boston Celtics have done some things that nobody have done this year during this championship campaign. And that is be underdogs and win all of their games, closeout games, basically on the road. Except for Brooklyn, that is.
That is true.
And they took out all the stars. They took out Kevin Durant. They took out Kyrie Irving. They took out Giannis. They took out Jimmy Butler to some degree. A star. You follow what I'm saying? And you can't just sneeze at that. So me and Ray was kind of harking. You know what I mean? Like, Marvin, listen, it's like this. So listen, Marvin, teamwork. They was right, but at the same time, there's a lot of basketball to be played.
Facts.
And also, I was telling Ray this too. We got to kind of pump our brakes a little bit, because the odd makers, now these are the big money guys, they only had the game at 3.5. And I was like, Flight, I don't know why this game is at 3.5. That scares me. That's only a 2-possession game. 2-point shots, or 2 layups, 2 dunks. And they got the game set at 3.5. So that right there made me kind of fall back a little bit to some degree. And then when I start asking my buddies who bet, they was like, dude, we going with Boston. Shit, Golden State ain't been playing. Boston them took out Milwaukee, and they took out Miami in 7 games on the road. So they ain't scared to play on the road. And I was like, ooh, you know what? You guys got a point. Because I put my money on Golden State. And it was like, dang, Dex, you should put it on Boston. So I called a couple more people that said Boston. Everybody was saying Boston. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. And part of that is also because of the fact that, these guys deal in, like they deal in precedences. So they know a team that's been off for that long usually comes out rusty. And I think that has something to do with it. The only reason why I'm still a little bit like, is because I did also see what I saw. That Celtics defense was the real deal. That was you can't fake the way they was playing. Indeed, they was out there. They was on them. They was on them. They was on them. They were on them like I never seen anybody on the Warriors before. They were on them.
Listen, you remember, like, just say for instance, just playing with Rhett. Let's just use that, right? Because I'm quite sure a lot of us play, basketball at the rec, with our homies and things of that nature. And it's that team that's been winning like 3 games in a row, and you coming on for the first time of the day.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? And then you see how fast they moving, how sharp they are, and you just kind of start trying to get warm. And then you might not even win that game. They might tear your ass up. You know what I mean? Because they've been out there. You have to wait till they basically get tired to somebody take them off in order for them to to get out the gym. Because once they play like 4 games, they win like 4 games or whatever. As soon as they lose, them guys gone. You know what I'm saying? They're going to the crib because they cool for the day. So everybody that's coming on after they win 2 or 3 in a row, they already sweating. You know what I'm saying? They already got their juices flowing. And you coming in a little cold trying to stretch, and they running you out the gym too. You're like, damn, man, we just started and the game over already. You follow what I'm saying? And
they got their chemistry down.
Right, and it could have been that same thing with the Golden State Warriors coming in. They got to stretch a little bit, got to do a little something. And Boston already got their juices running because they've been playing ball. Y'all been at home at the crib, up under your girls and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Playing with your kids, swimming in the pool, getting some massages and what you call them ice baths and things of that nature. So now they back acclimated to playing basketball. We will see game 2. Game 2 will be the tell of the tape.
That's right, fellas. Well, listen, I'll catch up with you guys on Sunday.
Yes,
Great
sir.
conversation as always. Hey, man, I really enjoyed this game. I think this is going to be a phenomenal series. Whoever wins, and I know that Dex is heavy on the gamblers. If I'm a gambling man, I got to put my money on Golden State for game 2. Come on, y'all can't go down. Y'all can't go down 0-2. Y'all can't go down 0-2 for your own sake, for your chances of winning this.
That's right.
Can't go down 0-2. I expect them to,
that would be demoralizing.
Yeah, they have enough time to get themselves together, figure out what's going on. And I know that Steve Kerr is a man of adjustments. So it is what it is. All right, fellas, take care. I'll catch up with you on the next one.
Okay, I'm out too, man. You know what I'm saying? I just came on late night. You know what I'm saying? But I'm out too. So salute to Flight Sports TV. Salute to the chat. And to salute to everybody that's rocking with us.
All right, man. Y'all take care, man. I'm out of here too. Yo, Flight, shut it down.